Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Yeti Gaming's December Online Regional, presented to you by Serene Balance Productions. I am Cam, will be one of your casters this weekend, and I am here with our European correspondent extraordinaire, Clem. Hey, Clem, it's good to see you.
Hello, nice to see you too. How are you doing today?
I'm good. So it's a little bit early for me. 11 a.m. is way earlier than I'm used to getting up. So we're gonna try to get excited. We have some exciting games for you guys today, and hopefully not slime smears for the next 8 hours.
Ooh, yeah, hopefully. That would
It
be
looks like
that's a lot.
yeah, it's a lot of players, right? It's like 122, I think.
Somewhere around that.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a couple of exciting players for you guys to watch for round one. They're sitting down right now. They're doing die rolls, all that good stuff. So we're gonna go down to the action a little bit. But we have Dot playing Fire Rye versus Jimmy Lee, who's a name you guys have probably heard before. Not playing his typical Assemble the Ancient Sonora stuff. He is playing Exia Fire Jin today.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking, but I mean, who wouldn't want to swap to Jin? Try out the new toys.
Right.
It's a very interesting archetype, I think, and it's right up his alley in terms of like niche, fun things to play.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It does fit that sort of Jimmy Lee playstyle, sort of similar to that Tenoris deck. Slow plotting, trying to like find a combo kill in the end game. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. I can't see being too
Yeah,
surprised that he switched over to it.
yeah, definitely. You want to take a look at the deck list before the round here?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So yeah, we can start with Jimmy because we were just talking about him. So he is playing that Fire Exia Jin deck, looking to get to level 3 and stay there as long as possible, and then end the game with a big enrage or relentless outburst. In combination with a huge attack from Shuangji. Looks pretty standard as far as these Exia Jin goes. Lots of tools to slow down the game, cards like Incapacitate, Fast Cure, Stalwart Shield Mates, all of those things that you sort of typically see in those long game oriented fire decks. And then it looks like he is packing some hate for Razor Gale in his sideboard, a couple of copies of Mystic Purifier, and then some one-ofs, some material deck stuff to sort of round out his matchups.
And then on that side, it's pretty basic fire, right? I'm
Mhm.
not surprised at anything I see there. I'm not sure if you see anything interesting, but it looks pretty standard to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks pretty run-of-the-mill rye. We do again see some of that Fantasia hate in the form of Mystic Purifier in their sideboard as well. So everybody really respecting that Kongming Razor Gale deck. But as far as the main deck goes, it looks pretty standard. Nothing huge. Rye didn't take a whole lot of the mage cards from AMB. We do see them running some mnemonic charms, which is a good slot into Rye. But other than that, it looks like your very typical FTC era Arcane Rye.
Yeah, and it looks like we're already in the game here round on turn 2 for both players. Jimmy has already a lot of cards in his graveyard, as you would expect from a fire deck. And then Dot going up to Rye level 1, banishing a Spell Shield Arcane. I feel like in this matchup, that is not what you want to see gone. That's a bit
Yeah,
Bit
I
rough.
mean, it's you definitely want to see those arcane cards, but Spell Shield is definitely not the one that you want to lose early, especially when Jin's looking to attack you for such large numbers in the late game. But sometimes you gotta take what you can get.
Yeah, yeah. And there's the mnemonic charm, drawing a card into memory, funding itself, and then only Jimmy is running already on level 2, playing with 2 floating.
Mhm.
It's already 2 creative shocks out, plus the hasty, plus a lot of floating. He is looking very comfortable here with his influence and like memory and everything. Like this is it looks like a very standard fire deck so far, right?
Yeah,
It's just
it's been a good
just
draw.
your Lorraine. Yeah,
Right.
then it's what you would expect. And the dungeon guide, see, it's he just has everything. It is you love to see that if you're in Jimmy's shoes, not so much if you're in Dot's shoes, unless I didn't quite see. Does he play Heavenly Guide in the main board? He doesn't play Heavenly Guide at all. It's a bit unfortunate here, so he has to dungeon guide himself next turn to keep up with Jimmy here.
Yeah,
Already
thankfully
on
at least this this Jin deck is a little bit slow out of the gate, so he's gonna give a little bit of time to Dot to get some things set up to start, powering up that arcane Storm Seer Rai. But yeah, like you said, definitely not the spot that Dot wants to be in to see his opponent go very safely to level 3 on the second turn of the game.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like if Jin, oh, that's 2 arcane blasts gone. That's so as to get a very rough banishment,
Hmm.
I think, because it might be Jin might be able to take a lot, but you still don't want to see your damage dealer cards gone like that. I also feel like Jin going to level 3 with 0 damage counters on him is extremely scary because you know they can survive forever even if they are on 20 plus damage counters when they level up. Of course, this shuts off. Like he cannot use Chalice right now to dig for more cards, but he has so many turns of just doing nothing here that I feel like it's a very scary spot to be in, seeing Jin with 0 damage counters on him right now. But it also means that he can't deal too much damage right now, but it can build up. He has a
Yeah, and
lot
I
of
mean, he
resources.
uses that life total as well, right? Like Jin wants to leverage his own life total to like get card advantage. And so the longer the game goes, he gets to do that more often with stuff like Berserker Plate. So yeah, definitely you do want to deal Jin some damage, and so Ryzen gonna be in a tough spot having Jin at 0. And we do see him get that Berserker's Plate now as well.
Yeah, and I really like the idea of Jin using his health as a resource. I don't think this is the first time we're really exploring it in GA, and I think the concept is wonderful. And seeing how Jin can go up to 35 health easily and not even bet an eye, it's it's very cool in my opinion. Oh. Tacos for the resolute stand already in response to the dungeon guide attack. It's
Yeah.
it's an interesting play.
Yeah, bit of an odd choice. Resolute Stand is not something that typically gets a whole lot of value in this Jin matchup, just because Jin's attacks are going to be so big that the 3 damage prevention from Resolute Stand isn't going to save you a whole lot. So maybe he's just looking to cash them in earlier rather than later. There's also something to be said about if he doesn't have a dungeon guide in his hand, he just needs to have some avenue to put cards down in order to level up to Storms here.
Yeah, definitely. And you're right as well. That's what he used to level up the 3 cards. Power overwhelming, arcane sight, and a voltaic sphere. His his banishment is looking good for all those levels right now. But if he cannot find a way to, if he cannot find like a fireball to kill Jin in his end phase, it's gonna be a bit rough, even with all those arcanes in banishment. Do see a scry disguise for 9, with on 9 levels, I believe, because it's a full Well,
Yeah, this is going to be a good way for him to find some of those tools that he needs. Like you said, cards like Fireball are going to go a long way here. We did already see those two Arcane Blast banished, so he's going to look to start finding some win conditions. Um, a huge way to see extra cards here. So it looks like he put most of them on the bottom, drew one into memory, so maybe not exactly what he was looking for. And really low influence here from Rai, so he's definitely going to have to take some time to claw back into this game.
yeah, yeah, not having that dungeon guide is a bit rough in terms of influence,
Hmm.
especially if he can't really get his engine going that fast like this. But at least he has the arcanes in banishment there. Then passes back the turn after the scry. Let's see. Jimmy gets the it's that backup charger. His influence is ever growing. It's also unfortunate here that Dot cannot use things like backup charger specifically here to increase his influence because it's just too low. That's the only drawback of backup charger, right? Because if your influence is too low, you can't really get the maximum value off of it. Of course, you can get it out, save it up, but even then, it's a bit rough.
Yeah, it's that sort of like the rich grow richer sort of thing, right? Like if you don't
Yeah.
have the resources to start compounding those extra cards, you're not going to be able to. We do have at least a Grand Crusader's ring in the Rye deck that he can hopefully use to get a little bit more influence on his next turn. And like we said, he'll get a turn or two here, but it's not that slow. So he's really gonna have to worry about Jin looking for a lethal line pretty soon.
So he's slowly chipping away with those one attack allies. It adds up. It might not look like a lot now, but Jin can survive long enough for all those little one attacks to add
Mhm.
up. Ooh. Dot banishes another arcane for I can't quite tell what that card is.
So it looks like it's a Tome of Sorcery. That's a new addition from AMB as well. It costs one, and then when it comes into play, if you're level 2 plus, Mage class bonus, you draw a card into memory. So it's going to replace itself, and then it has a Rest to empower one. So he's going to get a little bit of extra manipulation from his level here.
And he uses it to get out the good old Tome of Sacred Lightning for basically no cost here. And yeah, it's a different line from Tome of Knowledge because you here it goes more for the empowered line instead of the growing the influence because you can only rest it either for the Tome of Sacred Lightning's ability or the Tome of Sorcery. Oh, another Cry Disguise. This is the Rai is very good at this, right? Looking through his whole deck quickly and just stacking it in the perfect order. And that's where so much of the skill of it also comes from. You have to really plan your turns ahead and know what you're going to do, how you're going to draw cards. Make sure everything's in the correct order. You see what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, seeing 9 extra cards is a really big deal here, especially when you're only looking for a piece or two. We saw him banish that Peer into mana, which would have been a pretty good route for him to build up some influence this game, but we saw him banish that to his Tome of Sacred Lightning, so maybe that's not exactly the line he's looking for. We'll see if he's looking for some big, like, erratic bolts, or maybe he's looking to set up a big advent to the Stormcaller with this mnemonic charm in play. Makes that a little bit easier. But yeah, just definitely a dearth of knowledge here, being able to look at 9 cards and put them back how you choose. Looks like he did put quite a few on top as well.
It seems to be the opposite of last time.
Right.
He put barely anything on the bottom, kept everything on top. And now it's a game of sequencing everything correctly. Just figuring out how to best get through Jin's immortality.
Yeah,
His
that's
influence
something
is
to
unfortunately still quite low.
Right. Yeah, something to note about this ride deck is that a lot of the cards, aside from Fireball, like you had mentioned earlier, are slow speed. So even if he finds these big advents, these erratic bolts, all these arcane cards, every single one of them is slow speed. So he's going to need to set up sort of like a smaller kill turn on his own turn, and then hold up that Fireball for Jimmy's end step.
Yeah, yeah. It's very rough because you can't if you go for the overkill on Jin, and he has even if he just has the spear, the Shang-Chi, it's it's already enough, possibly to just kill you while he's still alive. So it's that's not really a viable strategy here either.
Hmm.
And then, like you mentioned, most things being slow speed and only Fireball being the only real kill spell that's fast speed, it makes him unable to lineage release as well.
Hmm.
So it basically stops him from that extra 6 health he could possibly get from it, which is quite rough here. Jimmy Lee seems to have played another creative shock that is 3 this game. Digging through even more cards on top of possibly drawing every turn for some just a little bit of life there. He does get the Shang-Chi, which means a lot of cards for him here. It is it is very scary, I think, here to be in Dot's boots here. Because your influence is so low and Jimmy's is just ever growing. His life is slowly going up, which is also generally that wouldn't be a bad sign, but in a Jin deck, you don't really want to see that. It's it's a bit scary.
Yeah, and it looks like only 2 cards in the hand of Dot as well, so he can't even represent something like a Spell Shield here. So maybe Jimmy's taking this opportunity to try to find a big swing with that Shuangji. Only at 16 damage counters, but yeah, like you said, you hate to see Jin dealing himself damage because he understands, the sort of repercussions that this sort of amount of cards that Jin can use to leverage with cards like Enrage and Relentless Outburst.
Yeah, yeah, and Jimmy has so many cards in hand that he could easily play a couple more clumsy apprentices. Have even more cards in hand, get some damage onto himself, or even even a card like that, right? Even
Oh, he's going to put down a Varrock as well to stop any sort of prevention shenanigans.
the
And it looks like he's going for
Enrage and
huge.
Rending Flames. Yeah, that's it's quite a bit. And Enrage, I believe you can't if you're the one that's being attacked here with Rending Flames, you can't choose to apply Enrage after, so that it will be double because it gives the attack itself +1,
Right.
unlike some other effects. So it was just more than enough.
Yeah, Clem, how good are
With
you at math? What was the number there?
too much,
Um,
too much.
Too much.
I'm not a I'm not a math person myself. It's too much.
This is 20 something. Enough to kill Rye. 24, says our lovely producer, who is good at math.
So used used everything there. It's I suppose it's one moment Jim was on 0 counters. 2 turns later, he was on 16 damage counters in rage, 20. Shuangji, Rending, it's more than enough. 24. I could have even if he didn't have any of the allies down, it could have been almost enough.
Yeah,
It's,
I love how these games like snowball out of nowhere, but both players at virtually 0 damage counters go to both players being nearly dead, obviously in Jin's control, but yeah, just an explosive game there from Jimmy. We'll see if it gets a little bit easier for Dot post sideboarding here. We do see 3 copies of Peaceful Reunion in the Rye deck that can come in and at least buy him a couple of turns against this Jin deck. There's also 2 copies of Disintegrate that can be used to deal with cards like Berserker Plate and Chuangji if they are on the board. Is there anything else you think's coming in here, Clem?
Mhm. No, I think you've got it perfectly right. The Tether in Flames could be a trap here, right? Because it's
Mm.
like, oh, they take damage, but
Oh,
the
true.
problem is they do take damage instead. Like sometimes they don't mind training off that life for the extra damage counters they get onto themselves.
Mhm.
And then what about Jimmy? Do you
Looks like
see?
on Jimmy's side we have 1 copy of Incapacitate to make a 3rd copy across his main and his sideboard. That will obviously be good against this action-based spell deck. And then we also see a copy of Crimson Prescience, same deal, 2 in the main deck, adding 1 from the sideboard, which is Jin's sort of version of a spell shield if he does need to protect himself from something like a fireball.
Yeah, I feel like if you have the Crimson Prescience, then you're just golden.
Hmm.
If you're in Jin's shoes, because you just need to have probably just one for the one end step. They they use their fireball in, and then it's gone. And then next turn you just survive, hit back for more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, something about that's interesting about the way that that works is, as we mentioned in game one, I think Fireball is the only card that Rai has access to that can sort of deal the finishing blow in Jin's end step. And so, if Jin wants to get the extra turn, he can just cast that Crimson Prescience in his main phase, and there's no like real response that Rai can have because he's not going to Fireball you in his main phase. Then he gets to pass pretty safely through his end step.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. And there isn't even anything else in Jimmy Lay's sideboard that would be useful here. It's more he seems he's more afraid of allies and Razor Gales than Rai, which is I feel like it's a very fair fear to have. Rai cannot, as we've mentioned many times. You mentioned as well. Rai is just pretty pretty useless here, unfortunately. Unless he has the fireballs, and even then, Jin just has so many answers to that that it's not a problem.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was happy to see this matchup round one, and Dot probably feeling very much the opposite. Doesn't want to see Jin players sitting across from him this weekend.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And then Jimmy immediately with that turn one clumsy apprentice, immediately getting in the 2 damage. It's nice to see a clumsy apprentice having even more of a use, on top of just already being a wonderful card. The damage being relevant and something you want to see just makes it so much better. It's so nice to see.
Yeah,
It
for a
seems that
long
Dot
time.
just it seems
Um,
that Dot just drew 6 and passed. But drew 7 for his turn and passed.
yeah, maybe they liked what they saw off their glimpse, I guess, which is not a bad thing. Maybe they're holding up something like a creative shock in Jimmy's end step here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
Yeah, I was gonna agree with Clumsy seeing some more play. She was sort of relegated to the like aggro decks, being a ally that has some amount of power that replaces herself. But now we're seeing her see some play in Jin, where the damage to herself is pretty relevant.
Yeah, yeah, do agree. And did you catch if Dot put anything on the bottom, or if he kept everything on top and just went with it? Did he have the perfect opener here?
Yeah, I think you're right. Like I didn't catch him glimpsing anything to the bottom, so he might have just kept his hand, which is a good sign for a Rye player. Creative Shock's a great way to start off this game, and we have to assume that's what he's thinking about here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's the one rough thing about webcam games. You can't really see the player's hands.
Right.
Hard to predict. Hard to see what they're putting down. What they're up to. But I think you're absolutely right. With with most likely has creative shocks in hand, and with 7 influence, he can creative shock twice as well, if he needs to.
Mhm.
Just the ideal start here. It seemed like there was some confusion about some cards on the table, I believe. Or at least that's what it looked like as we were talking.
Yeah, we'll get that resolved and see what the deal is. Looks like we're still on Jimmy's second turn of the game here. Just figuring that out. Looks like we're doing a quick count of some material decks and figuring what the issue is. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that all sorted out with our lovely judge staff.
Seems
Okay, so it looks like there was some sort of problem here. We'll get the update from our producer once we know what happened. But it looks like the players are shuffling up. Maybe some sort of deck list error is gonna put these players to game 3.
it seems that Jimmy got a game loss for an improper deck here. So we will be going to game 3 immediately. That was last game. Okay, so there were 2 cards that were on top of his material deck that were not shuffled into his main deck. I
Looks like
assume
it's
this was a sideboarding issue.
yeah, it's a little bit early for Jimmy as well. So mistakes happen. Happens to the best of us. I'm sure I've done that a dozen times. Feels a little bit bad for our Rye player who, like you'd said, kept the perfect opening 6, and I'm sure they were feeling pretty good about that game. But you know, a win's a win, right? Go to game 3, see
Win's
if
a
we can
win.
do that again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you have to always be vigilant, even though it's so early in the morning. You have to make sure to keep everything proper. Keep up the integrity of the game, not fumble. But it's fixed now, so we will still have an entertaining game 3 here. Hopefully, the right player will once again have his perfect
Right.
6. Hopefully, Jimmy will also have his perfect opener, and then we'll have a very entertaining match here.
I'm gonna try to forward that narrative that 11 a.m. is far too early for anyone to be doing anything reasonable. So
I've been going to sleep at 11 a.m.
yeah.
recently, so I do agree it's a bit early. It seems that both players checked their decks again, making
Right.
sure everything was correct. After that, they are extra vigilant not to misplace anything. I also feel like the slab is probably part of why why he missed those 2 cards. If he puts them on top, they can cover up anything under it, which is a
Right.
bit unfortunate. But
Yep, that makes sense.
it happens.
We can blame Aethne for taking up too much space.
Yeah. And alright. Players are cutting the decks. Seems that we are going into game 3 here. Yeah, Jimmy starts again. Probably Dot once. Right, game 2, Dot let Jimmy start. Which probably makes him, he wants the influence. Wants Jimmy's influence to be lower, his influence to be the same. And on a Serene Spirit, that is what you want. Even though they're both racing to level 3, I feel like here you would value the influence more in most cases, especially since he cannot release his spirit if he wants to play. Get Jin when he's not watching. He kept the 6 again. All right, that's good.
Running
You
good.
love to see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And once again, he just passed his turn, it seems, with the creative shock, discarding a stalwart shield main. Why
I mean, draw 7
the
pass 1 in
creative
the last game, right?
yeah. That creative shock should not have gone to banishment. It feels I think it's really early for Jimmy. He just grabbed both the creative shock and stalwart, put them both in banishment. Even though should have only been the stalwart. And but leveled up, recollected, goes swinging with the clumsy. Dot paying 3 for the resolute stand. You know, stop any chip damage that Jimmy could deal. It could be really influential if Jimmy plays once again something like an enrage on 16 damage counters, which was just 24, just one off, which could be that potential lethal later.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And we needed to see some cards go down as well, right, to be able to level up. Does seem a little bit odd after keeping the 7, unless they're just like glimpsing so lightning fast that we can't see it. Seems a little bit odd to be playing the resolute stand there, but we'll see what the turn 2 looks like on the Rye player's side.
Yeah. Did he just once again level up and pass? It seems so.
Yeah, seems like that is what happened. Maybe again they were holding that creative shock and they saw that there was going to be 1 damage coming in from clumsy, so they figured they might as well cash in this resolute stand because they're going to have to cast something to level up anyways. So maybe we will see that creative shock in their end step here once again. But yeah, definitely some odd plays. I mean, the problem with Rise sometimes is so many of your cards are arcane and level 3 base that sometimes you just draw a hand that doesn't have any functional cards. Looks like we do have another resolute stand here. Seems to be the plan.
Yeah, it worked so far. It's keeping that 1 damage off every turn. And then oh, he has the turbocharge, a backup charger into that turbocharge. He's popping off with his influence right now. That's 3 cards this turn. Alright, seems the creative shock was put into graveyard. It's it's a wonderful turn for Jimmy so far. That
Yeah, is that his hand? It's huge.
yeah, on level 1, that's massive. That's exactly what you want to see. And the cremation ritual as well. That's his influence. This is what good old Fire Warrior does. I feel like we've forgotten in the flurry of slimes how
Mm.
good this deck can be, how many cards it can see. Both of these decks are like older in terms of their archetypes, and I love to see that. Oh, a Spell Shield and Arcane Blast again. Our Arcane Blast is not that bad, but the Spell Shield, I feel like it's a bit rough.
Yeah, I think
As
you
we
definitely want to hold on to those. That's going to be one of your important cards. But that's the chaotic nature of Rye and the Arcane deck. Is it's not up to dot what could Spanish. He just has to hope for the best.
yeah, you need those arcanes in banishment. And if that's all you have, it might just be the better play for them to make the
Mhm.
trade-off for the level. And the creative shock from Jimmy. Jimmy is popping off with how many cards he's skiing right now. Who needs Scry Disguise when you just have all of these card draws? And Fast Gear, even though it doesn't recover any for him, it's that extra float he needs to go up to level 2 immediately. It's interesting that Dot just holds his hand up, keeps protects himself and keeps on passing. His influence slowly going down, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like just 4, 5 cards maybe in the hand of Dot, which is not exactly where you want to be. Hopefully, they're going to be able to find something like a dungeon guide next turn, which allows them to use their materialized step to grab a GCR or a backup charger to sort of offset that influence. But yeah, it's definitely a rough spot to be in. It looks like Jimmy has like 15 cards in his hand or something ridiculous. Do you see a
Yeah,
dungeon guide
obviously
from
the
Jimmy now
dungeon
too?
guide.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see with all those cards, it had to have been there.
Hmm.
He just Well, the odds were in his and another dungeon guide. Yeah, there was seeing so many cards so early on. The odds are absolutely in your favor for a dungeon guide, and he had two. Is also what you want to see, right? If you're going up, it's easy to decide what you want to lose there. Just alright, get rid of the dungeon guide. Another clumsy for that damage and to replace herself. Oh, and a hasty. This is the good old package. You love to see this if you're Jimmy here. He has everything. He has the damage slowly taking up on himself. He has the floating for the Shuangji or the plate later. He has influence. He's level 3. He's in a very comfortable spot right now. Dot, however, goes for the backup charger. A bit behind. However, he can still easily catch up with a dungeon guide or really, and the dungeon guide is the best thing here, but he has so many ways to protect himself that it's just not a problem if he has the influence for it, which is what the backup charger is for. Is that 3 for dungeon guide? 4?
Or.
Oh. Or for peaceful. Love to see that. That is exactly the protection I was just talking about. But it also allows Jimmy to have like a peaceful turn, pun intended, where he can do just build his influence even more, build his board, just get his damage onto himself, draw cards, slowly creep up his own damage, and then clap back once there's no more peaceful reunions.
Yeah, this is not exactly where you want to be as Rai. It is nice to have that turn off, but you would rather have this turn off while you can be at level 3 and like have your Tome of Sacred Lightning to start like furthering your win condition, right? Where it seems like Dot here is just spinning wheels, which is not exactly where they want to be. We're gonna have to see them go to level 3 next turn. And so, yeah, I think you're exactly right. Jimmy is firmly in the driver's seat of this game, and we'll see if Dot can claw them their way out of it and find some sort of lethal line. But it's definitely going to be tough with only 5 influence available to them.
Yeah, yeah. I well, uh, he's leveling up with a dungeon guide in memory. Alright, I believe he's leveling up. He didn't. I don't
Yeah, that's
believe
what it
there's
looks
anything
like.
else that would cost 3 right now. That is interesting because I feel like here if you're putting the dungeon guide down and
Mhm.
risking if you're going for as many arcane cards of banishment as possible, I don't think you would put the dungeon guide down here because then it decreases your chances. Well, if you use the dungeon guide, you save yourself a materialization and you also guarantee the arcanes and banishment. But I think Dot was trying to maximize the amount of arcane cards he would have down. A disintegrate. Cool. That is, I like disintegrate. It's a very powerful card in this matchup as well. Targeting the breastplate there, which will take away 7 life from Jin, making his cap 25. Which is it does matter. But 28, because he's a warrior, which is ultimately still a lot less. He doesn't have as much room to play around with as he would normally.
And it looks like it's important enough that he fires off an in cap to protect that Berserker's plate. So, yeah, definitely was
Yeah.
going to be something that he didn't want to see, so he's going to spend those resources instead of, saving those end caps for something that could threaten his life total. He's going to use it to protect his Berserker's plate here.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's also the 3 damage and card draw that
Mm-hmm.
he gets. Probably that's what he values a lot more here than the 7 life because he has enough cards that recover that it's not a worry that he's gonna run out of that. But the card draw is even in that this much influence, the card draw is extremely relevant. You want your influence as high as possible here.
Yeah, and if Rye's not dealing you any damage, which he really isn't here, you do also need a source to deal yourself damage. Otherwise, a lot of your cards are pretty ineffectual. So he's going to protect that plate too. Still, yeah, like you said, give himself some extra influence. You can never have too many cards in hand, but also to be able to have that out to deal himself some damage to start building towards these big enrages and these big Xuanji turns.
Yeah, yeah. It's a bit scary in Fear of Rye as well because you can't use your usual strategy of okay, I will start chipping with Dungeon Guide and then if I have enough, I will just do whatever I can just to deal damage because that makes Jin just more powerful,
Mm-hmm.
and it's definitely a scary matchup for Rye. Jimmy with that chalice of blood already. I wonder if he's gonna deal a lot of damage to himself this turn or just preparing for the next turn, building up here. It's not that hard, not that difficult to deal 10 damage to himself. He gets 3 from the plate. The Shuangji, I believe, deals 10 damage. But
I
5
believe
damage,
it's
5
five.
damage to him. Yeah, but apologies. I was thinking about the end total of 10. And if he has another clumsy, it could be 9. It's close enough. I feel like it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah,
You can
especially
just
with
start
cards like
adding
Proof
it
of
up.
Life and Chuangji at his disposal. I have big PTSD from double Proof of Lives into Chuangji, so we'll uh we'll see if that's what he goes for. It looks like Dot does get at least one
Yeah.
more turn though.
He is safe. Oh, there's the tome again. He lost another dungeon guy. He has so many. It's unfortunate to see dungeon guys this late into the game. Oh, an
Mhm.
arcane sight for the level. Probably digging for that fireball because if Jimmy goes higher on damage counters here, if he nears that 20, then an end phase fireball could be enough. Unless, of course, he has any kind of prevention, which, with this much influence, there's bound to be, unfortunately, at least one Crimson Prescience in there. Not going for the Tome of Sacred Lightning again, as Rai does, swapping books.
Yeah, looks like just doing some digging. We did find one copy of Careful Study. That is a good way for Rye to dig themselves out of this sort of influence problem. So maybe that's what Dot's looking here is for some more copies of Careful Study, just a way to build up that influence through those Enlightenment counters. Because I think it's going to be pretty hard to find any sort of lethal line here with as few cards as they have. So we'll see what they can find. I'm not sure if they're playing cards like Arcane Disposition as well. And take a look at their list. Looks like they're on
Going
Arcane
down.
Disposition as well, so they could find that to build up their influence just a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and the Scry Disguise to actually go and find what he needs. Once again, digging through his whole deck for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus 3 from 6 levels from the Arcanes and Banishment. Plus the 3. Quite a few cards.
Yeah, 9 is a lot. That's definitely the numbers that you're looking for with these Scry the Skies. Usually gives you enough to find what you're looking for. Looks like we do have that extra 1 level from the Arcane site that resolved this turn as well. So 10 cards, huge. Gonna see if they can find some Careful Studies, some Arcane Dispositions, maybe. I think ideally they want to pass the turn with shields up, at least so that Jimmy has to find something like an Incapacitate or a Varrock to get through a Spell Shield, but they might not have that option. So we'll see what they end up going for here.
Yeah, yeah. Seems it's pretty even split for Dot for what he keeps on top, what he puts on
Mm.
bottom. With 4 to the bottom, 6 on top. And I believe you're right. He does have 3 cards in hand, which could absolutely be a spell shield. The unfortunate thing is, with 5 influence, he can't have both a fireball and a spell shield up for the end of the turn. So if he protects himself, then he cannot kill Jin in their end phase. And if he doesn't, then he might die, because 10 is very close to the amount where Jimmy can just pop off with damage. He goes for the Grand Crusader's ring there for even more influence. But
Yeah,
you're
never too
still
many
before,
cards.
yeah, you're still before even before recollection. He draws 2 cards and then 1 per turn. That's already 3. This is where something like a Tithe Proclamation would come in handy.
Mm.
Even more cards drawn, or possibly a Mandate. Obviously not in a Ride deck, but this is where you can see the power of what Mandate of Honor would have, because Jimmy could not be drawing any cards right now. Unfortunately, it's not possible in a Ride deck to have Mandate. Oh, and Clumsy for another 2 damage. 15 damage counters currently. And way too many cards to count in hand. You can just
Yeah.
see him going through his hand, just endlessly riffling through the cards.
It's that same sort of situation that we were in last game where he was up around 15, 16 life and was able to find a lethal line. He doesn't have Shuangji out, so it might be a little bit harder this turn. And he might be worried about having a spell shield deployed by Dot, so maybe he's going to take a little bit more of a patient approach. I mean, if Jimmy's holding a bunch of copies of Crimson Impressions in his hand, he can feel like pretty safe here. As we mentioned a couple of times, there's so much that Rye does that's at slow speed. So Jimmy really just wants to look for the perfect slot to go for lethal instead of like pushing it too early and maybe leaving himself vulnerable.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe one card we forgot for the spell shield is Varuk,
Yeah.
which he played in the first game. So if I think he's keeping up that Crimson Prescience and waiting for not playing the Varuk yet, just so he can materialize the Shuangji next turn, and then on his kill turn, because his influence is so high, he can just comfortably play Varuk and not worry about anything there. Oh, it seems that Dot took out the Chalice, denying another 2 cards from Jimmy.
Yeah, really interesting to grab the Alcahest here that has that ability to blow up zero cost regalia as long as you're level 4 plus. You use that to get rid of the Chalice of Blood. Wants to limit Jimmy's influence a little bit, but it might be too little too late here. Jimmy holding on to 10 odd cards.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. And then Dot going for the Mnemonic Charm to draw into memory. But
Mhm.
before the Unenter could resolve, I believe he will be activating the ability of the Tome of Sacred Lightning, banishing 1 from memory to draw 1 into hand. Using an Arcane Disposition there, I believe.
Yeah, so really valuing keeping cards up because that Arcane Disposition would be an out for him to get some more influence. But should he use it, you do have to sort of go shields down, as Arcane Disposition does have you discard your hand at the end of your turn. So looks like he's really valuing keeping up cards like those spell shields and trying to survive as many turns as he can.
Indeed, then banishes that Voltaic Sphere for the ability to make his next arcane element spell cost 1 less. The mnemonic charm to empower his next empower to his next spell. Oh, and it was for the Advent.
Advent for 11. The bigger brother of Scry the Skies going to look at 11 cards and banish some of them. Again, being slow speed means that it's not really going to threaten Jimmy Lee here, but it is going to allow Dot to look at 11 cards, banish any number of arcane cards, which will give him some extra levels to maybe get another advent or some large fireballs in the end of Jimmy's turn, and then any of the cards that he wants to keep, he can put on top or on bottom.
I believe it should be 13 in the end, because he
Oh,
had
true, from the
the
Empower too.
everything
Yeah.
because of Yeah. And power is a powerful mechanic still. Shouldn't
Mhm.
be scoffed at just because it counts for your next spell of the turn. Still still scary. There is no fireballs in those 13 cards there. There's a resolute stand, a spell shield.
I think he
Right.
might be hiding a fireball under this resolute stand towards the top. Looks like he's pulling out all the arcane cards, and then yeah, I believe under that resolute is a fireball, but we'll see what he ends up doing. Looks like he's just going to opt to banish some of these arcane cards. A little bit of damage, clear some of these allies off of the board, but most importantly for Rai, he's going to get those extra permanent levels, which are going to pay dividends later into the game.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always still scary to put fire cards in a fire player's graveyard.
Hmm.
But it seems that he just goes for the Lyrax to face. So Jimmy is on 19 damage counters here. Very close to that 20 threshold for Enrage, where it would discount it by 2. Although with all his Jimmy's influence, it's really not that scary. And then the reducing the cost by 2 doesn't matter too much. Although you never know, that 2 might be enough to just get him off of the exact amount he needs. And it's definitely a scary spot to be in. Jin on 19 damage counters here. And Dot with 2 or 3 cards in hand, so he's still is only able to either spell shield himself once or use the fireball. Which, if Jimmy has the Varrook, the spell shield unfortunately is not too useful. But I believe that's 2 cards, so he can't even do either of those.
Yeah,
Jimmy
a bit
does go.
unfortunate. There was a large amount of cards put on top from Dot here, but he doesn't have that. Usually, Rai, after these advents, needs one access of card draw, either a Tome of Sacred Lightning or 3 Enlightenment counters or an Arcane Sight, to sort of grab those cards off the top of his deck, cards like Careful Study, to like keep churning through those cards he put on top. But looks like Dot didn't have access to that, so he's just going to pass with 2 cards up, which I think is pretty scary. And I think Jimmy sees the writing on the wall here that he does have an opening, and he goes ahead and grabs that Shuangji to hopefully look for a lethal line.
Yeah, Shuangji here, it gets +1 attack for every 5 damage counters. So that is +6, so it attacks for 7 currently.
Casual 7.
Yeah. And plays an Enrage for another 7 or 6 or another 7, 6 or 7 extra.
You ready to do some math,
Much.
Clem? It's math time.
This is my weakness.
We do see that Varrock that you mentioned
Enrage
as
is
well.
Enrage is for every 4. So it is for a lot more than I thought. For 9 and then another Enrage and then Rending Flames and then Baruch. Well, Baruch first and then Rending Flames.
Rending Flames for 50 million damage. Enough to get the job done through Varrock. I don't think there's anything that Dot can really do here. Just has to say, yeah, is that enough? Cool. He does still have access to that Serene Spirit, which he does really need fire cards. But if it is able to get him out from lethal here, we could see that. But I think this number is just far too large with the double enrage into Shuangji Rending Flames. I think was for 30 something. I think
Yeah,
our lovely producer said it was an attack for 20, so it'd be 40 damage.
I believe it was too much. I
Yeah.
believe it was 20 before the double, because of the first enrage was for 9, and then the second enrage was for 10. That's 19 already. It's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I think something that you said while we were looking at that game is that's just definitely not the matchup that this Rye player wants to see. So, unfortunate. The two, like, I would say pretty niche decks that we saw in round one had to face off against each other. I'm sure that both of these players were preparing for a field full of Wind Allies and Slimes and Nico players, and then they find the other combo deck across from them in round one. Is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if your goal is to just have a big burst of damage like you do with Rai. It's definitely a lot more rough going into Jin
Right.
with his immortality. It's scary. You're absolutely right. I think it's unfortunate, but it happens. It's not always lost for Dot either.
Hmm.
It's there's a lot of invites going around. If he just keeps on winning after this, he can
Yeah,
still
six
make it.
more rounds to go, and that's 6-1 is still a record that probably makes you top eight, I think, at an event like this. So yeah, definitely not out for the count, but good, great played by both our players as well. I love to see Jimmy playing these combo decks. He's just so good at it. It's a new deck to him. I mean, the deck's only been out for a month now since AMB released, but he looked just so comfortable on that deck, which it's very much a play style that I think fits him.
Yeah, it's right up his alley with the slowly build up and then oh look, I win. With the one big attack as well. It's the
Hmm.
same idea as
Right.
the Tenoris deck.
Yeah, right at home for sure.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But that one,
Definitely very familiar.
that one went pretty quick. I think we should actually have some time between this match and the next. It looks like we have a bit of time, about 15-ish minutes left before our next round.
Yeah, yeah. Was fast, I believe. It might have even been even faster if Jimmy didn't receive that game 2 loss.
Sure, yeah.
Because I as much as I believe in Ryan, as much as I love Ryan, it's just a terrible matchup for
Right.
for the deck, unfortunately here. It's not the best odds, but in general into the field, I think it has a chance. Not
Yeah,
all is
yeah.
lost, definitely.
Not so bad into those allies decks and the Slimes deck as well. Like Peaceful Reunion does a lot of work. They're playing the main deck Resolute stands, so they definitely have some outs to the allies decks. I think that's definitely what we see these players preparing for, especially looking at sideboards where both of those players are also like packing Fantasia hate for the Kongming Razor Gale deck. They definitely didn't really prepare, I think, for Rai or Jin on either side there. But unfortunately, I think just naturally, Rai is a pretty bad matchup into that Exia Jin deck.
Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate there. But
But like I said, I think we have about 10, 15-ish minutes until the next round. So we are going to throw it to a quick break before we bring you round two, and we will see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, guys, to the Yeti Online Regional for December. We're back with some sweet round two action. We got a little bit of a break, Clem, between our last match and this one, but looks like we're gonna have two very slow water decks going at it, so I don't think we're gonna get a break this time.
Yep, yep. I feel like even if the water decks are fast, the water into water matchup is just slow by default. There's so much control going on, then
hmm
it just takes a while. It's like slimes.
It's like slimes, but a little different. Looks like we have one of our players playing a Merlin water Merlin deck, going Kongming level 1 into Merlin. If you guys know how I feel about that, I feel the ways about what they've done to poor Kongming. On the other side, we have the Sylvie Nico deck. So starts off as a tamer deck with like Rippleback Terrapins and stuff like that, and then transfers into that Nico late game with your Mage Bane Lash and your Ravishing Finales and such. So
Yeah,
I think that probably this Nico deck is going to be the aggressor. If I had to guess, they're going to have to fight through some crux nonsense. 4 copies of Harmonious Mantra in the Merlin deck, so definitely going to be a long one, I think.
yeah. There are the 4 fireballs with the Imperial Seal as well.
hmm
Going for the prismatic touch.
The Prismatic Touch, indeed. We got the one intangible guys too to rebuy that
Oh,
Imperial Seal. The spicy tech. There's also 4 copies of Frozen Quill in this deck, which I don't know. Gun to my head, I probably couldn't tell you the text, but I think that's the arrow that has floating memory, so they're I guess maybe using it for that.
let me.
Frozen Quill.
It does. It loads into a bow.
Yeah,
However, I see no.
what are they
It's
doing
not
with it?
Merlin with a bow here,
Oh, there is an
unfortunately.
intricate longbow in their deck.
Wait,
That's
it is?
crazy. Yeah, intricate
I
longbow
missed that.
in the
That's
Merlin deck.
Kongming into Merlin with a bow. It's
All
pretty
right.
cool.
Maybe they're cooking. They're cooking just a little bit.
I like it. I like it. It's pretty interesting and fun. Love to see experimenting here.
Yeah,
How do you
I'm
feel
a
about the
known
Sylvie
Merlin
deck
hater.
here?
I actually really
Merlin.
like the Sylvie deck. It's seen some success in the past couple of tournaments. And this looks like pretty stock to the Sylvie Nico deck that we saw see some success in Toronto. But yeah, I actually really like this deck in a meta like this. I think it sort of bridges the gap between these like very aggressive allies decks and something that does have a little bit more control. So excited to see some people still rocking it, but we'll see if it can get the job done against the boogeyman Harmonious Mantra deck.
Definitely. I do agree with the Merlin hate here. Merlin is Merlin has been the boogeyman since Fractured Crown, since she came out, because
This is
she's just so powerful.
your unbiased commentary from Clem and I. Definitely not rooting for anybody specific.
No, no, no. You would never. Nico starts here with the Serene Spirit, which
Well,
is interesting because she plays both. Well, Imes plays both spirits, and
hmm,
even though they started here, they went with the Serene Spirit to get the combo off. Get the cards they need with that perfect opener of the Fractal of Rain, which you want to see here.
yeah, definitely a good start.
Yeah. But if they know what their opponent is playing, then it's likely that they did it for the recover, to keep their health up. It can be significant against Merlin.
Yeah, in a world of allies players as well. I assume maybe if they're in the dark,
Yeah,
they want to play it a little bit safe and have that extra life pool, like you said, against the more aggressive decks.
absolutely, absolutely. Use that. Hear it. Going for the Frostworn with the Lost in Thoughts for 0. into a Frostworm Paladin. It's a wonderful opener. You know, keep your influence up. Get your big ally with intercept down immediately. Start hitting, possibly. I could
Yeah, a
see a
really.
fractal brain. It's
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
I think it's an interesting choice here if they decide to attack with this Frostborn Paladin. It looks like they didn't. You see like Serene, Water Spirit into Fractal Brain. You have to assume that they're on some sort of Nico deck, and so it looks like they're
Exactly.
gonna hold up this intercept for potential Icebound slams here on turn 2.
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say as well. It's
Same brain.
same brain. Not hating Merlin, not biased, same opinions. A fractal brain milling a floating memory is always so nice. No, it's exactly what you want to see in Nico here.
So Clem, if you're the Nico player here, do you slam the Icebound Slam anyway? Do you just like use it for the mill and get rid of this Frostborn, or do you think you hold on to it?
Like you hold on to it because with the Sylvie variant, you have so many allies
Hmm.
that you can just take out these interceptors with. That's the wonderful part of the Sylvie variant, that you can clear the board before you go for your big Icebound Slam Ravishing Finale turn and have not much to worry about. So I see a Chilling Touch. The brightness, I can quite. Can you make out what card with that Chilling Touch banished there?
I think ironically the card that was banished is indeed a frozen quill. So the jig is up, so to speak, that there are for some reason arrows in this Merlin deck, and if I'm the Nico player here, I am just like baffled what's going on.
It's a bit confused, yeah. And US was able to activate that Scepter of Luna
Mhm.
because both players are water. I don't think we've
Mhm.
seen this too much before, but now with the prevalence of water decks, it's definitely like an important line of text we shouldn't forget about. You can activate it during your turn. And you're at going to attack with the Frostworn here. Interesting.
Even
Unless they have another interceptor, of course.
yeah, maybe or they're making them have it. Say, well, play that Icebound Slam. If you got it, you got it. Looks like they're
Yeah.
gonna start with a Chilling Touch. No memories
There's
to grab.
yeah, that's
Ah,
unfortunate.
there it is.
Ah, yeah. Yes. The other Frostworn with the counter, drawing a card. Intercept for days here.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what you want to see as Merlin. Just have two interceptors. If things are looking very tough, you keep both of them up. If things are if things are a bit calmer like this, you just need to keep one of them up. Push push damage with the other one.
Yeah, terrific
One
start
of
though, for sure. I think that looking at the deck lists, I think the Sylvie Nico deck is probably the more aggressive deck, and so it's great to see the Merlin player like come off with an aggressive start to sort of keep up the damage race.
yeah, yeah. Mm. Both players only having played cards with chilling touch with floating memory
Yeah.
on them is pretty. This is a very water thing to do. Everything you see, it just has floating memory on it. Then Sylvinico going for the level up into Sylvie, and then pre-recollection, sacrificing that Scepter of Lumina for 5 to draw 2 cards, increase their influence.
Yeah, really valuing that influence gain from the scepter rather than the additional damage. They got their 4 points of damage from leveling up to 1, but realizing that they would rather have those extra cards in hand now rather than wait for that extra 4 damage when they go up to Nico level 2.
Yeah, yeah. You can see the value of fracturizing your own power cell token
Mm.
here. If you're not playing turbocharge in water, that's the most optimal thing to do here.
Hmm.
Get an extra fractal reservable thing so that your influence starts to matter less once you have so many fractals down. Icebound. You were interesting. You were right. He does go for the Icebound for the mill and to attack to take care of that Frostworm. One of the Frostworms.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the second one, right? Like once you see the second one come down, you're like, well, there's no way I'm ever gonna have an opportunity to Icebound Slam through both of these, so I might as well, rip it now.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. It goes for the rested one. There's quite a few. If I'm not sure if I saw correctly, but it seemed like there are 3 Cerulean Decrees in the Nico's grave already. I definitely saw 2,
Mm.
which is a bit unfortunate to see there. James Bounce and milling 3 float, 2 or 3 floating memory if I counted correctly.
Yeah, I think it was
It's
2, and that's not bad. We take
good.
those, right?
But, another a fractal rain on the Kongming Merlin side.
Hmm.
Kongming is very good.
Looks like our
How do you
Sylvie
feel?
player has done us a favor on coverage and has turned their floating memory sideways in their graveyard, so we can establish how many they have. Looks like 3 left after using this Bovine to... Oh, Bovine and Primordial Ritual to go up to Sylvie level, or Nico level 2, excuse me. Getting too confused, so many champions in play here.
Yeah, both players with a multi-champion deck here.
Hmm.
Now because he's back to 3 floating immediately from the fractal rain with that refracting missile. He didn't manage to utilize Sylvie's level 1, so I believe he probably has a ravishing finales and some good Nico cards in hand there. He does have seems he does have a bovine, but the bovine's still good because they still can mill for you.
Yeah, it's gonna have a tough
Even
time attacking here through this Frostworn Paladin defending. We'll see if they have another way to deal with it. Maybe he's okay with just trading this Bovine off for the Mill 2 and the floating memory. See what our Nico player decides.
unfortunately doesn't get the floating memory anymore because it's class bonus.
Sure.
That's what I was thinking as well. That it's if you mill like two bovines, it's
Hmm.
on Sylvie 1. It's perfect. But if at any point if you have more or if you forget that you don't make this class bonus and banish something else, it can be a very unfortunate situation where you lose out on the value from that.
Looks like
But
they
I
are
think
gonna go for the attack.
yeah, they mill another floating with the Lost in Thought. And the third bovine, unfortunately, it does not have floating, which you must make sure not to rotate the bovine anymore. Also helps them keep in mind the class bonus here. And he retaliates to kill the bovine, so Imes uses, or I believe he retaliated.
Yeah, it looks like retaliation was the declared after intercepts, and so Imez chose to primordial ritual the bovine because it was going to die to the retaliation anyways.
Yeah. Primordial being fast speed always trips me up a bit. It's
Hmm.
such a good card in Nico with
Really
the
underutilized too, I think.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I feel like it's more so used for floating memory fodder than anything else.
Hmm.
Even though it can be such a wonderful card in a case like, for example, this, or like in general, just to get that your graveyard up, graveyard count up. Ooh, living up to Merlin. Immediately think of floating here, which doesn't affect Imes too much here with all that floating and mill he gets every turn. And if he were shorter on floating memory, then it would definitely be an issue. Merlin level 2 here, but if he can get rid of the Frostworm Paladin, this is still not too rough of a position to be in.
Does set up our Merlin player to get that second counter on Kingslayer, though, on their first turn as Kingslayer. Looks like there was some thought put into playing a 3-cost card there, but they decided not to. They're just going to pass it back over, maybe worried about some potential negation available from the Nico player.
Yeah, and then Nico getting that Mage Bane Lash, possibly going for the kill turn here. Still having 3 floating memory in their graveyard, which would allow them to play a Ravishing Finale if they can take care of that pesky Frostborn Paladin
Mm-hmm.
holding up the fort there, the intercept. But their influence is quite big, so it's very possible. Like they very likely should have an answer here.
That
And
4 life does make it, like, unfortunately pretty hard to shift for the Nico deck other than attacking it. They're probably going to need multiple allies if they want to clear the way for something like a Ravishing Finale, and so that must be what they're calculating here. It's a little bit rough when the Merlin player, also playing a water deck, did pass with their entire hand up. So if you look to deploy multiple things to sort of clear the way, you might be met with some negation from the Merlin side as well.
yeah, definitely. It's I'm not sure about the influence, but a possible play here could be the Tidestone Bovine into a Refracting Missile,
Mm.
getting an additional float and taking care of the Frostworm Paladin there. I think they might be testing the waters first with the Bovine to see if he retaliates. But then I think here you might be scared of like as you mentioned, a negation spell for the Ravishing or Icebound that Emis might play. But that amount of influence, there is the Ravishing. Ooh, but they only have 1 card in hand, so they cannot pay for the any really negation spell.
Yeah, taking a look
However,
at the list here, it looks like the Merlin player actually is not running any negates in their list. So Nico's
yeah,
pretty free to do what she wants as long as the way is clear.
yeah, that is pretty interesting. However, probably if I don't know, I feel like it's always best to assume that
Hmm.
the player on the other side will have the negation spell associated with on water, and that also might be why Merlin is not playing any, right? Because the threat
Right.
of it is just so big that most people will play safe and play around all of your spells, and that is unfortunate that the Ravishing didn't get quite close enough to milling out the whole deck. That still is most of the deck gone. So definitely saw a Fireball there, some Dungeon Guides, quite a few float.
Yeah, just a couple. Yeah, it looks like 14 is the number. Just 1 or 2 floating memory available to our Merlin player. It doesn't look like they have a great way to utilize it. They're not playing a stratagem or any of the other cards that sort of rely on that excess of floating memory, but it is going to allow them to level up for free.
Yeah. It seems like they were going to do 12 for a Majestic Spirit and then forgot that they're not quite level 3 yet. So but he could. But that's still funny that he could just pay for the Majestic Spirit from the
Right.
floating that was milled. Don't think you see that very often. Because usually by this time your opponent is dead. As the opponent of
Mhm.
the Nico, you're dead. And you just can't get it out. But that's definitely an interesting moment. I think Aerith also got excited that finally they can just hard materialize the Majestic Spirit there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. And I think it's like actually something real to consider here. Like I don't think Merlin's going to be able to end the game this turn. And so next turn it's like pretty cheap to just materialize it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, it's that's not too much because you can't really do anything else with all the floating as
Right.
Merlin level 3. So might as well just pay your dues. I
Yeah,
think I
we'll
think
see.
definitely was part of excitement. Then
Yeah.
they forgot that this time level 3 is like, finally I get to do something so cool.
I mean, I'd be excited too. I've literally never seen that in all of my time playing Grand Archive. So,
Yeah.
looks
They
like
go
we're gonna
for
do it
the
the lame way. We're gonna get an Incarnate Majesty to just put it into play as it was designed.
the conventional way.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
But this is a really big deal. Incarnate Majesty is incredibly hard for Nico to shift. She was gonna have a hard time getting through that Frostworn Paladin as it is, and now this 410 that is equally thorn in Nico's side is going to be really difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. It is rough once it's out, and once the Majestic Spirit is out, you don't there isn't many things that Emis can do other than I don't even know. Icebound Slam
Hmm.
with the lash, possibly if they have enough counters.
Yeah, I think that does it, but that is definitely, not your A plan. Definitely not what you would like to do with those Icebound Slams. But, like you said, that might be their only way to get through it. So that might have to be the route to victory in this case.
Yeah. And then seems that Nico just attacks into the Frostworn, take out an interceptor, and then hopefully build up their next turn if they can take care of that
Hmm.
Incarnate Majesty. The good thing here is that the Ravishing Finale still mills Merlin out, even if they can't deal too much damage, as long as they can just get the Ravishing through. It's enough to win the game here. That's the interesting part about these alternative win conditions is that sure you might have your average your everyday damage prevention, but there is not much you can do against mill other than be faster.
Yeah, and something to consider too, like even if the game does end up going long, as water decks are wont to do, Merlin Kingslayer is not an optional ability to draw that card, and there are pretty few cards in Merlin's deck right now that even just like naturally they could run out of cards now after that first Ravishing.
Yeah, yeah, it might be a bit more than 0, but it's still very, very close and with all the cards they draw. Especially if they will go for the Frostborn draw here as well to get the extra counter. They are running dangerously low, and if Nico can just survive long enough,
Hmm.
it can very likely, still be enough the mill here. What do you think is under the Quicksilver Grill here?
That's a great question. I don't know that any of the traditional Nico pieces are going to be super useful here, like Vapor Jet Shield and Terrafraying not going to be super useful. We could see it be something like Smoke Bombs. That is one of the ways that this Nico deck does have to get through the intercept on that Incarnate Majesty. It could also be Blinding Orb, which forces the opponent to put a couple of cards down if you're trying to get through some pieces of interaction.
Yeah, those are definitely likely. I do feel like you got it right with smoke bombs because if they can just take care of once again the new Frostborn that's there, the interceptor,
Right.
they can very likely just hit for enough. Oh, there's a Cerulean
Yeah,
for the crux site there.
just doing a little bit of taxing. I think they should be able to pay for it, but Nico smartly realizing that these negation spells aren't really going to actually negate anything anymore, so you can cash this Cerulean in for the card that replaces itself and make Aerot's turn just a little bit more cumbersome.
Yeah, yeah, but it's enough. It's not quite enough to stop the Pendragon here.
It's never enough, Clem. It's never enough.
Yeah, if I forget. Darkseid also draws a card. He draws whatever you want and an additional card, so you can have your Pendragon back and immediately get the value off of it, and then start attacking.
Yeah, we'll see if they go for it. It is a little bit risky here. It would be all of the cards in their hand, so it could be met with something like a title lock, but maybe that doesn't matter. They're just trying to close the door as fast as possible. They do realize that they are on a somewhat real clock with the amount of cards in their deck, so we'll see what they end up opting for.
Yeah. Oh, and a Storm of Thorns to just prevent as much damage as they can. You know, it won't kill anything, but that one less damage, that could very possibly be what they need here. But that also makes them, only have one card left in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So Merlin can safely go for the Pendragon here without much worry about any negation spell. It seems like we're checking life because of the Storm of Thorns, which rendered 1, making the damage from the Majestic Spirit a total of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is the Pendragon, drawing 2 cards. Your average Pendragoning.
It's starting to look
Values.
a little bit scary here. There's a lot of cards in the hand for this Merlin player, and so we could see something that you mentioned when we were talking about deck lists. We could see that Imperial Seal into some fireballs, depending on how many are actually left in their deck. I know we saw a couple milled with that Ravishing Finale, but they might still have access to enough to find lethal next turn.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. Nico going for that Vapor Jet Shield. I think that was mostly to get as much floating out of their graveyard as possible. Get the lash counters for the extra damage. And the mill here. I wonder if they can take care of both interceptors here. It seems that's exactly what they're thinking about. And then
Yeah, seems like not. Looks like they're going to just opt to deal with the Frostborn this turn. And then maybe if they can get one turn without two interceptors on board, they can leverage that smoke bombs and able to get through. But yeah, it looks like they didn't have an answer for one or the other, so they're just going to deal with it the old-fashioned way by attacking it. But that does leave them at a pretty precarious life total. The combination of Vapor Jet Shield, Magebane Lash, and the Serene Spirit does mean that they have a lot more life than they're letting on, but still not something that is unattainable for a deck like Merlin.
yep. And they already have 7 damage on board.
Right.
-1 from each, so 5, but since Merlin is going to be on even level counters here, it's definitely I believe they don't play Prismatic Edge, but if they have any other card, I believe they still have the Quill in hand.
Yeah,
So
they're intricate
they could
longbow.
yeah, it could be going for that, but it seems that is not what they're going for. Is that the tome again?
Yeah, it does look like a Tome of Sorcery being grabbed.
Mage players. Empower
Really?
is a fantastic mechanic. I would absolutely, you know,
Yeah.
just the free empower you get off of it, and with the card as well, the card draw. It's a wonderful card. But Era going dangerously low on uh deck size here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a second Pendragon, which is still 7 damage total currently.
I'm getting a little worried here, Clem. I think there's like 2 cards left in that library. They've got to find a lethal line here, or it's I think gonna be all over.
Yeah,
Especially
but
with a fractal of rain on their opponent's board, they can use that to mill their opponent, put them into a situation where they draw a card and lose the game.
yeah. Oh, a Storm of Thorns for another one. Yeah, that takes that 7 damage
Mm.
right down to 4, which is not enough. This time it's not even close enough. And they have to deal 5 damage. So they have to have 5 units that deal at least 3 damage, or 1 damage that deals 7,
And that's not
which
even
is
counting the Serene Spirit that'll give them 6 extra life. So I think it's like probably impossible for Merlin to find enough damage here, especially without Imperial Seal in play.
yeah, you're
They're
you're
paying
right.
for something though.
Serene Spirit is still there. Is that the quill?
That is the quill.
The bow. The data are a
Doing
bit
some quick
difficult.
math.
Math is hard, and in this matchup, you really need to do math well. Let's see if Merlin, if Nico has it, because it's still not completely guaranteed here. Well, depending on how many cards are in that library, because it can be anywhere from 1 to possibly more, possibly
Hmm.
10. I it's, this the smoke bombs is comes out. So it wasn't smoke bombs under the Grail.
Yeah,
I
so it must be Blinding Orb. We might see them deploy that as well. But yeah, they use the smoke bombs here to give the Majestic Spirit stealth. For anyone who's wondering how that works, as it has intercept and now also has stealth, it cannot be declared as a legal target. So it effectually loses intercept. So it will allow Nico to get through for those final points of damage or for those final cards of mill with something like a Ravishing Finale.
well, refractive missile for 3, I believe, into Merlin directly.
Yeah, that must be the case. And then it looks like we're seeing a fracturized targeting. It's a
Refresh.
whirlwind of things happening. So we're seeing a fracturized, not sure what the target is there, and then we're also seeing a Coriolis ward targeting Merlin to give her a little bit of protection. That is protection equal to your level, so it's going to be quite a lot. It's going to be a level +1, so it's 8 points of protection placed on Merlin from the Coriolis ward, and then I believe the fracturized targeting the Quicksilver Grail.
It is a blinding orb Bundarin. So your second guess was also correct. And immediately banishing it as well. Forcing Merlin to put down cards.
Yeah, we might have an issue here if this refracting missiles was targeting Merlin. Merlin should actually have Spell Shroud from Incarnate Majesty, I believe. I'm not sure what. So okay, all right, we're figuring it out. It looks like the Fracturize was targeting the Mage Bane Lash, which is a little bit more reasonable. Does take that large attack off the board, as Nico does have 8 Lash counters. And then we're just trying to figure out where this refracting missiles is pointed.
Yeah. Yeah, because it does target. It's interesting, but definitely it's more likely as the safer play to go and fracturize the Mage Bane Lash here. Because
Mhm.
it does add an additional damage to refracting missile, but that one additional damage is not as relevant as the loads that you get from the Mage Bane Lash there.
Yeah, and if this refracting missiles isn't big enough to deal with anything important, like obviously it's not going to kill this Incarnate Majesty, I think it's probably fine if a missiles takes out something like a Ghost of Pendragon.
Mm. I believe Coriolis Ward is also nice. spell, which would also be that.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. It is a spell. So yeah, we'll see where these are targeting. It is possible. It's hard for us here in the booth to determine on webcams what's happening in a water mirror. These refracting missiles could be pointed at a ghost and Pendragon, and we could see that the Coriolis ward is being targeting that ghost, the Pendragon, or whatever the missile seems to be targeting. So we're gonna figure it out. It looks like the judge has intervened, and we're figuring it out. It looks like it was probably Merlin was the target of both of these. And Clem, you're
Yeah,
exactly right that not only is refracting missiles illegal, but also the
oh, the
Coriolis ward
cover.
is a spell. Yeah,
That's the spooky thing with Spell Shroud. It affects everybody. You can't
yeah,
just go and target yourself. It would be quite powerful if it was only your opponent, but it stops everybody. And luckily, the game state was still able to be reversed.
yeah,
The stack was put back to exactly how it was before everything was off. But but yeah, it's easy to forget with so many skills around as well. But generally, mage cards are spells.
yeah. It's
Then no,
definitely a hard matchup to navigate, and in these circumstances, it does make it a little bit harder. So you gotta, give our players a bit of a break. There's a lot going on here, but we're gonna make sure that we get everything fixed with our wonderful judge staff. It's gonna make sure that everything resolves correctly as we recreate this stack and probably just choose new targets for these spells that can't target Merlin.
yeah, yeah. Oh, that seems we're going back.
Might just be
We're go
rewinding
because
completely.
because you can't even play the card to target Merlin here.
Right.
You are you could choose new targets, but I feel like that's if because we everything just resolved, it's still not. With the Quicksilver Grill as well,
Yeah, it
it
does make
might
it a
be a
little
bit.
bit tricky.
But everything just happened, so we're not too far where the game state cannot be reversed anymore. We just need to keep track of everything, go back to exactly how things were. Because technically you can't really play the refracting missile targeting Merlin. You would have to
Right.
target something else, but
So it
it's
looks like
always just it's difficult.
yeah, we've made it. We've reround. We're back where we started. So we're gonna see that fracturize once again deployed, probably still targeting that mage bane, and in response we'll see a blinding orb. If this looks familiar, it's because it is.
Yeah. And I don't quite know what they're responding to, what gives them the opportunity to play the fractures. Unless we're in recollection still. So because the Quicksilver Girl was just activated on its own, and then in response, the Mage Brain Lash was fracturized, which makes sense. Nico not forgetting to use those fractals, those observable fractals, to pay for cards. Another ravishing finale, and then that is it. That is enough. After
Yeah.
a
After
quick
all is said and
rewind,
done. Yeah.
yeah, through everything, ravishing was still there, and the game still ended.
Here's
And
this very
went back a bit.
complicated stack, and then turns out I actually just have this lethal ravishing finale. We'll move on to game two.
Yeah, yeah, but you have to keep up the integrity of the game. So,
Of course.
of course, it would have been very fun to see the Majestic Spirit paid for in
Mm.
full, but unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. It was more important to get it out as soon as possible than to go for the never before seen play. What do you think the players will bring in here?
So looking at the Merlin deck first, not a whole lot I think is going to be super useful here. There is one additional copy of Incarnate Majesty, and I do think that that card is going to be pretty good in this matchup. So I would be shocked if they didn't bring that in. There's also 3 copies of Snow Fairy if they're worried about opposing Frostborn Paladins or Rippleback Terrapins that we could see come in. And then last, there is 1 copy of Coriolis Ward. if they want to blank something like a Ravishing Finale, but the Coriolis would have to be like pretty large for that to be the case.
Yeah, yeah. How do you feel about Scepter of Lumina since this is a water versus water matchup? You can just activate it and the damage is still very good from it.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, I completely glazed over that. I think that should 100% come in as well, especially with that, as you mentioned, now being much more important as we're seeing more water decks crop up. The ability to activate it during your main phase is incredibly powerful. So I think we'll see that come in as well.
Yeah. Mm. What do you think about the Nico deck? Definitely think the Tithe Proclamation will come in.
Yeah, yeah. Tide's Proclamation, Viridian Protective Trinket, also pretty huge, and this Water Mirror does make it a little bit harder for the Merlin player to interact on your turn. The 2 copies of Incapacitate to stop cards like Incarnate Majesty and also Fireball, I think are great as well. I would be surprised if the rest came in, so I think it'll probably just be those pieces of Regalia and then the 2 copies of Incapacitate.
Do you not think Snow Fairy is good with all the intercept we saw?
It could
You
be
could.
if they want to get around those situations that they were in where they had like the Incarnate Majesty in play and a Frostborn Paladin. This does pretty cleanly deal with the Frostborn Paladin. So we could see those coming as well.
Yeah. Mm. I think Snow Fairy could be very influential in this matchup because it can on your kill turn if they have the Incarnate Majesty out,
Hmm.
you could still just use it to rest the
Yeah, of
Incarnate
course.
Majesty
Smoke
and
bombs at
then
home.
hit through. Yeah, yeah. If you're already out of smoke bombs,
Yeah.
then you can use it. And I do generally agree with you. Unfortunately, Song of Frost, as much as I enjoy the card and I think it could be very good here, it's probably not good enough in this matchup where
Yeah, it
they
seems
would.
like it's in the wrong deck. Like Song of Frost would be great if it was in Merlin's sideboard, but it's in Nico's sideboard where it doesn't really do dividends on the other side.
Oh, it seems that the Merlin player conceded game 2 here. Possibly wanting to go on a break instead of going for another water mirror. Which is interesting. I I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
just think have you seen this before?
yeah, I'm not sure. This is a bit unprecedented, but yeah,
It's
definitely interesting. I mean, of course, life happens, and we're playing a webcam tournament, so maybe something's come up and they have to step away. So yeah, it looks like they will be conceding their game too. But hey, I can only do so many water mirrors in my life. I don't blame somebody for not wanting to play another one.
yeah, yeah, definitely. It's like even if you love the game, especially if you're gonna be here for 5 more rounds,
Hmm.
playing all day, you might just want to get some rest, even if things are looking a bit rough. You might not want to play it out for the tie, rather get the energy back and be full steam ahead for the next couple of games. Or as you mentioned, life can come in the way,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I think they must have heard that you were working all day. You had a long 7 rounds to do, so they wanted to make sure that you got your break in between rounds. It looks like we have about 20 minutes left in our round. So unlike what we said at the start of the round, it looks like we will have a break between now and the next round. So we can throw it to a break and give you guys a little bit of time to hang out, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everybody, welcome back to Yeti's December Online Regionals. We have a exciting round 3 for you. Taking a look at our 2 decks. We're being punished by our producers for control mirrors. Looks like we have another Kongming deck, and by a Kongming deck, I mean... Oh wait, no, this is an actual Kongming deck? It's Razor Gale Kongming. Okay, alright, I thought this was going to be another Merlin deck, but I was only slightly lied to. So we have Razor Gale Kongming versus Serene, Fire, Luxem, Xander.
Fun. Both of these decks are known to be very speedy when early game.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. Both
Yeah.
of these decks are very control heavy. Prevent as much damage as they can and just draw the game out with incredibly late game decks. So we're just probably gonna rush through the first couple of turns. And then we'll start playing the game once both of these decks get their cards down. Although I think Kongming will be a bit faster, only having to go to level 1 at most.
Yeah, I
Well,
think it's like
Xander needs to
probably
go all the way.
a pretty interesting matchup. I don't think I've ever actually seen this played out. I assume that Kongming has to have the upper hand here, right? Like you said, she's a little bit faster, and that I think will really make the difference.
Yeah. But it's also slowly chips away, in
Mhm.
which a Luxem site can be
True.
very, very annoying here. So we'll see how it goes.
Hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
for sure.
it can definitely be wrong.
Yeah, I think it just really depends on the draw that we get from the Kongming player. It's really going to be on them to find their Razor Gales as soon as possible and start getting in that damage before, like you said, Luxem site basically undoes all of their work. So they're going to have to try to finish the game in the first couple of turns, I think, to cleanly get away with it to dodge any of the Luxem shenanigans.
Yeah. Both of these players with their store champion mats.
They are
Immediately. Kongming with
experienced.
that baby gray there.
Hmm.
Turn 1. Their iconic mage play. It's so interesting because you nowadays you can't really tell from a turn 1 baby gray what deck they're playing. It can be anything.
Yeah,
It's
Spirit of
slots into
Wind, Baby Gray Slime, they're very clearly playing slimes, right?
it could be wind slimes. Could be a good deck. The secret tech. You never know. Wind cats is also a
Mm.
viable deck now. Could be
Viable. Yeah,
still
yeah.
be
Air
viable.
quotes.
It's
Viable.
perfectly viable. Cats are good. You're just a cat hater.
That's true. I'm a hater.
Oh, Zem once again. It's the usual level 3 deck. Gamer does nothing immediately on turn 1, just
Whoa.
passes.
See this big
Whoa,
Arden Cloud Striker though?
that's scary.
That guy goes
That is
crazy.
that card. When I first saw it in Toronto in the scrub event, I was like, "What does this do?" And then I read it. I was like, "Oh, it's over." It's just such a wonderful card.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Right now it's only coming in for 3, but once those shifting currents come down, and they usually stay west for this Kongming deck, as she's looking to cast a Bagua of Cardinal Fate. in the west direction anyways, it turns this Ardent Cloud Striker into attacking for a giant 6 damage.
Yeah, we're like on paper it's a lot of investment, but since you rarely have much else to play, it's like a veteran soldier from the Dawn of Ashes Fractured Crown season, but a lot better, right? it
Yeah.
does it does something. It immediately deals more damage as well.
You play your sweet
So
card, and then Clem tells you it's a veteran soldier.
it's it's a lot better than a veteran soldier,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to get the
Right.
nostalgia back. Back when that card was good. There's a reason
Mm-hmm.
it's in supporter pack 1,
Mm-hmm.
guys.
True. That's Boomer Grand Archive right there.
The OGs, no. Was the best turn 1 play. We had nothing else.
So it looks like some wheel spinning from our Xander player, as you said, Clem. They're going to take the first couple of turns off just to set up their level 3 engine. We're going to pass back over to Kong Ming, and we're going to see a level up to turn on that Ardent Cloud Striker. Not this turn, not yet, because we do need to get that shifting currents at the end of the turn to change directions. But setting up, still no Razor Gale though. It's a bit of a slow draw from the Kong Ming deck with no Razor Gale on board on turn 3.
But if they get another big boy down, that could be that could be 13 damage on board from the next turn onwards, which is arguably better than a Razor Gale here,
That's
especially with
true.
how many wind cards we've seen so far, which is not that many. So I could go for that, or just mix both strategies together as you do, maximize the damage you get in.
Yeah, this is some real
It's
pressure.
yeah, it's very scary to be in Zem's shoes here.
Hmm.
I'm not sure he should be able to recover from that fast gear here. It's a bit tough to count influences on webcam, with the hands on camera. Oh, there is the 3 visits,
Mm.
errata, but still incredibly good.
It looks like that's going to bring him down to a matching 7 influence, which would turn off this fast cure.
Indeed. It does a lot of things, but it does not draw cards. There goes the shifting currents to west as well.
Hmm.
Just
So
goes
now,
spinning.
the Cloud Striker next turn. Big damage.
Yeah. Ooh, there is the vulnerability goes away for that level up. Exploit vulnerability, which would have been wonderful here to take care of the Cloud Striker.
Yeah, not a card I've seen in a lot of these Xander decks, but it would, like you said, be really, really good here. So it's a shame that they lost it to their level up. Maybe they have a second copy, but we'll see.
Yeah. Mm. It's I think it's I do agree with you that it hasn't showed up much, but I think it's definitely going to become more prevalent with
Mm.
as we go back into an ally meta. There's too many big threats to take care of
Yeah.
that your little chip damage might not be enough, or you might not be able to survive long enough to start recovering and protecting yourself
Hmm.
on Luxem. So so yeah, there's definitely a big loss there. And hopefully they have something else to keep themselves safe, because that's 6 there is the other one. There is the other exploit vulnerability.
That's
Probably
pretty big.
targeting, yeah. Oh. They they did not prepare it, so it seems that then they might not have an attack card in hand to take care of the class striker then, which is definitely a tough spot to be in, to just use the exploit vulnerability here to cycle and draw a card. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it sort of fits in that same like juggle knives slot, right? Where they usually are just using it to cycle, but I think, yeah, it would have been pretty big to be able to leverage it here to deal with that Ardent Cloud Striker. But yeah, looks like no attack in the hand, so they can't exploit that exploit vulnerability.
Indeed. It's quite unfortunate. So there's gonna be another doubling the damage counters here on Xander this turn.
Yeah.
With if they go attacking with the baby gray as well, that they might just keep it up for intercept. Just in case a slice and dice comes up. Oh, a resolute stand, that makes sense. Here, it's still 3 damage, which is quite a bit, but it it makes the loss of the exploit vulnerability a bit less scary last turn. Because
Oh
if they go up,
wow. It's another Ardent
another
Cloud
one.
Striker. Holy.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Xander doesn't have a great way to really deal with these aside from cards like Excalibur, the second half of a slice and dice, but 4 life is a lot for Xander to deal with, and so it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for him to shift these off the board. So Resolute keeps him pretty safe this turn, but next turn he's going to be facing down a lot of damage from these Cloud Strikers.
Yeah, definitely. It's scary. And he goes for the backup charger with no cards in hand. That's just as scary, I think, because he probably does have the dungeon guide here and
Mm-hmm.
even possibly uncover the plot to reveal some cards. Probably possibly recover. There's the dungeon guide.
So we could see like a dungeon guide into activating this backup charger, and then an uncover would be pretty strong
Yeah,
if he
yeah,
has enough
that would
influence
be
for it.
the best possible scenario here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It seems there are 4 cards in hand,
Yeah, so
which
not
is
quite enough.
unfortunately, yeah, just a bit shy
Mm.
of what you would want here. And they don't they can't even Lightweaver's Assault to kill one of the crowd strikers here because they don't have the influence, don't quite have the influence for it yet.
Yeah, I mean, at 13 damage counters, thankfully they have that Serene spirit, but the 2 Ardent Cloud Strikers are threatening lethal damage.
Yeah, and Kong Ming goes for the Ventus into a double Fairy Whispers there.
Mm-hmm.
Just it allows him to dig through his deck, get what he needs here. Possibly a third Cloud Striker for
Still looking
another
for that
6
Razor
damage.
Gale too, right?
Possibly, definitely. Bagua. And then
Mm.
Vanish from Sight is wonderful here. That's it's actually the best possible scenario here with this giving Xander stealth, making those class strikers unable to attack. So they're just sitting there waiting for a turn.
Yeah. With no Razor Gale in Kongming's control here as well, this might be just what she needs, or just what Xander needs is a turn off from these Ardent Cloud Strikers. And then once you can sort of establish your Luxem package, assuming he has some Luxem cards available to him here, it's going to be pretty hard for Kongming to dig out of it. So I think she really needs to find a copy of Razor Gale Calling this turn. Of course, has access to cards like Bagua that they're casting now to see a few more cards and hopefully find that namesake Razor Gale Calling.
Yeah, that would be the most optimal route for Kongming here. As their influence is quite high, so they can
Mhm.
still deal quite a bit of damage in this turn. Although it's hard to be through the 25 life and the additional 6 from the Serene Spirit. that will allow Xander to recover 6, essentially putting them on 35 total
Mhm.
health. 31. Math is difficult.
It's early, it's late, depends where you are, but math is always hard.
I was thinking Jin numbers too much.
So, looks like they picked up a card from Bagua, and they're not exactly sure what they're doing here. Looks like they're doing a bit of counting. You love to see the players tap the table, and they're doing some math out. But unless it's some very intricate Razor Gale math, I don't see how they're finding a way to victory this turn. They're at least gonna have to suffer through one turn of Luxem reveals. Hopefully, not 4 copies of Luxem Sight.
Yeah, that would be even one copy of Luxo Sight would be very, very rough here.
Hmm.
'Cause 3 damage still. They have 1 Luxo Sight, another Vanish from Sight, then Incapacitate, and an Excalibur.
This is a terrific hand, Clem. Like I think they should feel pretty confident here looking at these.
Yeah, that's actually wonderful to see if you're Xander. Like it might not seem like a lot, but that Luxem Sight can allow you to stabilize very easily. And the Excalibur can take care of one of the Cloud Strikers to remove an immediate threat, or they can keep it up for a later turn for one of those Razor Gales. Even though Cyclical Breeze is there, it's not you know it's not guaranteed that they have it. So we'll see. However, Zem's hand is much more like protective than aggressive currently. So they have to play it carefully here. You know, survive long enough where they can start looking for those kill cards.
Hmm. Yeah, they do have that vanish for Kongming's next turn, should they want to protect themselves from those Ardent Cloud Strikers. Again, very little pressure other than the allies on board right now from Kongming. So
Oh, a bauble. That's materializing a fire bauble here is obviously very smart, but would you release your spirit in response on 10 damage counters here to deny them from that extra draw?
I think I might, especially knowing Zem's hand is no fire cards, assumingly that he doesn't have something like a creative shock that he really wants to deploy. It might be worth it here just to get full value out of your spirit and deny that extra influence for your opponent.
Hmm. It seems they didn't go for it. Might value the. Oh, they did have the creative shock.
Mm,
So, well, they still could have creative shocked and still really need released afterwards, but probably it's too big of a cost to.
hmm.
Oh, never mind. They are releasing their spirit. However, it seems to be after the activation of the fire bauble, which says that you can only banish it. You can only activate the banish ability if your opponent controls a fire element spirit. So you have to respond to the materialization
Yeah.
of the bauble itself to deny them from that draw.
Yeah, it looks like Zem had the right idea, but it is a bit of an intricate situation when these baubles are concerned, and it looks like they did miss their timing on that.
Yeah, yeah, it has to be. You have to be precise with it. Unfortunately, it's the wording on the bubbles
Hmm.
is a bit delicate here. It's unfortunate, but you live and learn. Zem surely will remember every time
Yeah.
now the timing for it. One going back up to 16 damage counters. It's a bit scary. These Cloud Strikers are going strong. but it's not quite enough this turn. Even if Merlin gets when Kongming gets down a third Cloud Striker here. Ooh, a Bagua. Another Bagua. Digging through more cards, looking for that Razor Gale or possibly the third Cloud Striker. And then keeping 2 on top, setting up for a later turn probably.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate draw for our Kongming player. I pulled up their deck list to make sure that Razor Go Callings were still in their deck because they've seen so many cards and should have seen one by now.
Unfortunate. Oh,
So we see the Ventus activated to suppress one of their own Cloud Strikers to turn on these Tempest Downfalls. Do get their cost reduced by 3 if you suppressed an ally this turn. We see Downfall for 3, Downfall for 3. Cyclical Breeze, pick up a downfall you. My god.
that is a lot. Incapacitate. And then another cyclical.
Oh my
That is
god. Yeah.
that is quite the turn. All right, Merlin. I always look at Kongming and I think of
Don't do
Merlin.
that,
I'm so
Clem. Don't
sorry.
do that. Don't do that. She deserves
I'm
better.
so sorry. She does. She really does. Kongming had that perfect turn.
Yeah, that was
This last turn.
5 Tempest Downfalls that were cast that turn. One of them got countered, but still, Tempest Downfall is nothing to scoff at. Does so much damage, especially, when you can cast it for free and have access to Cyclical Breezes to pick it back up. So, just an immense amount of damage that was output by the Kongming deck that is known for Razor Gale specifically, but they didn't even find one. They didn't need it.
It's in fact that's the power of the Kongming variant of Razor Gale. You still
Yeah.
you have mages in there. You have mage shenanigans with Ventus and Tempest Downfall, and then you get to utilize the shifting currents as well. You can just pop off, do whatever you want. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to look at the sideboards here for a second?
Yeah, let's take a look. Starting with Kongming, looks like in the sideboard, they have 2 copies of Stifling Trap, 3 copies of Internal Magistrate, both of which are pretty good against dungeon guide decks like Xander. So I would be shocked if we didn't see those come in to try to slow Xander down a little bit. I think the early game definitely favors the Kongming deck, so they want to stay in that pre-level 3 portion of the game as long as possible. We could also see the Zephyrs come in for potential problematic permanents like Nullifying Mirror on the side of the Xander player.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to remember about Nullifying Mirror is that it's pretty useless against Xander here
Right.
because the element bonus will still apply.
Yeah, so you can
Unfortunately.
use Nullifying Mirror against Xander to stop him from causing you to put cards down, but you won't stop any of his Luxem cards from triggering when they're revealed. So probably not
Yeah,
something that Kongming's looking to bring in. I agree.
What do you think about Zem here with the
Zem has a couple of options. I think most notably is going to be these 2 copies of Blanche, Sheltering Saint. She is a real thorn in the side of the Kongming deck. It is pretty difficult for them to cleanly remove something like Blanche without a suppress effect, which will obviously allow her to come back. So I think Blanche is going to be pretty good here. Does have to eat a Tempest Downfall, which is probably a pretty good trade. We might also see the 3 copies of Gawain come in if you can manage to find the Kongming deck with some of her more important pieces like Razor Gales or Tempests or Ardent Cloud Strikers in their memory. You can strip them away with Gawain. Um, there is Underfire as well, but I wouldn't say that the Kongming deck is particularly known for its aggressive allies lineup, so probably don't need much more than the Vanish from Sight's already in the main deck.
That's valid, even though don't let the previous game deceive you. Those class strikers don't often come out in pairs, especially.
Right.
So it's not as scary as it would first if it seem at the first glance. And
So it
we're
looks like
already
we're
in game.
yeah, underway.
Yeah. Oh, there is your Razor Gill. There is. Seems we're going more with the Razor Gill route here. With that turn one perfect play. So it'll immediately start dealing damage for every single wind card activated. It doesn't even have to resolve. Just needs to be activated and it immediately pings for 1 damage.
Yeah, and that sort of unlocks a lot of the things that this Razor Gale deck wants to do. We didn't see a lot of it last game, but there's so many cards in the Razor Gale deck that replace themselves, and casting them without a Razor Gale on board is pretty low value. But now that we have the Razor Gale, we'll probably see a lot of those Fairy Whispers and those Bogwas get turned into damage with this Razor Gale calling.
Yeah. The value in Razor Gear Calling is that even when you're just looking through your deck, you're still dealing damage. So you basically are just doing nothing, drawing cards, chilling, but while also dealing a significant amount of damage to your opponent just by cycling and looking through cards. Seems like a pretty equal game from on both sides. Both immediately going for the backup charger, playing a bit slower than you'd generally see from these decks. Because both of them are a bit slower. Although Kongming is with the Razor Guild down, it's arguably the faster deck here.
Yeah, a little
Because
bit
now they start playing,
scary for sure.
yeah, and now if they start playing cards, they start dealing damage as well.
Hmm.
So it's definitely a bit scarier. The slow play and the high influence is a lot scarier on Kongming's side here. Both players just went for backup charger, draw, pass. Which is, I mean, it makes me think that Kongming has a lot more defensive cards in hand here.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of the Kongming deck is that so many of the cards in their deck are fast speed. So Kongming's able to just pass here with 9 cards in hand and just wait until probably the end step of them to fire off some of these cards that replace themselves, or, like you said, keep up some defensive options.
Yeah, definitely. And then that's a bit unfortunate from Zem. He had to play the juggle knives on the Kongming's end step and missing out on the card class bonus card
Mm,
draw there. But
yeah.
he was forced to, so he could level up this turn. Then next turn he can get back the juggle knives and still get the card off of it. But it's a bit rough. It's not what you want to see there. Ongming going for the fire bubble this time, because I'm not releasing the spirit because it would be more disadvantageous here on 0 damage counters.
Then we
Then
see the
going,
tale as old as time. 3 visits with a Razor Gale on board. Not quite as scary as it once was, but still pretty good. Gonna give the Kongming player a little bit of influence over their draw step. See if they can pick up some more cards to do some digging. If they can manage to land a second Razor Gale calling here, it will all but end the game, I think. So that is probably what they're looking for.
yeah. Razor Guild trigger's a bit delayed, but it still happened. I was worried for a second that it would be forgotten. Oh, iconic play here.
Iconic.
Era's favorite card coming in. That baby gray slime on enter on the stack. Triggers all around. reclaiming that baby gray, showing the baby gray and a baby green there for the card draw. Everything in this deck just works together so nicely. And that baby gray again.
They
And
will
that
need a
shows a baby.
second slime. Yeah. Well,
There it is, the 2 baby greens. They haven't. Yeah. The baby gray strikes again. So 2 baby green slimes are a bit scary here. Though there's not much to suppress. Xander goes for the creative shock. Discarding another creative shock. Interesting.
wow. No floating
So
memory. Looks like a bit of an unfortunate draw from our Xander player. They did miss the draw on their juggle knives last turn, like you said, and then we see a creative shock here, but not a optimal discard target. They're gonna level up to 2, probably pick up that juggle knives again. But
ooh,
thankfully, it's been a less explosive start from the Kongming deck. Even finding the Razor Gale, they've been pretty slow out of the gate. So Xander might have a chance to start getting his Luxem win condition rolling here.
yeah, it's been a lot calmer. I think another resolute stand is not too rough here with no Clyde strikers around. Oh, and the dungeon guide. They always have the dungeon guide. But does Kongming have the answer? Seems not.
Yeah, they did assumingly bring in those stifling traps, but it looks like they don't have them when they need them. So a dungeon guide will resolve and give Xander a fighting chance to take control of this game. A lot less pressure from Kongming this game, even though she did find her mainstake card. She doesn't have those Ardent Cloud Strikers backing it up. So Zem's got a lot more room to work with.
Ooh, Kongming reclaiming that baby gray for with an escape, but not reclaiming. Escaping the wreckaging. Escaping that baby gray. Draw a card into memory and then allowing them to draw another card off of baby gray. Just confirming the amount of cards paid. Because for a second it did seem like Kongming only had 2 cards in hand there, but
Mm-hmm.
I did see 3 being put down. And finally leveling up with a massive influence from that reclaim. Well, a massive influence and leveling up from the reclaim. Getting the shifting currents mastery.
And this will turn on Boggo of Cardinal Fate, which is the most notable inclusion in this Kongming deck. So once she's able to shift west in her end step, that will turn on some more effectual copies of Fairy Whispers to keep digging for the pieces that this combo deck needs. Tempest Downfalls, extra Razor Gale Callings, stuff like that.
Yeah. And then baby gray back again, showing the 2 slimes, two baby greens again, drawing a card. Keeping that influence very high. Into another baby gray.
Baby
Probably
Gray looking
showing the 2.
balanced as ever.
It is. This is clearly a slimes deck, as you can see. All the baby gray shenanigans going on. End of the turn. Seems we're as expected here. Kongming shifts to the west with all the cards in hand. 4 cards in memory. Influence high as ever. And then Xander goes for the insignia, allowing them to put 3 cards down before recollection. There's the Luxem site in the Gleaming Cut, Vanish from sight, and is that a Thieving Cut? The
It
alternate,
is,
the
yeah.
new art. It is.
Yeah.
That's a good reveal there. Even though it's not a lot of cards that were, that Kongming was forced to put down. Well, looking at their total influence, it was not that impactful, but it's still the reveals were pretty advantageous for Xander, recovering 3 and drawing 2 cards here.
Yeah, not a bad start for sure. They're going to need a little bit more to start closing out this game, but the Luxem site to keep themselves healthy is pretty good, and then any amount of gleaming cuts that they can find to start building that influence back up are going to work overtime here in a matchup like this.
Yeah, definitely. That Scry Disguise for 3. Your good old reliable Xander move. Get cards into memory. Then going for the Thieving Cut, presumably to Kongming herself, prepared so that on hit they will draw a card. And because it was prepared, the insignia triggers because their influence was, I believe, at 5 total, which
Yeah,
is below the threshold. So I get to draw a card into memory because it happens before Thieving Cut even resolves. Draw.
yeah,
And then
pretty
even
huge.
long before the on hit. Yeah. Their influence is back up to a lot once again. Xander
Yeah,
can
up to
also
7
easily
from
recover.
4, right?
Yeah. Pretty big. Zephyr on the baby gray. Drawing another card. Possibly on then revisits once again. Recovering 2, glimpsing.
Just a staggering influence here from Kongming that I wouldn't be surprised if they can find some sort of line here to start pushing a real amount of damage, some combination of Tempest downfalls, especially now that they have Kongming online. We're going to see a reclaim played. I believe we're still in recollection here. It
I
looks like we're
believe
actually
it's
still on
at the
Xander's turn.
Yeah, I believe it's a dead end step because the Zephyr resolved and the baby gray already
Mm,
came back from it.
right.
So we should be on end step here. Which means Kalman can play 3 visits again immediately on her turn.
Mm-hmm.
But we're starting with the Fairy Whispers here, which will trigger Razor Gale for 1 damage, and they get to glimpse 3, reveal the top card, and there is the Tempest downfall. Could possibly be the end here. With that much influence, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Yeah, Zem, you gotta hope that that's one Tempest downfall and not a grip full of cyclical breezes and other Tempest downfalls, because those really do start to add up. And something that we didn't get to see last game is the 4 Tempest downfalls, 2 cyclical breezes that were cast to end the last game was without a Razor Gale on play. So you're already, missing 6 damage on that turn. So the explosiveness of this deck really can't be understated.
Yeah, definitely. And then another baby gray. It's the same baby gray for the millionth time. Coming back, drawing more cards. There's the baby green. Still looking to pay for it. Wonder, what do you think it'll suppress?
Looks like he's targeting his calling. Oh no, he was declaring the Razor Gale
The
trigger.
kind of trigger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna target anything. It doesn't really matter. It's just using it to get an ally on board, do a little bit of chip damage. Looks like he's not gonna go for any sort of lethal Tempest lines this turn. Looks like he's setting up to hold up some interaction. Ah,
There it is. There comes the big boy, Cloud Striker. This much influence is 6 damage to
mhm,
face, and I believe the baby greens pressed the tome, so
right.
they will be able to draw a card into memory at the end step. It comes back.
Yeah, smart play here to optimize any amount of ally damage that you can do this turn as Vanish from Sight, which we do know is in Zem's hand, as it has been showed to his opponent. Can only be cast during the Recollection phase, so he knows that he's clear to get through an attack with an Ardent Cloud Striker this turn, and he probably won't be able to next turn, so just trying to maximize that ally's damage while it's available.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, and it's also forces Xander's hand to go for the
Right.
not do as much on his own turn,
Hmm.
and but go for keep up the vanish and go for that instead. Oh, that is a bit unfortunate with a fast gear and a dungeon guide there alongside an uncover the plot, which can still help with the Luxem sight in memory. They can recover another 3 this turn. And they also have the Orb of Regret, which will allow them to shuffle 3 cards back into their deck and to draw another 3. Probably putting the Dungeon Guide back, probably putting the Fast Gear back here. Although, Kongming's influence is so big that the Fast Gear could be quite useful.
Yeah, it's true. 4 life is a lot, and the floating memory can be leveraged. So we'll see if they ended up keeping it. Yeah, you're gonna get the cast fast gears basically forever in this matchup. They're always gonna be higher influence than you are as the Xander player.
Yeah, yeah. Is Kongming just popping off with all those cards in hand and memory, just all that influence. Quite scary, as innocent as she looks. Those cards are anything but.
Yeah, surely you have to be terrified here, especially knowing that there is a Tempest Downfall in the hands of the Kongming player, and they chose not to deploy it, which means they're likely setting up some sort of large combo turn like they had in the previous game. And as Xander, you have to know that that's coming sooner rather than later.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's why probably they're thinking of what to keep up, what to play, what not to play this turn. And it seems they're just keeping all of their cards in hand, playing it safe, making sure they survive as much as possible. Hmm. Kongming playing that 3 visits for the 3rd time
Looks like they kept
is,
one on top as well, so maybe found a card that they're looking for.
yeah, very, very possible. It's the board, the Kongming side is definitely looking scary now. Ventus coming out as well. It can, with all of that influence, it is very possible for it to get enough counters this turn to suppress an ally and then go for that infinite Tempest downfalls. Oh, Excalibur on the Razor Gill calling.
Well, if there's no
And then,
breeze, that does save you a lot of damage and probably buy you some time. So we'll see
yeah,
if Kongming here has a cyclical breeze to pick that back up. But even still, it is like a real amount of resources to cast breeze and then cast Razor Gale will cost you 7 cards.
yeah, yeah, which even though the influence might be high, that can still put, there's still probably puts off Kongming 1 turn, delays them 1 turn. There is the other Razor Gill.
That's brutal. So yeah, they get to cast a
Yeah,
Razor Gale
yeah,
here,
but
and then if they have a breeze, they can pick up the second copy of Razor Gale and cast that one as well.
yeah, set up for a very big turn next
Hmm.
turn. Because we haven't seen much from Zem this game in terms of damage. So uh, Kongming is in a very comfortable spot right now. Not too worried about losing out of nowhere next turn. Uh, Zem did go for the whole pillow fort package this turn with
Yeah.
the Excalibur on the Razor Gale and the Vanish from Sight so that they cannot be attacked.
There's that cyclical breeze, probably picking back up a Razor Gale calling. We're gonna have the first trigger, the trigger on Ventus, and then picking up a wind spell. Razor Gale calling, even though it is a Fantasia, is a spell. You can pick it back up, and then we'll see that deployed again. And that's really where you have to be worried. Turns every card that Kongming plays into 2 damage.
Indeed. It is quite scary. And even if Xander somehow has double Lightweavers and 10 influence next turn, it is very possible that Kongming has the answer with 2 cards. Even though they only have 2 cards in hand, they could very easily have a Veiling Breeze down, which would be quite enough
Yeah.
to prevent all of the damage. Or even half the damage from the Lightweaver's assaults here. Let's see what they have. Another Excalibur, Uncover the Plot, and a Luxem side. Alongside, I believe that was another Dungeon Guide, and an Incapacitate?
Yep, I believe that is correct. And though it is a pretty good hand, definitely not what you want to see. You can deploy one of those Excaliburs like they did last turn to deal with a Razor Gale calling, but it's impossible now to deal with both of them.
Oh, but now they have 2 Luxem sides.
That does
Which
help.
it helps a lot, but that board is looking scary, and with just 1 Excalibur in hand that we know of, it might not be enough.
Yeah, they can Excalibur Razor Gale, which we saw them do last turn. They could also Excalibur the Ardent Cloud Striker, but if they do one, they leave themselves vulnerable to the other. So it's going to be a sort of damned if you do situation, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's depends on what they're more afraid of. Here's the
Right.
turbocharge. If they survive this turn, I feel like they have if Xander survives this turn, he has a
Yeah.
very, very good chance of stabilizing. Recovering 6 every turn is pretty rough to come back from, even with such high influence. And then Excalibur losing any of those big kill cards can be very rough.
Mm.
So I think Zem here is deciding what to Excalibur,
Yeah.
putting down 2. One of the Razor Gales has to go.
Calling
Seems.
is the choice, but that means that there is no Resolute, there is no Vanish from Sight this turn, so all of these allies can come in threatening by themselves 9 damage, and then on top of any amount of Tempest Downfalls and Razor Gale triggers, I would be shocked if Kongming couldn't find a route to victory this turn.
Yeah, yeah. There's Rizzo Send could be possible if they use the alternate casting cost of skipping their draw step here. But there was none. You predicted that correctly. They did not have it. And with all that influence, 12 plus 6, 18 damage is not impossible. But we'll see how it's a very technical and maths heavy turn. They have to play it quite precisely, sequence everything correctly, keep their influence and card count in check. There
Oh,
is another
wow.
Razor Gale calling.
Holy. We'll see if they even have the resources to deploy it here. It looks like they're casting, yeah, they'll cast the second Razor Gale. So this will trigger Ventus, I believe. Oh no, it's a cleric
Yeah.
spell, so this does not trigger Ventus.
Oh.
They need that third counter on Ventus so that they can suppress something to make their Tempest Downfalls free. Looks like they're going to start with a Razor Gale though. We'll see if they have something like a Fairy Whispers or a Bagua.
Yeah. Seems that in response, Xander will lineage release, which will make them unable to play any more fire cards. They only recovered 5 because they shortcutted the 1 damage.
Mhm.
And Fairy Whispers.
Yeah,
Now
Whispers.
basically every win card says in addition to all of its effects, just deal 2 damage.
Mhm.
Deal 2 damage to target champion.
And yeah, some combination of Tempest downfalls now, even though they do only have 5 or 6 cards in hand, only a few Tempest downfalls is enough to get the job done now that they can suppress an ally with their Ventus, as it now has 3 counters. We'll see what ends up
Mhm.
happening. We see another Tempest
There is a
added.
Tempest downfall. Yep.
Eee.
Each of them. Each of them dealing 5 damage now.
Yeah,
Pressing
we'll
that
see this
baby
suppression.
gray.
Yep.
Yep. So 1 for 5. Well, 1 Tempest downfall for 5 damage. There's the other Tempest downfall for another 5 damage. Let's see, there's a third Tempest downfall for
Yeah.
another 5 damage. Which is enough for a clean 2-0 from Kong Ming there.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult matchup, I think. Luxemzander really preys on decks that either are slower than it and it can, grind you out in the late game, or decks that use their influence to deal you damage, and then cards like Luxemsight, like we saw that huge play this game with Uncover the Plot into double Luxemsight, that if you were playing
Yeah,
against a regular deck that uses their influence to accomplish that amount of damage, you can sort of like grind the game back, right? But the problem with the Kog'Maw deck is every time they deal you damage, they don't lose influence, so they just get to do the
yeah,
same thing the next turn.
yeah. They just search for those big damage spells,
Hmm.
and while they do that, they also chip away at your life. So it is a bit rough. I feel like
Yeah.
if Xander could have survived another turn or possibly had another uncover, they could have stabilized very well. It was quite unfortunate that they did not see it. They didn't see anything, any like real damage dealing spells. So they couldn't really take care of the board either, right? Because even if it's just the baby grays there, stopping Kongming from being able to recycle them, play them multiple times and abuse the on enter every turn, it's definitely very influential. It was unfortunate that they did have the Luxem sites, but wasn't
Yeah, you
enough.
definitely need a fast start, right? And we saw, especially in that game too, where they had to cast a juggle without class bonus just to have cards down to level up. They had a bit of a clunky start, and there are some matchups for Luxemzander where that's okay, but this is definitely not one of those. You need to come, fast out of the gate and hit level 3 as safely and quickly as possible. And they just they stumbled a little bit in both of those games, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with you. The Kongming variation of this of the Razor Guild deck is a lot faster
Hmm.
with the shifting currents cards. So you have to be a lot more aggressive with your plays in this matchup.
And just so consistent, right? Like all of the Racer Guild decks, obviously now Kongming being the one that holds it best, but just so consistent, and so it's hard to combat that if it's a bad matchup for you already. You know that they're going to have a good draw because their deck is so consistent.
Yeah, yeah. Their whole deck is basically reorganize the deck, glimpse as much as you can, draw as much as you can,
Right.
and also while you do that, just chip away at your opponent's life. So it's definitely rough.
But we'll see if the Xander players can rally. I definitely think that Xander's not a bad pick in this metagame. Just maybe has a unfavorable matchup into Racer Gale, but if they meet some allies players the rest of the day, they might have some better luck. Um, Looks like we have just about 8 minutes left on the clock, and then overtime. So we're looking at about 13, 15 minutes ish until our next round. So we'll let you guys get up, get a drink, take a little break. Then we will be back for round 4.
Right, and folks, welcome back to the Yeti online regional live stream run by Serene's Balance Productions, and we will be continuing to answer the question, who is going to be the biggest, baddest Yeti of them all? So, hi, I'm Flonne, and with me for this round is Lineage Break Cam. Cam, how are you doing this wonderful afternoon?
Oh man, I'm doing well. We've had some good games so far. I hope we continue to do so. It's been fun. So far we've dodged the slime menace. So we're we're seeing some interesting stuff today.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fatigue
Mm.
as of late with that deck. Not necessarily because it's like overpowered. Well, some people would definitely say that, but also just like we've been seeing it a
Yeah.
lot over the past seasons. So definitely happy to see a little bit of variety. Though unfortunately, this round we're going to be seeing two of the same champion, though in different elements. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're going to see in this next round?
Well, we don't want to be biased here on commentary, right? But I would say that there's one deck that I think is a little bit more interesting than the other one. We have two
For sure.
Kongming players for our round four. So one of our Kongming players is playing Razorgale Kongming, which you guys just saw last round. Very similar list, looking to close out the game with Razorgale Callings, Tempest Downfalls, abusing Baby Gray, stuff like that. The other deck is a water Kongming deck, but not a water Kongming Merlin deck. It is a water Kongming deck, not playing any Terra cards. It's a bit of more of an allies strategy. Stuff like Bubble Mage, Acolyte of Cultivation, Hydro Guard Retainer makes an appearance for his very obvious synergy with Kongming level 3. Ardent Cloud Striker is back. So yeah, definitely an interesting take on the Kongming shell being a little bit more aggressive. So we'll see if that works out in their favor. Definitely going to be hard into a Veiling Breeze deck as Razorgale is, but yeah, I don't know. Flonne, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, this deck list's interesting. We haven't seen a lot of Water Kongming. People have tried to make it work, usually like
Mm.
Terra, Leeching Bolt spam kinds of decks. But in this case, it's mostly allies. I think there's a lot of strong allies here, like Hydro Guard Retainer, that just haven't really found a home yet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely this matchup is gonna be rough just because what do you do against Veiling every turn?
Yeah.
I mean, this
Yeah,
deck already doesn't do much damage.
yeah, I don't. They don't have access to like nullifying. Oh, no, they do have nullifying mirror in their main deck. It's in their main board, so I think that's going to be their hopeful answer for Veiling Breeze. At least makes the Kongming deck, so the Razorgale Kongming deck, have to spend like Zephyrs and stuff to deal with it.
Yeah, and you can even see here the Crimson Protective Trinket here. So a
Mm.
lot of hate for these kinds of high wind count, mono element kind of decks.
Mm-hmm.
So we're definitely looking forward to see how he does into this. Obviously, another thing is Lunette. It's just a house of a card.
Yeah.
Very hard to deal with for a lot of decks. If you don't have effect damage or attack cards, sometimes she's just completely stifles your ability to build a board. See if that comes up. Of course, we do have Tempest Downfall, so there is a
Mm-hmm.
card that can take care of her. 6 damage is a lot. Yeah, so
Yeah.
both players
We'll,
here
we'll,
just
we'll
gonna
see.
set up.
Yeah, I see one of our
Yeah, so
players is trying to make sure there's minimal glare on the screen for you viewers at home. So appreciate their effort.
yeah, and
And
the
it
other
looks like
player
we're
is
gonna get
also
started.
showing off their RTX.
Yeah.
Right, so we're gonna. Seems like the Kongming is going to go first here. Gonna draw up. See if we can start. Right, so that, of course, they're both Kong. The Wind Kongming going to start here. So we're going to draw R7 here. Obviously, we're not playing Serene Spirit like the old Vantas decks because we're not on Vantas. We can't lose Wind. We're
Mm.
just going to have to accept the 7, just going to pass straight up. Obviously, not necessarily a bad thing to just pass on nothing as a Wind deck. It can play reactively if it wants. Ooh, a Mnemonic Charm coming down here. What do you think is the main target for Mnemonic in this matchup?
I have to assume that it's mostly for cards like Coriolis Ward. Does work really well with that. They're also playing Cone of Frost, so it can get you sort of over the break point for Cone of Frost if you want to hit those level requirements. And can also just be used for something as simple as empowering a Nascent Blast to allow you to get that extra effect and send it back to your memory.
We also can't forget a very simple usage, which is to just fracturize it,
Yeah.
which is a very simple way to get a +1. So we're gonna just go for the backup charger, the most classic start to a game where your starting hand is maybe a little less than ideal.
hmm
So
Yeah,
what
like you
can
said,
we
missing that Serene spirit definitely puts a damper on this sort of like combo centric deck. That if they haven't found the Razor Gale that they need. Well, I guess there it is. They
well,
need to find it earlier rather than later, and we found one already.
that's an interesting thing to say, just because Vanitas in the past, that was his main strength over Kongming, was that, hey, you get to play Serene, Glimpse
Mhm.
6, and then you go to Vanitas, and then Glimpse even more. So it's an extremely consistent deck. You're always going to find the 3 visits, you're always going to find the Razor Gales, unless you're exceedingly unlucky. But in this case, you kind of just have to draw into them. But the deck does Glimpse a lot, even more than an Arasana, honestly. So definitely not a hard thing. Ooh, so we're going to just drop that Nascent Blast to face here. Gonna pop that Mnemonic Charm to give it Empower. It's allowing it to go back to memory. Just some free chip damage here. Ooh, Hydro Guard Retainer. This card, I remember when I saw it, I thought he was kind of nuts. Tell me what you think about Hydro Guard here.
Yeah, I think he's a really impressive card a lot of the time. It sort of gives you the level 2 Kongming ability way earlier than it should. So like now that we're Kongming level 1 on the side of Shilu, you're going to be able to draw an extra card almost at the end of every one of your turns, as long as you sequence correctly. And this is a more aggressive take on a traditional Kongming deck, but those extra cards are really going to add up, right? It's going to allow you to deploy more of those allies, more of those cards like all Acolyte of Cultivation, more of those cards like Nascent Blast as well. So we already see it repaying for itself by getting that card in Shilu's end step.
That's right. Hydro Guard really does need Kongming level 3 to go infinite,
Mm-hmm.
but he's still just a huge guy with taunt, and every other turn you can essentially get an extra card if he doesn't get removed, which is why I kind of treat him like the hasty messenger of water, where
Sure.
he's a card you just need to get rid of, otherwise your opponent's going to keep getting value out of it. And at least his stat line a little bit better, and
Yeah, I
taunt
think
obviously being
it's going to
very
be
good.
hard, right, for this Razor Gale deck to remove it. They don't have a whole lot of sources of that much damage aside from a Tempest Downfall with its extra text. So I think he's gonna be sticking around for a while. This Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah, so let's see if that ends up being a problem. So far, both players with a bit of a slow start, not much fireworks going off here. See what Sebastian's got cooking up. But obviously, the early Razor Gale is very strong, and that damage is going to keep ticking up. Oh my god, the second Razor Gale already. That's quite early.
Yeah, if one early Razor Gale is good, I think the second one's even better, right? It's really going to be on Shilu to apply as much pressure as possible because they're definitely going to be on the back foot behind these two Razor Gale callings on as early as turn 3 now, right?
Yeah, and luckily it does have this Coriolis Ward, one of the standout cards of Water Kongming, just because obviously getting a defensive card that also draws you is very, very strong.
Yeah, going to protect them at least
Now,
for this turn for a few of those Razor Gale triggers that are sure to come, and give them a chance to deploy some more threats on their turn. But yeah, definitely a tough situation to be in. We'll see how they choose to navigate it as we pass back over to them.
oh wow, bringing out the Crimson Protective Trinket already. Hopefully, gonna try and snipe 2 win cards here. Potentially, we could. Ooh, okay, he's just letting it go. I was expecting maybe play a fast speed card to dilute the pool with some some of your normal cards, maybe like a baby gray. But let's see here if Sebastian has anything, or maybe it's all wind. Maybe his hand is just all wind, and he's just gonna have to tank that. Definitely. What do you feel about Crimson Protective Trinket? It's just such an interesting card because obviously there is a bit of luck when you play against advanced elements decks or decks with a lot of normal cards. Sometimes it just whiffs completely and you feel horrible.
Yeah, I think this is exactly where you want it. It's really punishing against these all-wind decks that are really trying to leverage cards like Veiling Breeze or, cards like Razor Girl Calling that care about playing wind cards. So I think if there's a matchup that it's good, this is the one. And it looks like Shilu has enough respect for a matchup like this that they're choosing to mainboard the Protective Trinket.
And wow, yikes. So the Ardent Cloud Striker going to get Tempest Downfall. You might think, oh, it's good because we got rid of at least one Tempest, but this deck has Cyclical Breeze. It's really not hard to recycle this one copy, which he can obviously just draw into more of them as well. And since you're playing against a ally like level 1, level 2 deck, HP pool not quite as high as playing against level 3s.
Yeah, and you can't
So
understate that this Tempest Downfall also dealt 2 damage to the opponent when it killed their ally, which is, those really do start to add up with these 2 Razor Gales in play.
That's really the big strength of Razor Gale, is it essentially gives you value for stuff that you were already going to be doing. So really hurts. Wow.
We hit an
Hits the
Escape the
normal card.
Wreckage on the Crimson Protective Trinket? That's so unlucky. That's probably the only normal card in there.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Maybe there's like a Baby Gray, or maybe there's like 1 or 2 in there, but hitting the one normal card, the 1 or 2 normal cards in your opponent's like 7, 8 card memory definitely has gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle here for Shilu to try and do damage. This deck, especially with a card like 3 Visits, even though freshly errated after Ascent Toronto, it's still a really strong card, and that heal 2 can be quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah, not an explosive element is water, so they really look to stack that advantage over multiple turns, and 3 Visits can, undo so much of that work over the course of a couple of turns, recovering 4 or 6 life. Really does add up, especially against water that's not known for its burst potential.
All the while also doing damage because of those Razor Gales.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, the turbo charge coming in. We're going infinite. We're drawing a ton of cards here. Nothing that can be done about that.
At least maybe to make Shiloh feel better is it looks like there's another normal card that was probably in Sebastian's memory here. So maybe it was a little bit more likely that Protective Trinket didn't go as planned.
That's true. Definitely, hindsight's 2020. Ooh, just gonna pass here. Definitely would indicate that he's got a lot of fast speed stuff. Probably some Fairy Whispers, some Baguas. Oh, he's not on Kongming level 1 yet, though. Definitely gotta get up there if he wants to start abusing a lot of these Mage and Shifting Current cards.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a world where maybe Shilu can... Ooh, there's the Nullifying Mirror. So why don't you tell the audience why this card is so special?
So Nullifying Mirror is our newest card for the Proxies Vault, actually a card that's coming out in HVN that they chose to release early because of the prevalence of these sort of wind package-based deck. And so the way that Nullifying Mirror works is when you activate it, you rest it to activate it, and target opponent's memory becomes normal for the rest of the turn. So this will turn off effects for like Veiling Breeze. It'll also turn off future imbues, anything that counts elements in your memory. So it's going to be a great tool here for Shilu to sort of force through those Veiling Breezes, which are Sebastian's #1 piece of protection against go wide aggro decks like Shilu's trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely interesting that the devs decided to release an HVN card so early, but definitely they saw the power of these Veiling spam decks. Just decided, well, if we're going to release it now, we might as well just release it into the wild. Maybe kind of temper a bit of these defensive win decks. Frostborn Paladin gonna come down, no buff counter because there's no float, which is just gonna get some damage in. Nothing else, it seems like, from Shilu. Just gonna pass it on, move that Shifting Currents to north. Do you think we might see just a Nullifying Mirror, just straight up on materialization? Stops any potential imbues that might happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see what. I mean, the material deck from the Razor Gale deck is a little bit less useful, I think, than typically a material deck is. It is replaced with a lot of those consistency pieces, stuff like the resonance baubles. We might see something like a Viridian Protective Trinket be an option here.
Calming level 1 coming out here. Wants to activate some of these class bonuses.
Yeah, this might signal that there's some Bagwas hiding in the hand. They want to get Shifting West as soon as possible. You do have to not only level up to Kongming, but also make it to your own end step to be able to shift west. So if they're holding on to a bunch of Bagwas, that might be why they choose to go up to Kongming level 1 here.
Potential for a lot of damage here if you go like Bagua, Fairy Whispers. That's already a lot to chew through. 3 visits coming down here. Gonna get that heal off, get the damage, get the glimpse, of course.
Yeah, it's just like you said, Flonne. I mean, like, this is undoing some of that damage that was dealt last turn. Like, this Frostborn Paladin basically did not attack. It's also dealing 2 damage with those Razor Gale triggers, and you're going to be able to cast it next turn. Like, 3 visits is just doing so much work in this matchup.
Exactly. There's a reason why this card was so sought after and why everyone's so upset when they see a Dong or a Zhao Yun instead of it.
Yes, sir.
I definitely know some people who've got some bad beats with those like 5, 6, 7 dogs in 2 or 3 cases and 1-3 visits. And it's like, makes you think. Not sure what Sebastian's got cooking here, but definitely he held a lot of cards. So I'm expecting at least some fast speed glimpsing, filtering going on here. Shilu choosing not to pop the mirror.
True, yeah.
Usually if you get to your opponent's turn,
right,
you just want to pop it. Stop the imbues. Ooh, Cyclical Breeze. Yep, bringing out that Tempest Downfall. This is scary. We don't have anything. We don't have Ventus yet, so no free suppress. So we're at least gonna need to use something like a Zephyr. But I mean, the damage is just really piling on quickly here. So we definitely need to find some way of chewing through all these defensive cards.
Yeah, it's just so tough against this Razor Girl deck that just virtually never loses influence, that you can be at threat at any time of losing the game. I mean, Kongming level 1 on the side of Shilu only has 19 life. And so, a couple of well-placed Tempest Downfalls can end the game. Thankfully, Shilu is playing some defensive tools in cards like Frostbind and Coriolis Ward that Sebastian does have to account for, but you're never in the clear, right? Like Sebastian here just passing the turn over to Shilu, but all of their cards being fast speed just allows them to interact at any time.
Well, we're seeing a Zephyr here, so definitely big concern. Are we about to see some wind dropping? There's one. That's going to be 5 damage. It seems like he only has 3 cards, which means he can pay for a potential negate. Doing all of this in response to the materialization. There's a Frostbind. So he can pay for this.
Oh, man. Responds with a second copy of Tempest Downfall, 2 more Razor Gale triggers, currently threatening 10 damage, which would be lethal.
And there's the third one.
Copy. Oh, no.
That is... I mean, that's what the deck does. It just draws a lot. Yeah, he was doing this all in response to the materialization. So there's really just nothing that Shilu can do in this situation. So that's just going to be the game here. Unfortunate to see.
Oh, man.
In the end, he didn't even use that mirror. He didn't even get a chance to activate it. Well, he got chances, but it's not like it would have done anything. Didn't even play a Veiling. that just goes to show how strong this Razorgale deck is, even with a card that's so targeted
Hmm.
against it. It can still easily dominate games with all of that damage. That those Tempest downfalls really came down hard. So let's see if Shilu's got anything in the tank. We could potentially look at the sideboard. Is there anything that you think that Shilu can bring in that would help?
I think thankfully Shilu is pretty cognizant of this matchup, and it does look like a large portion of their sideboard is committed to maybe making this a little bit easier. We do see 3 copies of Mystic Purifier, which is almost solely for this deck. It is that extra Fantasia hate, allows you to remove those Razor Gales off the board. We also see 3 copies of Scavenging Raccoon, which can really deal with potential floating memory, but more so can banish win cards that Sebastian may be looking to get back with something like a Cyclical Breeze. So I think those 6 cards are probably coming in. The rest of them probably not. Maybe Freezing Hails if he's looking to be a little bit more aggressive, and also shut off repeated casts of 3 visits.
Yeah, that's right. In the end, like even though people put all this Fantasia hate in their deck, because of Cyclical Breeze, a lot of times it doesn't really end up mattering. We're able to recycle, but it does slow them down at least. Hopefully, you get an opportunity to try and mount an offense before they can reset up here. Of course, you can also
Hmm.
bust out things like that Nullifying Lantern, try and stop them from being able to recycle these things. But unfortunately, Shilu he does not have Nullifying Lantern in his deck, so not gonna be able to bring that one out to
Sure.
try and stop this breezes from being so cyclical.
On the side of Sebastian, it looks like he will also have some pretty powerful sideboard tools. He does have 3 copies of Dream Fairy, which is going to be pretty backbreaking against these Water Allies decks, especially with cards like Frostborn Paladin or even the Hydra Guard Retainer that we saw last game being, bounced back. Makes them pretty easy to deal with, where otherwise they wouldn't be with their large life totals. We see 1 copy of Diablerie, which might come in. I think that's usually better into the more aggressive decks that are looking to get their GCR almost every game. You don't really want to bring this in against the slower, more controlling decks, but it could definitely see some play here. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see the Scavenging Raccoons come in for Sebastian as well. Just pick apart that traditional water floating memory package.
Yeah, definitely. All things considered, and it is interesting that he chooses to keep that Diablerie in the side. I wonder
Mm,
what matchups. Most likely Sylvie, because taking their QSG is extremely backbreaking, because that's
sure.
usually their defensive card, aka Covenant of Thorns, or like a big extender. For a lot of decks, just stealing their GCR is like, okay, it's kind of whatever. When you take QSG, or if you take like a Merlin's Imperial Seal, something all her fireballs are just shut off. Those are usually the decks that I feel where Diablerie really it hurts more when you're stopping your opponent from really getting value out of it. Wow, and the instant turn 1 Razor Gale Calling. I mean, what can you say? That's what the deck does. Definitely hate to see that on Shilu's side.
Yeah, definitely a good start. This is exactly what Sebastian wants to do, and it is definitely how he leveraged the advantage over his opponent in that first game. So we'll see if they're able to do it again. Looks like Shilu's just going to take the slower approach, grab a backup charger, get a little bit more of that influence, try to sit on this Hydro Guard retainer for a while until they can start furthering that card advantage route.
Yeah, and he this really does seem like a pretty difficult matchup for the Water Kongming. Definitely has a hard time dealing with all the damage that comes from these Razor Gales, as well as actually just being able to kill your opponent
Hmm.
when Veiling Breeze is such an issue. Especially think in this variant being Kongming, your allies just aren't as threatening aside from the Cloud Striker. Not having the ability to play Incapacitate from being Tristan or Xander also definitely hurts. So just gonna drop in a Monarch Charm, and that's most likely. Another pretty slow start. Both players just mirroring each other, playing the same champion, same materializations.
But a very, very different deck list, and we're definitely
Very
seeing
different.
the
Completely
valley
different.
between these two decks right now.
Gotta love these players bringing out their custom tokens. Always happy to see people how people like to express themselves.
And I love the support that we get from Weebs on that front as well. Very accepting of custom tokens and custom proxies vault cards now being indefinitely legal.
Oh, and of course we can also talk about those spirits that you can get from SB2.
Yeah.
So suddenly now it's like your favorite element. You get to have a fancy drawn version of it. And of course we have public enemy number 1 here, Baby Gray,
Yeah.
showing up. So why don't you tell people why Baby Gray has got a huge target on his back as of late?
Well, Baby Gray being a card primarily designed for slimes, as on enter you may reveal 2 slime cards from your hand or memory if you do draw a card, is a pretty powerful card, especially in the hands of a Sylvie deck and a slime Sylvie deck at that. But Baby Gray has found its way into decks like this Kongming deck for being like a little bit too splashable. The inclusion of Baby Gray and Baby Green Slime, which are both very powerful cards in their own right, allows non-tamer decks to leverage this very powerful 1/1 interceptor, and so I think that's gotten on people's nerves a little bit that he's finding a home in non-slime tamer decks.
I also think that a big part of what makes Baby Gray so good is that it's an on-enter effect, which means that when you suppress it, it can get you a ton of value compared to something like Windmill Engineer, where that doesn't necessarily work because you won't imbue it if you suppressed it and then it comes back to field. Baby Gray, it's like, wow, okay, I'm gonna Ventus you, I'm gonna hit you with a Tempest Downfall, and then I also get to draw a card at the end.
Yeah, it gives you some
Tons of
strange
value.
intricacies as well, where you can cast your Baby Gray and then reclaim your Baby Gray and reveal itself to its own on enter trigger. Gives you just a lot of options in order to leverage the card advantage that Baby Gray provides. So he's definitely
Yeah.
taken a sort of ubiquitous route lately.
Wow. The double Hydro Guard, so we're gonna be getting a ton of draws here. Obviously,
Yeah,
at the
this
end
is
of this turn, you can
the
just move west, draw 2.
Yeah, definitely what this water Kongming deck wants to do. Something that you said in game 1 is that Hydro Guard, when he's working, seems just super broken. And so we're going to see a little shade of this here. We're not going to see it truly pop off until perhaps Shilu gets to level 3 Kongming. But drawing 2 cards every other turn is a pretty big deal, in addition to having these 2 1/4 taunters that are going to do some damage and also, when you need them to, stay back on defense.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, Hydro Guard is kind of the card that makes Terra level 3 Kongming even like remotely decent.
Yeah.
Because once you get like 1 or 2 of these guys on field, you start suddenly draw 3, 4, 5 extra cards every turn.
Mhm.
It can get pretty out of hand. And there we go, Fairy Whispers. I'm gonna get some extra damage, extra filtering here. Man, this Razor Gale deck just is so consistent. That's the main thing about it. How many glimpses are in this deck? It's not even necessarily playing every single filtering card. Some choose to play like things like Scout the Land.
Mhm.
And it's just the amount of options you have. You can choose to play a bit more aggressive if you want to put Ace and Protectors in your deck. But here you're choosing just mainly for the Ardent Cloud Striker, which is, I mean, as you saw in the previous game against Luxem, if you have 1 or 2 of these guys on field, it's pretty hard, even with the Luxem sites, to survive.
You see a level up to Kongming level 1, and as you said, on that
Ooh.
route of consistency, we saw a Bagua of Cardinal Fate picked up by that Fairy Whispers, and now we're going to level up to Kongming level 1 to enable that. Yet another Fairy Whispers, just seeing so many extra cards. It's going to be pretty easy, I think, for Sebastian here to find either a second copy of Razor Gale Calling or multiple copies of Tempest Downfall to finish the game how they did in the last game.
Yeah, that's right. It's definitely going to be tough. Shilu's gotta do something real soon here. Maybe going to bring out that mirror again. next turn to try and mount an offense, but they're at 3 life. And how much you want to bet they have a 3 visits in hand if they need that on-demand heal? Oh, well, they just added one, so
I would say it's a pretty good
definitely.
bet.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, it's 100% chance that they have a 3 visits. Now, if they have multiple, at least we're not in the olden days where 3 visits could be spammed multiple times in one turn. Obviously, the errata that came down, which forces you to rest as a cost to activate the card, definitely changed how this deck functioned a bit, but it still does the same thing it always did. And there we go, Razor
Oh,
Gale
no.
#2.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
if you
is
were
going
in
to be.
Shilu's seat here, how would you be feeling staring this down?
I think after seeing the last game go the way that it did, I can't be feeling good in Shilu's position. I think Shilu is also, to give them credit, in a little bit of a better position than they were in the previous game, but you can never feel comfortable staring down 2 Razor Gale Callings.
That's right. So he's 5 damage taken so far, so 14 more to chew through. Well, technically 16 if you count the obvious 3 visits that we have seen added to the hand. Yeah, so gonna bring out that mirror. Gonna try and do some damage now while we still have the chance. Are we gonna see a maybe potential veiling in response to the nullifying mirror materialization?
Yeah, I don't know if Sebastian feels like he's under a whole lot of pressure here. He can probably take a hit or two from Shilu, who currently is only representing 2 damage on board. So I think if I'm Sebastian here, I just say, give me your worst, and take the next turn or two to set up a pretty clean line for a kill.
Yeah, that's true. The one thing to say is that Shilu is on West, which means that if an Ardent Cloud Striker has a chance to, oh wow, he is going to use the Veiling Breeze. This is in response to materialization, so you can't tap the mirror to stop the wind cards in a memory from being wind cards. And get a little gander here. So there's the 2 slimes cards that we used to play this baby gray, and then we have a Bagua and a Tempest Downfall. The 3 visits. So definitely set up already. We're not killing. We're not killing Sebastian this turn, 100% because of that veiling. But are we going to just die next turn?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think that's what they're sort of representing here. It was a fairly weak hand that Sebastian showed. Bagua and Baby Green not doing a whole lot of work here as far as killing your opponent, but any number of these cycling cards can unlock some sort of Tempest Downfall line or a Cyclical Breeze or something that just sort of explodes this game out of nowhere. So I think Shilu has to set up as much as I can this turn, but hopefully hold up something like a Coriolis Ward. We have these 2 Mnemonic Charms on board that can really make a pretty big Coriolis Ward to protect yourself when Sebastian does eventually try to go for the kill.
One of the big struggles of this deck is, of course, the fact that everything's fast speed in this deck.
Right.
Fairy Whispers, fast speed. Tempest Downfall, fast speed. Everything is just fast. So even if you use a Coriolis Ward, it is maybe not enough if they just bust out Tempest Downfalls number 2, 3, and 4
Right.
to kill you anyway. So,
Yeah, definitely.
and of course,
Definitely
no
playing through
Ventus yet.
routes, right?
Yeah. So I mean, both players with pretty big influences here.
Hmm.
But once the mirror has been materialized, it's very difficult to kind of veil around that. You usually need to have like 1 or like 2 veiling breezes to try and skirt around this thing. But see what Sebastian has got going on. Maybe he can just end. Ooh, Ventus is scary. When you see Ventus, you're already expecting, am I about to get downfalled? There we go,
Yeah.
Bagua here.
Hmm.
We already know there was a Tempest Downfall. Okay, are we gonna see the Coriolis? Now would be the time to do it when he is hands down. Coriolis Ward. Did he pop both Mnemonic Charms?
Yeah, looks like both charms
Seems
were
like, yeah,
popped.
seems both. So that would be blocking 5?
It's okay, so it looks like
Ew, okay.
just
So
1 was sacrificed. So it's going to be a level +1. In this case, a level being cast at 3. So it's going to be Coriolis Ward for 4 damage prevention.
Yeah, I mean, that will probably do a pretty good job of stopping some of the damage this turn, but Sebastian could just pass the turn, wait for let this Coriolis Ward drop off, and then do all his magic on his opponent's materialization.
Yeah, like you said, Flonne, everything in their deck is fast speed, like almost everything. So they can just, if they're worried about that extra point of prevention, just say, okay, I'll pick up my hand, I'll draw a card, and I'll pass to you and cast all these fast spells in your materialization step.
That's right, and we do have the Ventus now, so as soon as we get the 3 counters on that, the potential for the free play Tempest Downfall definitely becomes a huge concern if you're on Shilu's side.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Tempest Downfall is just such an insane card. 6 damage, or the 3 damage is crazy when you get a few of these Razor Gales. It just goes absolutely infinite. Also, very good at killing big guys like Ethereal Slimes on the turns they enter. Gonna just play the Bagua out here. So he's okay with leaking some of the value to this Coriolis Ward, but you know, it might not matter.
Yeah, I think with the Bagua that was cast in Recollection and the Bagua being activated now, it's that does chew through the 4 points of Coriolis protection, so he's free to do damage as he likes now. So if he can find some combination of Tempest Downfalls and Cyclical Breezes, is totally in the realm of possibility that he finds a lethal line. With this Ventus on board, he's got the suppression basically for free as long as he activates one more wind card. Or wind spell card.
Do you think
sorry.
he has a wind spell? Oh, I'm not
Maybe.
sure if he has a mage wind spell in his hand. I mean, there's no way. That's a bit far fetched, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's mostly allies, mostly baby gray slimes in his hand.
Right, gonna draw card off that Bagua. I mean, what do we got here? Ooh, Windmill Engineer, first time showing up. See, this is the reason why you play that nullifying mirror on your opponent's turn to stop that potentially, but fortunately did not do that. So it definitely seems like we're not going for the kill here unless this is. Yeah, I think Fairy Whispers into Suppress into Double Tempest should not be enough if there are some prevention effects or maybe negates, which is definitely a big concern.
Yeah, I think as Sebastian, you can feel pretty far ahead that it looks like he's just going to take the tempered approach, pass over to his opponent. We're going to see Shilu level up to Kongming level 2.
Leveling up.
Does that very nice CSR to show us.
So is there anything we're going to do on the materialization? Try and get a kill off before he gets the extra 3 life.
Looks like he's thinking about it, at least taking into consideration that almost every card in his deck can be cast. Looks like he's going to let it go. Recollection's going to happen. Card's going to be drawn by Shilu. We'll see what they do with this Empower 3. Maybe something big like a Cone of Frost. We do see a Bubble Mage.
Bubble Mage is scary. Now, why don't you tell everyone what Bubble Mage does here?
So Bubble Mage on enter mage class bonus. You rest target unit, and then until end of turn, whenever that unit would take damage, it takes +1 instead. So the huge interaction here for this Kongming deck is Bubble Mage in conjunction with Cone of Frost that deals 3 separate instances of damage that all get buffed by Bubble Mage. And so with that Empower 3, if Shilu happens to have a Cone of Frost here, it would deal 3, 6, 9 damage by itself, and then all of these allies also adding up to do some damage. So there's a lot being threatened here, and we'll see if Sebastian has a route to deal with that. The nullifying mirror will make it pretty difficult for him to have protection.
Yeah, that's right. We basically need to have double Veiling Breeze here. Force out the rest on that mirror and then play another Veiling in response. Ooh, it seems like he's letting it go. We got that Poison Dagger-esque effect on, so a lot of damage gonna come through here. If we have like a Cloud Striker, it would be. I don't think we have enough cards in hand to play it though. But there's the Cone of Frost. That's gonna be 9 damage. Is there anything?
This is theoretically lethal, right? Would be dealing 9 damage up to 19 on the Kongming.
already used the 3 visits before the Bubble Mage forced the rest. So already got that heal off. So it's got to be double veiling.
You've got to think that
Is there
Sebastian has
anything?
something here, right?
He's got a lot of cards in hand, but that's the thing about the Nullifying Mirror. It kind of shuts down a lot of your defensive cards.
Oh,
Looking at
wow.
it, yeah, like
We see
maybe
a
Slime Shield or something. Yeah,
shield.
yeah.
Yeah. So that'll at
We did
least
know about
protect him
this.
from a little bit of this damage.
Yeah, that's right. We did know about the Slime Shield because he did
Right.
reveal it to play that Baby Gray. So being
So the
forced
way
out here, but
that this will work is that Cone of Frost in Bubble Mage says if that damage would be dealt, it's +1 instead. So Slime Shield is going to prevent the first instance holistically, and then prevent 1 instance from the next. So he's going to end up taking 5 total, I believe, should be what he takes from this Cone of Frost.
yeah, that's right. It's just like Poison Dagger. It doesn't increase the damage by 1. It increases the damage if they take damage. So obviously cards, that's why cards like Resolute and Safeguard Amulet are very good at dealing with effects like this. So yeah, I think like Shilu kind of thrown for a loop here. It's like I kind of had to do that to win the game, but I didn't win the game. So what's the plan here? 2 cards in hand, not much left, and you're at 15. Ooh,
Ooh.
that
Oh,
is
it's so close.
it is like right there. Gonna bust out the Acolyte of Cultivation to obviously free to play because he not for 1 cost because he played a spell this turn. So yeah, I mean he was so close. It's just a little bit off here. I mean, do you see any world where Shilu survives this turn? You just need to do a measly 9 damage. You already have the 3 visits. You already have a windmill on field. That's already threatening 3. Just need to
Yeah,
find another 6. Just 2 Tempest Downfalls. They're just dead.
I don't think there's any way. I think you're exactly right that Shilu is like, this is my turn. I have to take this turn and hopefully kill my opponent. And if I do, great. But if I don't, I'm gonna have to go shields down, and that's probably gonna end the game for me. And I think that's probably the situation we're in here. That the game looks like it's probably over for Shilu. He's so close, 2 different times. He was 1 point off of lethal. But sometimes that's just the
Yeah.
way the cookie crumbles, right?
I mean, that's right. It's just maybe he was just hoping that Sebastian put down that slime shield into the memory, thinking, oh, I won't need this. And of course, if you don't have a slime, there's no reason not to hold stuff like that. We're gonna use our 3 visits here, get our damage off, get our heal as well, inching further and further away from death. But I don't think that's really the concern. I think we're just trying to end the game right here. To recollect here, I mean, this is more than enough damage.
Yeah, we see the pace of play sped up a little bit from Sebastian. He knows that he should have a lethal line here. Just going to cast some Tempest Downfalls and end the game that way.
Oh, is that the 3rd Razor Gale?
Oh, 4?
Yeah, that should be another Razor Gale, shouldn't it?
Insult to injury.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He's only at 2. He's only at 2 counters for that Ventus, right?
I believe so. Yeah, he needs 1 more spell.
Oh well, that would change things. Yeah, so I'm probably just putting all the cards he's intending to pay for, just making sure the math is all correct there. Gonna get his 3rd now. He just needs to suppress something, and then all these Tempest Downfalls, they're free. There's the suppression. Windmill going bye-bye till the end of the turn, but we're not going to make it to the end of the turn here. There's the first one. 5 damage. Straight to face. Yeah, just over. There's nothing. Only 2 cards in hand. Like, maybe potentially a Coriolis could have saved, but yeah, that's just it. And
yeah,
Sebastian making it to the next round at 4-0 with Razor, Gale, Kongming, a deck that's really started to explode into the scene after Vanitas kind of lost his luster from that 3 visits change.
Yeah, Razor Gale's death was definitely overstated, I think. I think this Kongming deck is here to stay. Definitely leveraging that very powerful card in Razor Gale, but also, adding that mage flavor to it, getting access to those huge Tempest Downfall lines, using the slime package. with that baby gray slime is just so terrific. And we've seen that deck really overperform this past couple of weeks. So it is definitely one to have on your radar if it isn't already.
Yeah, and then speaking of that, we can talk a little bit about what the distribution of the tournament looks like. So we're going to show you some stats here. Show off a little bit. So obviously, Sylvie kinda still dominating the meta. She did just win
26.
Ascent.
Yeah.
Yeah, 26%. This is 123 players, so 26% is nothing to sneeze at. She did just win the most recent Ascent, not to mention the fact that she came in with a pretty sizable cut of the top 32. Kind of shades of, what was it, Ascent Chicago. She made up what, 20 or something.
Yeah, I don't
Pretty.
want to have the PTSD flashbacks to Ascent Chicago. 6 of the top 8 was it in
Yeah, I think
Chicago.
that there was definitely an interesting situation where Sylvie was doing so well, and then she kind of tapered off a bit. And then when AMB came out, and then Vanitas does very well in Sylvie, so she kind of disappeared for that one tournament, and then they nerfed Razorgale a bit, and then she explodes back on the scene. So Sylvie definitely still a force to be reckoned with. Second being Tristan, very interesting because Tristan doesn't do well into some of the popular decks, particularly water decks. Nico, not the easiest time. I mean, this is obviously assuming this is Umbra Tristan, but there's also just the ally Tristans. Ally Tristan becoming a little bit more common these days, mainly just for the agility, because obviously Xander kind of does the glimpse prep counter stuff better, but sometimes you just want that agility 3.
Yeah, I think Sylvie aside, the huge story of this like burgeoning metagame that we've had, through Christchurch and through the couple of large regional events like the one we're doing today, is both Tristan and Kongming are having a huge upswing in not only like playability or rather representation, but they're having a huge upswing in their win rate as well. We've seen a lot of these Tristan decks do quite well, both at the last Yeti regional and in Christchurch. And Kongming, as we've seen a couple of times today, is definitely a force to be reckoned with in this new meta. So even if the top slime is maybe getting you down, there are some other decks that are sort of sweeping up behind her. Even Tenoris is now at 10% in our 4th place slot. And that is, I think, probably largely attributed to his success in Christchurch in that sort of Wind Allies variant.
But Cam, I think we're forgetting about someone that you are known to be a very big fan of. Arisana has been doing quite well as of late. Hasn't necessarily won like a really big tournament, but she has been consistently making it at least to the top slots, like top 8s, top 32s. How do you think about Arisana, notably like especially the wind star calling focused Arisana builds?
Listen, Flonne, I'm a simp, so it's hard to hard to take anything that I say at face value. But I'm glad that she's doing well. I think the deck is like super playable, and very competitively viable. I think it has a like pretty reasonable matchup spread into the field. It's quite good into allies. It has a, I think, very positive matchup into Sylvie. So if you're looking for a deck that maybe beats up on allies a little bit, I do see that we have 6 Arisana players that are trying their hand at it. Both the wind star calling variant, and then there is a more stratagem like water focused mill deck as well that leverages fractal of polar depths. That is a cleric class bonus. So I'm glad to see that Ari's doing well. She's definitely a hard deck to play, so you do have to put in your time to see those results. But we have seen a couple of really talented players picking her up lately. We saw Limelight make top 32 in Christchurch, playing a Wind Ari deck that I think was quite good personally. So yeah, I'm glad to see that she's doing well.
Yeah, so don't give up on your faves. Sometimes they just need a little bit of love, and next set, going to have quite a bit of cleric support, I expect.
True.
So definitely look out for that. We just need just a little bit more, and she could really like start becoming a huge meta threat. Cosmic Seal is a card, or it's Astral Seal. This card is I'm absolutely in love with. Just conditional negates. I mean, obviously incapacitate, conditional negate, but it doesn't banish, and it also only works in actions.
Yeah.
The feeling of negating a big slime, especially a storm slime, especially for free, it's hard to replace that.
Yeah, definitely true. I gotta say my favorite thing, it may be a little in the weeds of the RE player, but is that you're a dungeon guide deck, of course, and if you cast a dungeon guide and you banish your own dungeon guide, extra ones from your memory, it makes your astral seals free, and you can stop your opponent from leveling up, and it is like super punishing. So lots of neat tricks that you can do with the astral pool if you guys are looking for a control deck. That's my pitch for the Arisana players out there. Or, just like sell me all
Yeah,
your
definitely.
foils. That's fine too.
Yeah, definitely. And it's another big issue with Arsenal was obviously needing to source more Cosmic Bolts, but hopefully in January when AMB Alter releases, I believe they did say that Cosmic Bolt is going to be a card in the set. So they don't need to buy 5 structure decks. So you
So
can make
true.
your herb spam.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be in
Yeah,
the
so
token slot for ALC Alter, which is great. Hopefully new art, please, Weebs. New art. Do it for me.
new art would be great. It makes it easier to tell which are the Polaris Cosmic Bolts and which are the regular Cosmic Bolts. Yeah, so that's the end of round 4. We've got 3 more rounds, 5, 6, 7 rounds left. So definitely stay tuned for the finale of this regionals. And so we're just gonna go to a break, and we'll see you real soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Yeti Online Regionals. We have Clem with us again. So, hello, Clem. How are you doing today? Obviously, been a busy day for you. Very tiring day of casting. Hope you're
Yeah,
doing well.
I'm doing all right. How about yourself? Are you? What's been the
I'm
day for
also
you?
pretty tired. Yes, it's been a pretty long day. So, definitely hoping to see some matchups that aren't super slow and grindy. And luckily for us, we're getting one that is, I mean, you could say it's a bit control-y in the mirror match. So why don't you tell us what we're going to be running into in this next round?
We're going to be seeing a Oath allies with Tonoris on one side, and a more traditional just allies Tonoris deck on the other side. Which
Yeah, that's right. So like one
honest,
side, yeah,
honestly, I really like both of these decks. I play both of these decks a lot. I'm very excited to see them
do
here.
you have a preference for one variant or the other?
Um, After having played Oath in Toronto and almost making day 2 with it, I think it's probably if you have like a good hand with all the perfect allies, it can be very good and it can have that better chance. But overall, for consistency, I think your traditional allies has a better chance here in this mirror, especially because if they take care of the Dilu or they take care of any of your allies, your Oath doesn't have as much of an impact. And sure, it's still a very good way to buff your whole team, but not getting that extra value off of it can be very painful, and that's very rough in the mirror. It's losing that extra damage can be what makes or breaks it. Like, but Dilu is a very big advantage that
Yeah.
that Oath has.
Yeah, for sure. Like personally for me, I do prefer the unique allies just because I think it's more interesting. Because you're not playing like a generic guy number 5. You have like someone with a name, someone with a story. And of course, one of the cool things about these new unique ally decks is they've been playing some cards that we haven't seen a lot of, namely Bertha, Lena. These unique allies everyone thought was kind of garbage. Suddenly, now they're showing up because, whoa, unique ally is good. And in particular, Ranger, a lot of Ranger support. Purse has been seeing a lot of play because of Liu Bei mainly, giving a lot of value for distance and ranged stuff. So it just makes sense to play stuff like Lena, like Bertha, and just a weird thing I think everyone forgets. Dilu, he's a Ranger card,
Yep, yep. Horse, a good
and
horse.
if you're wondering why, it's because Liu Bei is his owner and she's a Ranger. If you look at Zhueying is a mage tamer card as well because Tao Tao is a mage. So definitely the lore. You can see it in the design. So we're gonna get into the game here. Noel being the player on the more unique allies version, while number 4 on the kind of traditional, just like 3-cost 2/3 guys kind of list. So getting off the Lena turn 1. So tell me, I mean, so have you had much experience playing these like new kind of ranger focused cards?
Not really, other than Purse and Liu Bei, but it's been very fun watching these cards work in a way where it's not really intended to be like this, right? It's not intended to be slotted into an allies deck, but it works so well and it synergizes so well with the whole deck that it just ends up being wonderful. And look at that. Noel just cracked his ring to draw a card and then activated Lena with a full 4 cost just to go and dig through and try and find the Dilu or the Liu Bei or Bertha or anything,
Yeah,
that's
Lena is she's a weird card because she was pretty maligned in ALC, but she gets you a ton of value if she survives even just like 1 or 2 extra turns. If she gets her effect off 2, 3 times, that's just free +1/+2. Also filters through your deck. She's actually a very strong card when you're playing cards that give distant because it 4 cost is a lot. Let's be real, 4 costs a lot. But if you are already playing things like skirting step, backstep, it just makes it easy. And of course, she fulfills unique ally conditions for your oath. So, ooh, Noel getting off that Dream Fairy here. Quite problematic. Clearly, he just played the Lurking and then didn't attack, wanting to maintain that stealth. Dream Fairy going to get in the way of that. Stifling Trap. Ooh, Zephyr coming down here. What's the target? It's going to be the Lurking here. So going to be able to keep that Lurking alive, and we'll see. Oh, ooh, so Noel here, because of the ring into Lena pop, actually has 4 cards in hand. So he can keep this, he can use the Lena again next turn if he's not forced to put any cards down.
Yeah, yeah. You can also backup charger to keep his influence up. You know, that's
Oh, that's
that's
right.
something that it's quite important in this deck. You know, in allies decks, you want to be on curve and always play at least one ally every turn, and it's a lot easier with if you have 8 cards in hand, because then you get to keep 4 for any responses. And he does not play Gildas, so he does not have to worry about balancing anything.
But speaking of Gildas, number 4 gonna bring out his own here. Balanced. I assume that it's most likely going towards that. Ooh, actually just going in a face here. Interesting. Maybe worried that Noel's got a lot of defensive cards. He's like, okay, let's just put the pressure on. Why do I need to attack Lena when she's probably just gonna get skirting, gonna get backstepped, like anything that could potentially help here. Gonna pop the Wind Resonance Bubble right after Gilda swings, so it doesn't mess with the balance. Yeah, interesting here. Number 4 definitely playing super aggressive. Usually when you see ally mirrors, it is a board control war. So it's very interesting to see him just going straight face here. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
he could be, he could be like, the Lena is not too scary until now. It's always better to kill the whatever the Lena finds is usually a better thing to get rid of here, because it's digging through the deck is not that is very, very good. However, you're still forced to put all the cards down to the bottom. So there might be some cards that Null does want to see, and activating the Lena could force him to put those at the bottom if he does not find the Ranger ally. And then if he gets a Dilu or a Bertha, he can number 4 can still just kill it, and then because the Lena's ability forces him to rest her, it's still 1 damage that's stopped from the Lena. She won't really attack, and then he just needs to number 4 just needs to take care of all of the allies that are being played off of Lena.
Yeah, absolutely spot on analysis there. Lena, that's her main drawback. She can't attack and search at the same time. Very, very much like Parsonet, who just you're either attacking with her or you're using her as a defensive card. In this situation, obviously not much in the way of board clear. That's why I think we brings out the Bulwark Sword here, just to have some extra damage. What are ooh, the deflecting edge comes out here. Number 4 did have to use a card here in order to balance Gildas next turn, unless he chooses to materialize. And of course, leveling up into Tenoris 1, very big deal when it allows you to get that huge taunt effect. I mean, definitely,
Yeah.
I don't know, have you had much experience playing the many different champions of Wind? Because obviously there's Tristan, there's Ender, there's Norris, there's Diana, there's Lorraine. So why do you
Yeah,
think people are gravitating towards Norris?
because the Tonoris is just protect your allies. Personally, I prefer the more aggressive decks, but we had a discussion about it where we actually were just had a talk and then went the Lorraine deck into a Tonoris deck. And in the mirror match, the Tonoris deck does feel a lot better due to the taunt. protecting your allies and just absolutely, keeping your board alive for that one turn could be the the deciding factor whether you live or die. And because a huge board, especially in the mirror, is what you want, right? Because your huge board can take care of their huge board, and then you're completely fine afterwards if you
Yeah,
can
and
just
namely, you're playing a
retaliate.
deck. You're playing a deck that
Yeah.
has Oath. So if you're able to stick one or two allies, getting that taunt allows you the leeway to suddenly like fill the board with all these uniques, so you can set up that really huge Oath turn. So
Yeah.
number 4 is gonna keep putting on the pressure. He's just smacking face. He doesn't care. Yeah, we can play another
He's
Gildas
going for
here.
it.
I'm feeling it. Ooh,
It
second
is.
Gildas.
Your feeling was right.
That's. I mean, when someone puts 3 cards down, I'm like, it's got to be Gildas, right? Oh, that's a lot of damage. So Noel did use this stifling trap to kind of get the Gildas, even though the deflecting edge was played just for damage. You see these played to stop drain fairies and other on enters, but good enough also just to get that kind of value. So he's getting really low here. Might be forced to level up just to get some life. Tenor is obviously having 20 life because he is Guardian. Warrior and Guardian privilege of having 1 extra life at level 1.
Indeed. Indeed. We see exact mirror plays from the players here. Well, obviously one of them played a bobble, the other played the ring, but in terms of effects, they've been exactly the same. This is a fun part of the mirror match, seeing that there's a line that you have to play, and usually you do follow it even here. And there's not much affecting the board, so that you would change your plans here. Oh, and there's a fast activation Bertha. That's the best part. Like I always, when I think of Bertha, I always for a moment think that the fast activation is also class bonus, but it's not. It's just a wonderful card. By default has fast activation and ranged, and then the other text is class bonus, but you don't care about that too much. You just care about the fast activation ally before recollection.
Yeah, and that's right. So getting this Bertha on the board now, just so that your hand is completely open for the rest of the turn, gonna get that deflecting edge. Lost an Oath, unfortunately, on the level up, but because of this Dream Fairy, actually can't get off the big Oath. I mean, obviously, a Oath just to give buff counters is already good enough, more often than not. But in this situation, definitely not really set up for the big unique ally Oath. Ooh, Percy coming down here. Another big winner from these new unique ally decks and these new ranger cards. Let's see if he's going to attack with her or if maybe just going to hold her for a potential suppress.
Yeah, that's the wonder of these cards. They are so versatile, and there's just so much you can do, even in these matchups, and that's why I think they are also more difficult than people give it credit for. Because sure, both of these decks are so simple to play on the surface, but then there are so many of these tiny decisions that you have to make just to make sure that you're winning, you're keeping yourself safe.
Yeah, and that's the thing about allies, right? It's that they are on the surface very easy decks to play. You play your 3 cost 2/3, you do your balance your Gildas, you just do that. But there's a lot of small micro decisions you have to make. And unlike advanced element decks that can get a ton of value across their whole game, you once you've gone through your baubles and your rings and your backup charger, you kind of start to run out of steam. So you really have to plan ahead and kind of know what your path to victory is here. So both players here going up to Tenoris, which means both of them have taunt active at this moment. So going to be forced
Indeed.
to smack face here, which I mean so far number 4 has only been hitting face anyway. You gotta be worried
Yeah,
here. You're getting mighty low.
it is very
Luckily,
close.
and number 4 just doesn't have that many cards. Ooh, actually getting to balance Gildas off of a 5-card hand with the 2 cost. That hurts. Does he have anything? Okay, we're gonna use
Yep.
that back step, alt art from AMB to get the purse, and then most likely going to suppress this Gildas.
That is
I mean,
that is the play here, right? Because it stops the 4 damage, and your purse will be distant on your turn as well, so it'll attack for 2 more. And the value you get
yeah.
off of that is just massive. Ooh, number 4 attacking with
Ooh,
the Tenoris here is unexpected because then
that's
Tenoris loses
risky.
taunt now. Yeah.
But I mean, your
Now,
opponent he's at 18. You just need to do 2 damage. Just swing the bulwark sword one more time. He's just gone. So, oh, the Tariff Ring, very smart to bring that out now. Though, is it enough? Your opponent's low on cards, but he can just swing the bulwark. Next turn, he will have enough cards to just go, okay, swing, pay for tariffs, swing bulwark. So
yeah.
definitely gotta get
Yeah.
something here. Maybe can use the Percy to suppress the item. Though, of course, you kind of want to use that distance that she has right now and get some damage off.
Yeah.
Maybe try and get an
It's
intercept on field as well. Could definitely help in this situation. So far,
just like,
we haven't seen a Lube, we haven't seen a Dilu. Those are usually like the really big ticket cards.
yeah.
Fortunate
You
here, not
you
really
really need
seeing
that
those.
Dilu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dilu is
I
it's kind
don't
of the
believe
glue that
Null is
holds this together.
playing. Yeah, I don't believe Null is playing anything with Taunt or Intercept other than Tenoris himself.
Yeah, that's right. So it's like he's basically kind of open here. The main thing would be maybe like a skirting step on Tenoris, something just to keep him alive. Oh, he's pointing out the taunt, but hey, you have rested yourself. So, ooh, actually just hitting face. Oh no, okay,
Oh
so
no.
he's tagging the Gildas.
Going for the Gildas.
So, okay, are we going to use this Percy and kill something, or are we going to save? I mean, if you want to get the Percy suppressed, you're gonna have to distance her again, at least. I actually see an oath in his hand, so it's a bit unfortunate in the situation. If he could get to remove this Dream Fair, he could actually pull that off.
Yeah,
But
indeed.
right now, we have to focus on living. Because 18 life is not, or 18 damage taken is not a good position to be in. Dream Fairy, number 2. What are we hitting? Lurking Assailant.
Mhm.
Getting taken out here. Ooh, I'm expecting
It
him to
is.
use the Bulwark Sword. Maybe?
Possibly,
Try
but it's
and...
I that's what I would assume because with the Bulwark Sword on 18 damage counters, unless of course if Noel suppresses the Bulwark Sword, it would not be enough. But if he has like a skirting step and he uses it on himself instead of Purse, it still hits, for enough damage.
Yeah, it
The
seems like that's...
Bulwark Sword.
I think the idea was he played the Dream Fairy and then attacked the Imperial Recruit to stop the Foster. So
Yeah.
now he just needs to suppress this Bulwark, and hopefully that will keep him alive for one more turn. Ooh, 4 down. Heavy
Oh,
swing
heavy
is
swing.
crazy here. I mean, do you have a way of stopping 6 damage?
He
Looking
does
like that's
not.
a no. I mean, it
Heavy
would have to
swing
be
is the
like...
MVP.
I mean, heavy swing jump scares you. You don't see it for the entire game, then suddenly it's like, oh, I'm just dead.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
there
Noel
was
was
really no way he
prepared
was
for.
getting around that.
Yeah,
Definitely a bit of
I
an
think Noel was prepared
unlucky
for
game
the.
though. No
Yeah,
Dilus. Where's the horse? We need to see him. Considering how many times he activated that Lina, you'd think he would have found one.
but
Yeah,
fortunately
so
not.
going
The
into
dealer
game 2
was
here.
evasive.
Yeah, he's definitely that horse is prancing around. Can't find him anywhere. So going into game 2, what do you expect to see both players siding in here? On Noel's side, he does have a Wind Resonance Bauble, so obviously that is almost assuredly coming in.
Yeah, I would expect the cry for help as well. Probably the heavy swings too.
That's true. Heavy Swing of his own to come back on. Number 4 does have Eye of Argus. Good way of helping him get rid of that Dream Fairy because it doesn't give an ally true sight. The rest of this not looking particularly useful in this matchup. Nullifying Mirror and Raccoons and Lanterns, all for different things. Nico's, Kongming's, Merlin's. So it's most likely just going to be Eye of Argus. Maybe Innervate Agility if he's feeling interesting.
I
Maybe
think it
stop
could be very good here because you can reuse your taunt. You can stop the attacks. I feel like in this matchup in particular, it's a very good card because abusing the Tenorius's taunt every turn is just fantastic. It protects your board, and with the stealth for that turn, it protects you as well. So I think it's just I think it's something that you absolutely have to bring in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So both players just gonna quickly side here, and we're gonna get into game two. In your opinion, as an ally in an ally mirror, would you rather go first or second?
Uh, I it depends on your hand, because I feel like generally you would want to go second, but if your opponent just opens with a better ally than yours, then it could easily be over. Like if they have a Guan Yu turn one, it's pretty difficult for you to take care of that. Like they could go for their full hand down for that Guan Yu, and then it's over. Or even if they have any unit with stealth, if they bring out the lurking assailant, it can be very rough. Like turn one, if you're the second person, because you can't really play your allies because you can't take care of their stealth or their big ally. But at the same time, you also want to develop your board, so it's a bit rough.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement there. Generally, I'd say as an ally player, you do want to go first. Because obviously, the only way to take care of another ally on their side, assuming it's a 3 health ally, is to play 2 of your own, which will be hand down. And since they only played 1 ally, they can hold things like their skirtings and their deflecting edges. And of course, if they just have a stealth guy, it's like you can't really kill it to begin with. So usually the best way to combat someone going first is to just Dream Fairy, whatever they played. So Noel clearly here choosing to go first. There's the Lube, card we did not even see last game.
Yeah, you mentioned. But
Very
this is also very good because you get to keep up 3 cards, which is most reaction cards in the game that would protect your allies cost 2. So it's starting like this is wonderful. 3-cost ally keeping 3 cards in hand for a Zephyr Reclaim. Anything that protects your allies is great.
And of course, we do have to talk about skirting step, distance, while also protecting at the same time, while also drawing you a card. Really great on a unit like Lube, who has ranged, allowing her to crack back, get a free 1-for-1 without needing any help. A Shimmer Cloak Assassin coming down. This is one of these allies that has fallen a bit out of favor. I think mostly because of Reprogram, but people are not really playing Reprogram anymore, so she's kind of making a resurgence here.
You're absolutely right about that.
So we're gonna go for it's just lurking or Shimmer Cloak Pass wants to just keep this stealth unit up. Kind of maintain this hand. Maybe worried about like a stifling trap if he really goes full hands down. Allows Noel to get that Dream Fairy. This card is pretty much it is the main answer that Wind ally decks have to dealing with stealth. Obviously, you can play things like Eye of Argus, or you can play Trained Hawk, but they're just not as common. Stifling Trap here. I wonder, do we see a Reclaim? No, a Dream Fairy going down here. Oh, but it's better than one Dream Fairy, a second Dream Fairy.
Indeed. It's hard to defend against 2 of them. One's easy. One you can account for. 2 is too much.
Now, unfortunately, though, Noel did have to commit his whole hand to playing both of these Dream Fairies, which means that he's completely open here. If number 4 has a way of getting 2 allies on the board, he can kill the Lube. See what he plans to do here. What's the materialization? Cannot be your own backup charger, obviously, so we're just going to go for the Wind Resonance. A Gildas here would be really, really strong.
Good.
Well,
Ah,
popping the bobble.
seems
Seems like
unfortunately
not a
no
Gildas.
Gildas. Yeah. It's rough, but number 4 can. Ah,
Well, it could
is
still
that
be
a
a Gildas now.
Yeah, yeah. Could also be an ASIN protector with
That
the
as well.
squirrel,
Asin is
ASIN,
another big one.
squirrel. Yeah. Seems
Oh, it seems
seems
like you're
like it
correct.
is an ASIN. Yeah, it is. The ASIN squirrel tech. You love to see that. This
Yeah.
ASIN is just such a wonderful card.
Ooh, wow, he's just gonna commit everything. Bringing out that taunt. Just another 3-cost 2/3 wind ally. But of course, since we're on to Norris, if we actually do end up hitting level 1, this will also have taunt. Though usually doesn't matter because we just hit face every turn. Notably, number 4 here choosing to kill the Lube compared to last game where he was always pretty much just going straight face. In this situation, if your opponent has no cards in hand, of course you will kill the ally, especially the one that is as important as Lube.
Indeed. Luba is just such great value with so many of the protection cards. Like last game, if you had a Liu Bei next to that purse, it would have been a very different game in the end. It's extremely impactful, and so it's definitely the right decision to take care of her the moment you see her. I think she's a close second to Dilu in the Oath deck.
Absolutely true. And, Dilu wouldn't work without all these unique allies in the first place. So kind of needs them, all of them together. And I think the main thing about Liu Bei is that she just has no conditions. She just works, and she has the upside if you are playing these distance cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Noah has no uniques either, but he's more than likely to have at least one in hand, so he could go unique in Dilu this turn. But he still have to commit his whole hand to that, or keep 2 cards up now. But in general, it's a huge commitment to go for both. And then number 4 can still possibly take care of them, because if he the Dilu hits for a lot, but the Ace Protector being a 4 health ally would still take most of the attention to that. Ooh, and there's a Windmill Engineer. This is a bit. It's a spicy addition, or at least it's a wonderful wind card. Don't get me wrong, but in
Yeah.
an Oath deck, non-unique allies are a bit scary to play because it kind of shuts off your Oath. Oh, but there it is. There's the namesake card.
Wow. Just gonna play out the Oath on 2 weenies, really, but he wants to clear that ASIN, so he's just gonna commit the Oath now. I'm fairly certain that this Windmill is not long for this world, but this Dream Fairy going to be quite difficult to deal with because of that stealth. A Stifling Trap won't do it now, and looking at number 4's deck, he doesn't really have a good way. I assume he probably sides in this Eye of Arcus, but still 3 HP. Kind of hard to hit on an ally unless it's one of the big ones like Ace and Protector.
Yeah, definitely. But we know he already has the squirrel in hand, so it is. There's the eye. But he could, if he has another ASIN, he could easily do the squirrel tech again.
Might even play his own Oath or one of his Attunes, because he is playing both Oath and Attune, mainly just for there are cards in the game that do target specific names, namely Nia. So having just a split of cards that do the same thing effectively makes sense.
Yeah,
Gonna
and there
go
is
2 here.
also
Yep.
Astral Seal nowadays. If they banish one, because so when people have started to play Arisana, so the fact that you have different names can also counteract an Astral Steel that was kept up just so they can play it for free, you know? You don't have to fear it as much.
And here we're seeing that exact play, bringing out the Asun to take care of this Dream Fair. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's like, this is a pretty huge swing. Takes care of the board, already used up an Oath, gets to play another allies. It's Shimmer Cloak, and there's the Shimmer Cloak.
Back.
Definitely getting bad here for Noel. 0 board presence. Not a particularly large influence. Staring down an Asun and the Shimmer Cloak.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
very
And
difficult
the
to
fact
deal with
that
allies.
these allies cannot trade 1-for-1 is a big disadvantage here because he has to build his board so far ahead that number 4 just, you know, has to clear like 3 allies after getting all of his cleared, and both of these allies take at least 2 cards to clear, regardless of, you know, if it's 2 allies or an ally and a distance card or like a backstep or something like that. It still takes a lot to commit to just get rid of them, unless of course he has a 3rd Dream Fairy, in which case that's what you want to see. But with 2 already being out, it's unfortunately the odds are not in Noel's favor here.
It's absolutely true, and this is why Gildas was such an important card, because she was one of the few allies that can just like trade in anything 1-for-1. Just need to be able to meet that balance condition, but Noel's not on Gildas, so gonna have to try and find a way to get rid of Asun because he needs to go. Lube gonna come down here. Lube is Bay, but does she have a way of killing Asun? Ooh, 2 cards. Skirting Step on your own turn just to get distance. Definitely feels like a desperate play, but it does work out.
I don't think the 1 damage could be relevant here, but since usually you're already are overkilling the allies by 1 damage, it's not as relevant. The damage prevention is not as relevant. You would rather draw the card and give the distant now to trade. Well, not even trade, to just take care of the Asun as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he just followed that up with the perfect card, Parsonet. Parsonet, a very, very strong card that was unfortunately overlooked for most of FTC and ALC. I like to consider her the Korhazi Trapper of Wind. She's a very annoying card that kind of just like sits there and stops you from being able to kill everything else. Not quite as good as Trapper because she can't target herself. And her stealth is only level 2, which most of the time these decks don't hit level 2. But definitely a very strong card. She's also Wind and unique. So she turns on Dilu, she turns on Oath. She basically does everything you really want in one of these kind of unique ally-focused decks. I mean, what do you think about Parsonet here?
This is definitely exactly what you want to see. Of course, the Shimmer Cloak can take care of Parsonet, but you still get the glimpse and you get to protect Liu Bei with her. So it's even if she dies here, it's still like a 2-cost glimpse and protection all in one is very good. So I do agree with you that it was overlooked for quite a while, but now especially it's come back and it is like a Korhazi Trapper for Wind essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like he's posturing for 3 cards, and woo, his own Dream Fairy here. What's the target? Most likely Liu Bei. Gonna tap just to get the glimpse off, because why not? Middle Engineer. Oh, actually choosing Parsonet.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, that does make sense. He'd rather kill the Liu Bei, because Parsonet on her own is not that threatening. So you might as well get rid of the card that you really just don't want to see again. Actually, no, he's just hitting face.
Yeah, because the Liu Bei got stealth from Parsonet's ability, because a wind card was
Oh, yes,
revealed,
yes,
so he
yes.
couldn't take care of it. But putting the Parsonet back guarantees that there won't be any more Parsonets as long as Dream Fairy's around, so it's quite protected, and Noah has that much less protection for the damage that number 4 would be pushing towards Liu Bei, if he even wants to take care of it, right? Because last game we saw that he could just push damage to face and not worry too much about all of the allies on board. Just easily push enough through where it was over before Null could really do anything.
Yeah, I think that's why I was expecting him to use the Dream Fairy on the Liu Bei, because then the Parsnite is free to be killed. But in this situation, I mean, might as well just start pushing damage. But if we see a Dilu here, that's when things will start to maybe get a little bit out of hand. Bei just gonna swing face here. Obviously, these two have stealth. Really annoying aspect of these weak allies. Not weak, but low HP allies. But the fact that they have stealth, quite annoying. Especially when you're not on Lorraine. You don't get sort of seeking. You don't get Savage Slash with sort of seeking to get rid of these guys. We usually have to crutch on things like Train Talk, which most people don't want to play. So it's usually Stifling Trap or your own Dream Fairy.
Yeah. It's definitely
Swinging in.
taking care of stealth allies is definitely an issue here. So that's why most of the time you also are kind of forced to swing face, even without Tenoris. If you're on traditional allies, you have a lot of stealth available, so you will most likely just be hit in the face, which is pretty good, which is what you want to see here, because you can just build your board, not worry too much, because there aren't that many cards in the game that give True Sight, especially like you mentioned if they're not on Lorraine. So yeah, it is a bit annoying to be on the other side of a board full of stealth allies.
Interestingly enough, he chose to go for the Percy here and then swing face, which what do you think is going on in Noel's head? Because obviously you'd normally want to keep the purse awake so you can give it the distance on your opponent's turn and then get the extra suppress, which allows you to get the double value, double distance. Then you also have the suppress. You can maybe stop an ally from dying. I'm very curious what was in. Well, it seems like it was a stifling trap. Probably just wanted to hold it. Kill that Dream Fairy.
Yeah. I think if he doesn't have any cards that give distant, keeping the purse awake can be quite detrimental. But of course, it also plays mind games with your opponent, which which I feel like number 4 showed last game that he wasn't too afraid of an awake purse. So I think Noel decided that all right, then I really just have to push as much as I can, because number 4 proved that he was being extremely aggressive. He goes for the maximum damage game plan. So Noel has to be just as aggressive back at him. And if he doesn't
Actually,
have the protective cards, he just has to go for it.
Actually, did he level up that turn? So that's actually might be the taunt turn, which is probably why he just swung, knowing that he can't deal with the allies on board. I believe this is the taunt turn. This is why I like it when people have little tokens for taunt. Because Tenoris, you'd be surprised. People always forget about it.
Yeah, I do believe
So
last
this is
turn was the turn that number 4 leveled up.
Right. So he does have taunt right now. So that's most likely why the purse is being used just for damage here. So Unrelenting Warden, one of these other newer cards that we haven't really seen much of. I mean, she's basically just a 3-cost 2/3. A lot of these other effects, not particularly relevant, especially because you don't usually level up to 2. Then we're going to get the tune off. So yeah, this is the big thing about ally mirrors is when you get a tune off, suddenly all your allies get to 1-for-1 trade with all of your opponent's allies, but they still need 2 to kill yours, which is why usually the person who gets the first tune off and is able to stick the guys ends up winning that game. But of course, here we have the taunt, so maybe Noel can try and mount an offensive here. Actually gonna keep up the taunter, knowing that he can't kill Noel's guys on field. Very smart. Because look at the taunt, 3/4, meaning she can retaliate and kill
You can take
pretty much
both,
anything that's not
both of them.
Aeson.
Yeah, and if
Maybe
you
we
can
could see
give
another skirting.
possibly, and if you can give like with skirting, for example, can give both of them distant, then Null will be forced to attack with the Liu Bei first and trade with the Warden or the for the Liu Bei, losing 4 damage and the Liu Bei in the process. So it's definitely disadvantageous for him. And if he doesn't, he just cannot push enough damage currently to hit through that 3/4 taunt ally.
You
So
know,
he's
it'd be
kind of in
really
a
good right
lose-lose
now
situation.
if Noel just drops Dilu into Oath, though. We could be in for a wild ride. So far, he still has not played a single Dilu in any of these games, which is pretty interesting. Not sure if he's just not finding them or if he's not finding the right positions to play them in. But he could definitely change the battlefield here with his owner.
Yeah. Yeah. Dilu into Oath would be extremely good here. And it would completely, well, not completely, but it would absolutely counteract the taunt that was just placed there. But it seems he is going for the skirting step, like you mentioned earlier.
It makes a
But
ton of sense here.
yeah, it does. He has to give it to the purse to give, to get the maximum value off of it, which will prevent 1 damage from the purse. But the purse alone is not enough to kill the taunter. So
Unfortunately, the 4
it's a rough.
HP.
Yeah. It's a 3/3 does not trade well into a 3/4. So he has to attack with the Liu Bei first. Unless he
Wow.
has
Unless he
Oath,
plays his
yeah.
Oath.
Which is this is perfect for Noel. This is
Yeah, and
exactly what
he
he
is sitting
wants.
behind the tariff. So that tariff is definitely going to help him keep his allies alive on the crackback. So I definitely feel like Noel has the momentum in this situation. The main thing number 4 has going for him is that stealthed Shimmercloak Assassin, making things hard. Ooh, choosing to suppress it. I'm guessing to make it lose the buff counter.
Yeah.
Oh, also suppressing it on the end phase, I believe, which means it'll only come back on number 4's, the end of number 4's turn. So basically can't do anything with that Shimmer Cloak. Very smart plays here
Yeah.
from Noel.
The sequencing is wonderful.
Wonder if he's gonna pop the Tariff Ring here. When you consider the fact that no allies on board, on his opponent's board, maybe you don't have to pop the Tariff, actually.
I do agree. He can at most play 2 impactful allies this turn, which is not enough to warrant a tariff ring here. But
Bringing
goes
out
the
the
safe
sword,
route and
though.
still pops it.
Yeah, bringing out the sword definitely makes you think for a second. Probably should, because any ally plus sword kind of maybe opens you up to be able to kill one of them at least. And sticking both, I mean, do you think he has another oath? If he does, it's going. Ooh, okay,
Ooh.
Dream Fairy. So we are gonna be able to get rid of one of them, choosing Purse, but we can't kill Lube, which is concerning.
Yeah, she's here to stay.
Hey, so I mean, looking at things right now, I mean, if we could set up the oath, quite difficult in this position. But oh, actually, Parson Net should have been re-unlocked, considering that the previous Dream Fairy was killed. So I feel like she's most likely gonna come down again.
True. That is
Bulwark Sword.
absolutely correct.
I mean, this board's looking kind of familiar. It's the two stealth people, and on Noah's side, no one that can really deal with that. Notably, Lena, if you had class bonus, does have True Sight, but she doesn't have Rage, so she actually doesn't really have the ability to kill anything, maybe outside of like Imperial Spy.
Yeah, it's not that much here.
Hey, what is the plan? Also, haven't seen a Guan Yu either this whole game. It's been interesting. She's definitely one of the ways that you can get around these stealth guys, because suddenly they can't really attack you, because if she's on field with the ambush keyword, can't really attack into anything unless you have your small stealth units just die on you. Just gonna
Yeah.
drop the Parsonet. Makes sense. Keep it. Just put some pressure. Just start hitting face.
Yeah. I feel like Guan Yu is no. Well, first of all, Noel only plays 2 Guan Yus, and Guan Yu is kind of rough unless she's the first ally you play or you have something die, and not many things have died on Noel's side, so there wasn't much opportunity to play a Guan Yu for the reduced cost, and playing her for 5 is just so much momentum lost, and you cannot keep up any protective cards. That I feel like she's a rare sight in general. As much as I love the card, it's very rough to pull her off currently.
Ooh, and we're gonna be busting out the poison coating oil here. I feel like maybe number 4 is gonna try and go for a lethal line. Oh, he's definitely going for a lethal line now. That is gonna be a +4 Shimmer Cloak Assassin at the end of this all. If he chooses to use that poison coating oil. Not on any of those restanding cards, I believe. So no rallied advance. Nothing like a second wind. So not like the crazy robot decks that are just like pumping all the buffs onto one unit and then restanding, but still it's a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's not a robot combo deck, but it still has ways to utilize the power cell. And I think as long as you get to use it, it's just it's good value, even if it's just without any combos. Just the one-time damage is still great because you get a card off a backup charger and you get plus attack as well. Ooh.
Backstep coming out here. I wonder what the purpose of that is. Probably just trying to draw into something. He needs to find like a Zephyr, something that can suppress the Shimmer Cloak. Oh, well, he found one. That is a Zephyr. Gonna draw into it. Hopefully, yeah. So thankfully, number 4 didn't commit the poison coating oil yet. So still has that. Could use it on the Dream Fairy instead. Definitely still a ton of damage. Still a big threat. If he's got heavy swing, this game is just over.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, I feel like it's coming. I mean, even just the bulwarks is already 3. He doesn't need that much left to end this game.
He's
Show
very
us the heavy swing.
close.
I want to see it. I want to see him to end 2 games with heavy swing. Oh, that's 4. Is that 3? No, it's 3.
That's
Shit. 3. I mean, Shimmer Cloak is
Cloak?
also good. I mean, this should be 16 Bulwark Sword, 1 off.
For 3.
Oh, he has Squirrel, doesn't he? He has Squirrel.
Yeah, you're right. He did.
Yeah. He has a Squirrel. He has a Squirrel.
He has a Squirrel for last. You're right.
Squirrel for game, getting last hit by a Squirrel. Imagine the pain there. Wow, what? I mean, just like you said, this just goes to show the value of the consistency of just being able to play regular allies, the strong stealth allies. When you start dipping into all these uniques, you lose the ability to play Shiver Cloak and Lurking and Gildas because you need the wind card specifically to try and activate your Dilu, which somehow in 2 games that lasted very many turns, we did not see a single Dilu played.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and I think Noah revealed his deck, and the top card was a Dilu, which is very unfortunate. We were so close. As a 4th card, but it still was so close. It could have easily been just a couple Parsonets away. If that Parsonet was alive, he could have found the Dilu, and then the game could have turned out very differently. And that's the wonder of the ally matchups. It just depends on such little things, such little deciding factors. Like as you said, the value of losing out the stealth allies on on Oath is a lot, but at the same time you get cards like Purse and Parsonet, which are wonderful onboard ways to protect your other stuff or yourself with Purse. So it's definitely rough, but I feel like the biggest problem, the biggest like issue that you can have in allies is that you have in unique allies is that you have too many of the same unique, right? Sometimes you have 3 Parsonets in hand. What are you gonna do, right? She's wonderful, but you only need one.
That's absolutely true. I mean, that's why they're unique. You can only have one of them on field. So jamming your decks with like 4 Lubes, like sometimes you're just gonna draw too many of her. I mean, you can't really do anything about that. That's just the nature of the deck. And I definitely feel like there was a bit of bad luck there, like just never seeing the Dilu. And actually, there was that one turn where he had the Purse and the Lube on field. If he just had Dilu into Oath, he just wins the game right there. So there was definitely opportunity, but that's the thing. You know, do you rather have like those really high highs with the ability to play like a massive Oath and hit for like 15 damage in one turn, or do you just want reliable 3-cost 2/3s or 3-cost 2/2s, stealth units, all that stuff? No uniques. You don't have to worry about conflicting and forcing weird plays because you're just like jammed with too many of the same guy. So yeah, definitely goes to show the value of these kinds of decks. And honestly, also I think a lot of people are starting to go back on things like Andronica, maybe on some of like those robot stuff, especially like Eternal Magistrates, especially because Reprogram has really just not been in this meta because everyone's more worried about the Oath decks instead. So definitely a lot of play with in Wind Allies. Definitely look at the different ways you can play that deck because there's a million different ways of building Wind Unique at this point, and just finding like the right way to target your specific meta is the way you end up succeeding. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
definitely agree with you there. And even just in general, I feel like Reprogram has fallen out because people stop playing the robot control decks. And so if you just need your 2-cost fast floating, you're more likely to play something like Fast Gear against the Congeal decks, or maybe even Exercise Curses, though that's a lot less likely. Because unfortunately nobody plays Diana currently. As much as I would love to see some good old Carter again, I miss him a bit. As much as I was an Allies player back then as well, it was a pleasure to see some Ranger action. But yeah, it's definitely not as prevalent as it was before.
yeah, don't let Shinja hear that because he doesn't want to hear that nobody's playing Diana. Some people will
He
tell you
knows.
Diana's actually good, and I definitely think she has a place. But currently, this meta is not very favorable to her. There's a lot of predators out there for that kind of deck. And in fact, Wind
Yeah.
Allies can be pretty hard because what does she do if she doesn't have a Carter? If she gets, especially now with Stifling Trap, you know, the old Diana play of Creative Shock, Dump Float, level up to 1 double dungeon guide, the Limelight, as I like to call it. I mean, it's kind of hard to do when all these wind decks are packing Stifling Traps, all these water decks have negates and Fracturizes and Zephyrs. It's just very hard to play Diana, but I definitely feel that maybe next set we will see something in the way. I mean, all these weird bow arrow stuff. I feel like some Ranger cards are definitely on the horizon.
Yeah, I would love to see some good Rangers. I'm hoping one of the recollections will be Ranger. I actually haven't read the product sheet yet, so
No,
I don't remember.
it's Tamer and Cleric. Yeah, it's
Unfortunate.
Luxem Tamer, and the other one is Terra Cleric. So unfortunately, no Ranger, unless they have more Rico decks that they're just keeping hidden away, which I don't think so. But maybe a new
Or
champion. There's also that possibility.
main set, yeah. The set
Yes,
itself,
main set.
Abyssal Heaven will have the bowmen
There are
that
some
we are.
characters. There are some characters that we have seen in the art that haven't shown up as actual units. Obviously, like Lu Bu is a big one, but I think character Inundating Clash. I'm like, who is that?
Yeah,
We haven't.
yeah,
We don't know who she is, but she's given me like warrior ranger vibes, so maybe. But most likely a unique ally. But it would be really nice to see a new ranger in the next set. I would definitely be super excited. I think all of the Diana fans would be excited to see a new take on ranger, or at least just new ranger cards. They can use them in Diana. So
yeah,
yeah, and
yeah.
that was the game. I mean, it was a pretty quick 2-0, but definitely not a stomp, but it just goes to show, sometimes simple is best. All this unique stuff, we don't need it. Let's just go back to basics, go back to monkey, go back to 3 cost 2 2.
Monkey.
Yeah, so we're just
Crazy.
gonna that's all for us for this round. There are 2 more rounds left, and we're just gonna go to break real quick. See you back in about like 15 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Yeti Online Regionals Round 6. And we've got a bit of a battle of the new and the old going on here. So, on one end, we've got Mucus on your most contemporary, normal, bog standard Sylvie, normal Sylvie. And then we have Dumpster Sludge, bit of a new name, haven't heard of him. On Kong Gale, Wind Kong Gale. So, Clem, tell me, in your opinion, how does this matchup go?
I think Kongale's, with all of the protection and stall, Kongale is definitely favored in this matchup because Slimes does have a lot of ways to win, but Kongale has a lot of ways to survive, and all of that survival causes damage still. So I'm leaning towards that. What do you think personally, looking at the decks here?
I definitely think that before they released Mirror, this was a really horrible matchup for Slimes. The main thing is that Slimes just they don't have negates. They don't have fast speed damage outside of playing like a stone scale band to play a Storm Slime, but that's very hard to do now, especially with the errata to make the cost higher and everything. So I definitely do think it is still not a good matchup, but having Mirror at least makes it kind of winnable. And as we've seen in the past with some previous events, usually the way you win is you have to really go ham from the start. Usually it's buffed up baby reds that just don't die, and then you just go storm them and kill them in like 3-4 turns. Because if they get time to build up their influence, you were not getting past veiling into cyclical for veiling every single turn. It's just impossible for Sylvie to really pump through that.
Yeah, you're also absolutely right. It's Mirror does help the matchup, and I wonder if it'll be enough here. Do you want to take a look at the decks real quick?
Yeah, I mean, actually, first of all, we have to ask: is he even playing Mirror?
True.
Looking like a no. So that's gonna be tough. I'm just gonna say it's very hard. Like the main way really is you have to catch them when they don't have their veilings. If you can find a way, like I remember, I think it was in previous Ascent in Ascent Christchurch, uh, Haven versus Poan last game. He just like got a +5 baby red, and Poan just didn't have veiling, and he just ran out. So if you can catch them early, you have to get in the early turns before they get to cycle everything. But otherwise, yeah, this is a very hard matchup just because. Also, Tempest Downfall. Ethereal
Tempest
Slime
down.
is one of the hardest things to get rid of, but Tempest Downfall, you just use it, just kills Ethereal, no problem. Even if it's buffed, even if it's the first slime, it just dies. So there's a
Yeah.
lot. There's a lot
Yeah.
for Kongale that I feel gives it the edge. And actually, I think that's why Sylvie really did not do well in Toronto. If you look at the conversion, was there a single? Maybe there's like 1 or 2 Sylvies that made it into top 32, and I think it's because there was so much of the like Vanitas.
There
Yeah, it
was
was
there
Henki. It
was a
was
fire
Henki. He
Sylvia.
was the only one, and Henki, kind of a beast. It's like
And he's
it's
also
very
wasn't
hard.
playing the traditional Spirit of Slime normal Sylvie. It was
Yeah,
a
it
bit
was
of a
fire.
twist to it. Yeah. So it
Yeah,
is.
so we're gonna get right into the game. Seems like
Oh, no.
Mucus got to go first here. Yeah, looking at the records, Mucus is 4-0-1, so definitely he is incentivized to win this because he really still has got that shot for the crown here. Ooh, ah, wow, that's
That's
a
crazy.
pair, a pair into a dungeon hide into a pair. Very interesting. Maybe a little bit of the deck is formulating in a certain way. How do you feel whenever you play one of these specific searchers, things like a Blissful or a Gather Slime, and then you hit the dungeon guide? It's always the worst feeling in the world, especially if you don't already have
Yeah,
one.
exactly. It's very unfortunate, but it's the trade off. If you play the card, you're not specifically looking for a dungeon guide usually, but it does feel very bad to lose it if you don't already have it in hand.
Right. So looking at Dumpster Sludge's hand, He's got that turbocharge, which definitely Razor Gale on the first turn, really. And then he has enough cards to set up for the backup charger straight into turbocharge. So really good start here for Mr. Sludge here.
Yeah,
Sylvie just
definitely.
gonna
And you also
level
had
up.
the losing the ethereal is sort of rough here, but Dumpster Sludge also has the Veiling Breeze already in hand, so he's pretty comfortable right now for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what Mucus can do here. If he's got the baby red, I mean, he did reveal 2 of them, which makes me think he probably doesn't have another one. You never know. Maybe he's gonna play a gray out. With the okay, gray. We really need to get the damage off early and fast. That's the way you win this matchup.
Indeed. You don't want to let them build up their influence. It's quite scary here, you know. Well,
Ooh, showing the storm is like, hey, I have it. Obviously, one of the other issues is Stifling Trap is a card. It's very annoying, even though a lot of times for slimes, actually, like, it kind of helps them because you get to banish more slimes, but definitely can be annoying on the big turns. Now, Dumpster Sludge is only playing he is playing a singular copy of Stifling Trap in the main board, 2 in the side, so doesn't have to worry about it as much. The situation.
but the threat is always there. If you Even if you don't, you suspect that your opponent might not be playing a full playset. It's always scary to think about it still.
There goes the turbocharge. So just like we drew it up. I mean, this is exactly like the plays. They just write themselves. So obvious. It's like, okay, backup charger, turbocharge, everything is just perfect. Now, do we have any way of getting rid of the second Razor Gale already? Really good, but we do have the baby gray at least, so we most likely are going to be able to get the extra draw from Sylvie level 2. Bit of a
Yeah.
silver lining there at least. Ooh,
Ooh,
losing the raccoon. Raccoon is very good in this matchup because it lets you get rid of the Veilings and the Tempest Downfalls cards that you would want to stop from getting cycled. Oh, this is a very, very good play here. Gonna get the +1 from the Sylvie level 2 effect, and then use the Escape the Wreckage to +1 again. So really good tempo here. Let's see if he can make it count when his opponent has very little. I mean, 2 cards in hand. What do you think those 2 are? I can guess one of
Definitely
them at least.
anything and a Veiling Breeze.
That's right.
Because if Mucus goes for Dungeon Guide into Storm Slime here, then it's not that many slimes in banishment yet, but it's a Veiling Breeze can be very exactly what you need here. Stopping the
I mean, I want to say, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
stopping the 9 from Storm Slime, and the other one from stopping the whole 10 damage this turn, which would be very close to lethal for Dumpster Sludge. So
Yeah, actually, because of the really good like gray, getting the gray draw plus the Escape the Wreckage, he should have enough cards to play like double Storm here if he had it. So definitely needs to have that Veiling Breeze, otherwise he might just die. He is level 0, with only 15 life. Could die in a blink of an eye, but I'm almost certain that that is a Veiling Breeze. There's no way. So he's not using it yet. Wants to hold it a bit. Show me the Storm. And there it is.
there it is.
Did we put the Veiling down? Like, don't. Okay, he's picking up his hand. He's definitely got it. Okay, there's one. Gonna do that 2 damage from these 2 Razor Gales. How many win cards are we revealing here? Has to be at least 5 if you want to block all the damage. And we've got 5.
going for the
And then
going for the smart play of not revealing their whole memory,
that's correct.
because you don't want to
You
give
don't have to reveal everything.
exactly. You don't want to give too much information to your opponent. Like,
I mean, what are the chances that he's going to do 8 damage? Like over 5, even like 6, 7, 8 damage? Very unlikely. So might as well just show the exact amount that you need. Of him, is just such a strong card. Anything like this, like a full turn fog, just makes playing these aggressive, just kind of bursty decks feel so hopeless at times. Yeah, let's see if Mucus has got anything. I definitely feel like he's in a position. He just needs to keep the pressure on, really.
yeah, I do agree with you there. Just flood the board as much as you can, so that the moment Dumpster Sludge does not have any defenses up, he can just overrun them and then take the game home.
That's absolutely right. So it's going to add the Ethereal. Going to be good follow-up for the next turn. I actually want to see if there's the Twilight Slime in this deck list. No, there is no Twilight Slime even in the side. Twilight Slime obviously lost a lot of favor after the Stone Scale band changes. But Twilight Slime is very good into Razor Gale just because it stops the Razor Gales from being able to target your champion, which means you have to target Kongmi has to target herself, which is a funny little thing because the card is mandatory. You have to use it if you are activating win cards, you have to target yourself. But no
Yep,
Twilights, so don't have to worry about that
don't have to worry about it for now.
for now.
Well,
Swing
it
one.
seems that they won't have to worry about it at all. I see no
Yeah,
Twilight Slimes and Mucus's deck at all. Unless I'm missing something, but it seems
no,
no
there
Twilight
is
Slime.
not one. Fortunately, I mean that's the thing about Twilight. It's very rough card and it's very expensive. 3 cost. Stats aren't that great. Yeah, it doesn't really work against a lot of decks, especially because a lot of, let's say something like Luxem doesn't target Merlin like Fireball, but she can easily kill it with Pendragons and stuff. So a lot of times it actually doesn't really do anything. But in this matchup in particular, I mean, you're just gonna suppress it, and it's like, okay, well, it didn't really do anything in the end. So I can see why people
Fair.
are not really very high on it.
Or it's definitely more of a sideboard card, but with prevalence of Kongale and in general just spell decks, I feel like it could be very good. Like I would put it in my sideboard, but I also understand why you wouldn't waste slots on it. Slots are precious, and if there are cards that are just more general good stuff than Twilight Slime, so it's definitely a hard decision to make. So I wouldn't do understand your point of not necessarily putting it in there. It's very situational.
All right, so gonna bring out the QSG here. What do you think is under there?
I I genuinely don't know. I the usual suspects don't seem too good to be under the Grail in this matchup because all of the damage is instanced. So like Covenant does not do that much in this matchup, and then the Verdant Scepter is also kind of useless because they don't really take care. They don't really target your slimes. So I don't know. Could be anything. Could be even a Stone Scale band there.
I definitely agree with you. Covenant is like the safe choice, but you don't want to be safe because if you're playing safe, then the Kong Gale is just winning the game. So I usually see people put Stone Scale down there. Usually it's just some either like Horn, Stone Scale, something to extend, try and get some more damage in, and we're just gonna play the Veiling. So that's 2 Veilings down, but I'm pretty sure there was a cyclical reason there, so I'm fairly certain this is not the last Veiling we'll be seeing for the rest of this game at least. 2 Razor Gales
Yeah.
already is definitely tough though. Oh, there's one cyclical.
Throwing it out
Throwing
there
some
immediately.
shields.
Yeah.
So we at least know there's
Seems.
one. So this Veiling is gonna come back next turn, unless he already has the 3rd in hand.
Yeah. But it seems like it's the same cards as were revealed last time. The the cyclical is really, really good here because you just get to recycle your Veiling Breeze forever. Get it back. stay safe.
Exactly. That's why Raccoon, I think, is pretty important in this matchup, just because if you can catch them where they used all of their Veilings in hand, okay, well, we know it's not the Verdant Scepter
Yep.
at least. But yeah, like I was saying, if you catch them when they use all their Veilings and they're just not using their Cyclical Breeze because they're trying to hold them for something else, and you catch them lacking and you drop the score, I was like, okay, well, all your Veilings are gone. And then they glimpse into another one because this deck is just so good at churning through its deck. Very hard to catch them. Oh god, there's the 3 visits.
Oh.
Gonna get even further away here. I get that.
They. You believe they forgot to
Heal
rest
off.
their champion as a cost there?
Ah,
But
yes.
it is. It can be
It is a
amended
cost.
easily. Yeah, it's been errated after the Toronto shenanigans to be a bit different.
Gonna get our
No.
glimpse. I think perhaps just shortcutting. It's like, oh, like you know what I'm doing here. I'm using it, and I'm gonna start my turn, so I'm not even gonna bother moving my champion into the rested position. So gonna level up here, which definitely is signaling to me at least that a potential Tempest downfall is on the way.
Could very well be true.
The
Suppress.
concern here, losing. Okay, well, he lost the gray, but there was a chance he loses the Cyclical Breeze there because obviously his whole hand was down. But
that would not have
avoids
been
that.
the most fortunate. Yeah, that would have been quite unfortunate here because if he doesn't get to pull off his win, doesn't win this turn, then he definitely needs a cyclical to survive another turn.
I want to say he drew into another Cyclical Breeze here, actually. So now he's kind of set up for the next few turns, sitting pretty. This is why Mirror kind of important in this matchup. Oh, we see one Tempest downfall at least. Get that windmill out. Damage. Card neutral damage. 3 damage for playing something that basically just replaces itself. Feels pretty good,
Yeah, the value you get off of every wind card here is kind of crazy. Because they do their own stuff, which is by default very, very good. And then on top of it, you get up to 4 damage possibly. Now it's a consistent 2 because they don't Mucus doesn't have a way to take care of those Razor Gales currently. And even that cyclical deals 2 damage in addition to getting back the Veiling Breeze, which will deal another 2 damage and prevent all the damage. It's a fun deck. Plays solitaire truly.
Yeah, and I don't know. This is looking kind of over to me. Is there anything that Mucus can really do to get any leeway in the situation? Your opponent's at 1 damage taken, has Veilings for days. I'm pretty sure can Veiling for like the next 2-3 turns at this point. Also, we know about the Tempest downfall, so we're just kind of in the waiting room. We get to the point where Mucus is just low enough that we can commit to a suppress into 2 or 3 Tempests, and the game should just be lights out, just like that. So, I mean, Clem, is there anything do you think Mucus can do to crawl his way back here?
Don't think so. Twilight Slime would be the answer here, but unfortunately there is the Twilight Slime. So I maybe if he gets very lucky with a Gather Slimes, like recovers enough, he could survive, and then hope that that Dumpster Sludge does not have any more cyclicals or Veiling Breezes. But that is, that has to work out perfectly. He has to hit 5 slimes off of the gather to survive 1 Tempest Downfall. So if they have 3 Tempest Downfalls, it's already too much. And then just pray that they get lucky, and Dumpster Sludge won't have the answer again, which is unlikely in the deck that's built around having answers to all of these problems.
For sure. And I mean, I think really the best answer I can give is to put mirror in your deck, because otherwise, how are you getting past these veilings?
Yeah, it's
It's doing way
definitely a
too
rough spot.
much. What is the materialization here? Mucus, is there anything you can find that will help you out in this situation? Okay, so I'm fairly certain that that's stone scale banned now, since we've already seen the Verdant gone, the Covenant is already out, so this is almost assuredly going to be stone scale banned, or potentially Horn, but I doubt it.
That's
So
correct.
Sludge here going to play out. I assume this is before the Covenant resolves. Just trying to get the damage out. He might actually be just going for the kill now. If he's got like a Zephyr and a few of these Tempest, he might just be able to end the game here. Or maybe like Bagwa's other like one cost fast speed cards.
Yeah, it's I think the
Serene
Covenant
here.
target was the Windmill Engineer, and then he's reclaiming that.
Okay.
Or is it? Yeah.
And then Veiling. Wow.
just to be safe.
Okay, and I mean, this is a pretty rough situation to be in. He basically just has to suppress whatever the Covenant is attached to, and then the game should just be over. So, I mean, looking at the hand, yeah, it's looking pretty over here. Definitely, I think if I was in Mucus position, I would probably just move on to game 2 at this position. Try and make the maximum use of your time to try and win the next two. But yeah, this matchup is
Yeah.
looking more and more difficult. Yeah, I think it seems like he is putting it on the Storm. Interesting. Maybe wants the Storm to die so he can banish some cards. And there's the Gather. Let's see if he can get a little bit lucky here. Ooh, only two. Not the best result there, but at least he didn't whiff. I mean, you really don't have a choice here. They're both baby gray.
Yeah, it's baby gray or baby gray, but it's definitely a rough gather here. Mucus would definitely want to see something a bit more impactful, like really anything else. Because it's also something that recovers him a bit more than 2. No,
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
maximizing
even just
the
getting
5.
just
Yeah.
getting more healing would really help in this situation. I just really don't see a way that Mucus can get out of these enchaining gales that are surrounding him. Definitely Sludge has got a complete lock on this game, and maybe this Gaia Songbird can find something. And that's probably not gonna be it. I mean, Lustrous Slime not gonna do much against a deck that's almost primarily all effect damage.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
gonna
would
try
be
and
great.
pop the. He's popping it.
It was a horn of
Right.
beast calling. You were
So it
absolutely right
was
about that.
Horn. I'm surprised. I did think it was gonna be Stone Scale Band, but it turns out it's Horn. What
Yeah.
is what is the draw off the top of the deck? Does it change anything? I mean, this is Veiling for. I don't remember how many
5, I
he
believe.
showed, but
5 or
5.
6. I believe it was 5 again because the Storm's time is still a 5/3. So it would
Yeah, and
only need to
5
reveal 5.
slimes. Yeah,
What
so
do you
this
think
is
he's
pretty rough.
digging for here? What do you think Mucus is looking for?
Ooh, yeah, it's looking like Mucus is just going to move on to game 2 there. Just going to reset
Alright.
the life and move on. I mean, absolutely correct. Like what can you really do in that position? Your opponent has a complete lock. You have no way of doing damage. I really feel like mirror is a big it's a big part of this matchup. And even then, that's the thing about mirror is even when you have it, the match is still really hard because Kongbing does a lot of damage very quickly when she's able to get those really good Razor Gale, early Tempests. You can die kind of out of nowhere. You bring out the mirror, like we saw in some of those previous games. It's just you bring out mirror and then you don't even get a chance to use it because you're just dead a turn or two later.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should
Looking at the
definitely.
cybers here, what do you think we're going to see from Mucus here?
I don't really think there's much he can do. Lantern for sure has to come in because that is a way of getting around the cyclical breeze. We need that to stop the veiling loops. That is, if there's any way he's getting around this, it's through stopping veiling loops. Other than that, nothing much really. He could play Eruption, perhaps, and then just try and get like, I mean, he can kill his own storms, trying to like stack very high slime counts just so he can storm for like 50 and then even then like the veilings will only be blocking like 6 or 7 maybe. And on Dumpster side, I mean, I don't really think he needs to do anything. Maybe Dream
I
Fairy.
think Tree
Remove a
Fairy and
annoying.
Siphon Trap could be
Yeah, those two are
pretty
most likely
useful.
coming in. Zephyr, maybe, just to remove a Covenant. Though I mean, there's a lot of suppress in this deck already. You could just suppress the slime, just bring out Ventus. I mean, there's a lot. That's why it's always a good deck. It just has so much versatility. You can just do whatever it wants, and it's consistent. Like, come on. I mean, what can
Yeah.
you ask for aside from that?
Yeah, yeah. Do you think Nullifying Lantern is good in this matchup? I think it stops Cyclical Breeze, but swapping out something from your main board for it could be quite detrimental in this matchup. I feel like everything is just such great value in the Sylvie material deck that it feels like a waste to get the nullifying for the Cyclical Breeze, but it also reduces their it takes away from that extra Veiling Breezes or extra anything really that goes into a graveyard and they would want to reuse. Extra Razor Gales, for example.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's worth it. I think you can pretty comfortably remove either Horn or most likely Verdant Scepters, the card that you don't really need. So I think the value you get from being able to stop Cyclical Breeze is it's very hard to quantify it, but it's probably more than what you're gonna get from getting a Verdant Scepter that you're just going to banish for Ethereal Slime anyway. So I definitely think it's got to come in, and you got to do something. You saw how completely one-sided that first game was. So just some little change, some little targeted hate kind of needs to come in here.
You're absolutely right about that as well. The value is just too good.
Off that Vertiger's degree that one of, I mean, he does have one of the sides. There's a chance he put it in, but I doubt it. And into Razor Gale. All right, I mean, opening Razor Gale heard it's pretty good.
It's, getting it down turn 1 is exactly what you would want to see. Why do you think he played Razor Gale after the windmill?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. You would think that you do that. Maybe a little bit of mental warfare. Maybe he just wanted to see what Mucus was gonna do first. Actually, okay, this is most likely what it is. I think he probably had like a stifling or some kind of fast speed ping, and in case the baby gray was going to get escaped, for instance, we can stop that, right? Nip that in the bud with a stifling, and then you just use that Razor Gale next turn. That's what I would suspect, at least, but who knows?
That makes sense. I think you're right. He probably had some fast speed interaction in his hand. Wanted to see what Mucus does there.
Yeah, and Yuka's gonna add the baby red. Baby red, I think, is very important. You need to pressure as much as you can early. if you can get enough buff counters, unfortunately, the main thing is Mucus is just not getting cake. And I think cake is usually how you put pressure early game. If you get 1 or 2 in the first turn, and then boom, like baby red with like 2 cakes and the Sylvie buff counter, and you're discarding fire cards, you can be swinging for like 7, which is, I mean, 2 swings of 7 just outright is already most of Kongming's life, well, rather Spirit of Wind's life, and you just play a gray after that, they just dead. So I think it's a really big thing here, especially because it's also not losing you value as long as you're dumping float.
Yeah, I do agree. Baby red is just wonderful here.
Ooh, I see a card in there. Cloud Striker is in the hand. I actually am. It's interesting just because I feel like Cloud Striker is one of those cards where you usually want it for like the slower matchups. But in a matchup like Sylvie, it's like, do you really want to play it? Well, apparently he does. He wants to bring out Cloud Strike. So no shifting currents. So no damage buff, and I assume he's attacking this baby red, and it goes down. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Cloud Striker is very, very good here because it still takes care of the allies you wouldn't necessarily want on board without wasting quote unquote things like the Tempest Downfall or some chip damage or the stifling traps on the allies specifically without much other use because you want the Tempest Downfalls to go to face, and you would prefer the Stifling Traps to go to something like a Storm Slime or Ethereal rather than take care of these early game threats. So I think it's early game, it's definitely very impactful, and you would want to see it in this specific matchup.
And if it sticks around for a turn, there's a chance that Dumpster just levels up next turn, and suddenly we have shifting winds. Of course, you have to go west first, so you'd have to wait for the turn after that. But we've seen the kind of damage that these Cloud Strikers can do if they're left uncontested. And that means if you're killing the Cloud Strikers, that means you're not hitting face, which is giving Dumpster even more time to get out more Razor Gales, get more of those defenses. Definitely something to think about there. Storm Slime coming in off the Blissful is promising, but can we get there fast enough? Here's our first
There is
cake.
the card you mentioned. Yeah, we finally got the cake.
Is there anything we can buff, though? I mean, I believe we should have a gray in there, but just gonna pass it back. I am expecting Baby Green is most likely coming in. Baby Green on the cake. Get the draw. Probably get Stifling Trapped. Well, we will see. Gonna
I
just use those last 3 cards. Was holding them. I'm pretty sure that was a Stifling Trap. Just 3 cards. I mean, it's got to be Stifling Trap. But was not forced to use it, so we're just gonna go for the backup charger. Get that influence going. I see another Razor Gale already.
It is there. It's coming. I'm pretty sure I see the corner of a Tempest Downfall. Possibly. All these wind cards that don't have characters on them just look very similar. I know Tempest Downfall technically has a character, but it's so small. It's mostly just ley lines flying around there.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but I want to say I want to say I saw 3 Cloud Strikers. Obviously, the second one's coming down, but I feel like I saw a third one. So if there's another one coming down, that's a bit crazy. Obviously, still not on Kongming, so still no wind. So not going to be swinging for massive amounts like they usually do. But here we come. Ooh, Eruption. So it wasn't the baby green, which is a bit unfortunate. What are we gonna banish? Maybe the
And still
gray.
go.
Or is he just going to use it to get an extra float? Maybe there's something in there that he doesn't want to lose to
You could.
get these 2 floats out. There's got to be a baby green, right? There's got to be.
Oh,
Hmm,
it's
looking like a
unfortunate.
no. Yeah, looking like no baby green, so no draw off Sylvie too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
is
I wonder why he didn't banish the baby red there for the slime eruption. I think he also has a baby gray there, so he could have still dealt 2 damage with the slime eruption there. You know, which is, I know it's not a lot, but every bit of damage counts here. You want to raise Kongale, and it would have helped a bit. Plus, it would have put more slimes in banishment.
I think the main reason is because he wants to keep them there for the potential Gaia's blessing. Though, of course, Dumpster doesn't have to kill the slimes. So unless we discard them off a stone scale, maybe you just never get a chance to bring out Gaia's blessing at all. Looks like he's just gonna dungeon guide here, most likely.
That's a
There we
good
go.
point.
There's the dungeon guide. Stifling trap would be quite annoying here. And there it is. Another. Oh. The moment we go calming and get these wins out, these Cloud Strikers are about to go crazy.
Yeah. Ooh, that was unfortunate there for Mucus.
I mean,
For poor dungeon guide
that's.
being quite useless.
I wonder if Mucus is going to choose to go for an off turn here, or he's just going to hard level. I mean, he already brought out the backup charger, so it's most likely he's just going to have to hard level here. It's definitely not the position you want to be in. Definitely the tempo is all in Dumpster's advantage right now. On Mucus, you can't go out like this. Kongming level 1 coming out, which means these Cloud Strikers are going to be turned on next turn. Not this turn, but next turn. So they do have to be facing west, and the Shifting Current comes in facing north. I mean, look at this. Look at the Razor Gale Kongming's hand. It's enormous. That's like 15 cards or something.
And their influence is massive. It's
Meanwhile,
terrifying to be on the other side.
Sylvie's got 7 influence, and then you're staring at someone with like 10 plus. It must make you feel pretty sad. Makes you wonder, why do I even level up? Why do I banish these cards to level up when I can just sit at level 1 and have a million cards in hand? One redeeming fact about this game, though, is there's only one Razor Gale, not 2, until he reveals one right now.
And they'll be
Oh,
windmill.
nope. I mean, still good. That's still very good.
Could also
Cloud
still
Strikers
draw into
are-
another one.
There's definitely that possibility. And Windmill draw into your Razor Gale, definitely a possibility. I mean, are we just winning off of Cloud Striker beatdown even without the +3 buff?
It's a strong
I mean,
card. Plus 3/4.
This game is kind of accelerating a bit faster than I thought it would. Another 1 damage from Windmill. I mean, this is looking real bad.
Yeah,
He's already
yeah,
so low. He's only
definitely.
at level 2.
And he has to level up next turn, or else it's over. He really has to take care of the board, and the best way to do that is with ethereals and storm slimes. And for that,
I
he
mean, yeah,
needs
at
to
this
level
point.
up and lose the 3 cards.
I mean, next turn, you're going to get swung at for 12 with these 2 Cloud Strikers. So you have to do something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Lustrous could work here because obviously the Cloud Strikers have to be attacking champion to get their buffs. But the main thing is, like, if you sit on a Lustrous, he's just going to kill you with Razor Gale instead. So definitely in a weird catch-22 here where you just can't really do anything. Also, your influence is going to be so low because you're forced to hard level. Definitely not looking good for Sylvie here. I don't know who's becoming more of the villain now. If people like well, who do people hate more? Do they hate Sylvie more? Do they hate Razorgale? Because both decks are very polarizing. I know a lot of people are not fans of these kinds of play styles. So I don't know who's gonna end up being public enemy number one. Sylvie obviously still the number one in representation. So perhaps she's still the public eyes. She's kind of taking the aggro of everyone's ire, but definitely Razorgale I feel is starting to creep up on everyone's most wanted lists.
Definitely, but I think Sylvie's gonna be up there because she is the one with all the slime cards. Three of which Kongming plays herself, and Baby Grays are so good that slimes will probably stay as public enemy number one, even if the deck itself is not doing well. The cards in the deck are just so good that people are gonna be like, man, slimes are the worst. The children, they will be hating the children. Which is a crazy statement, but
I mean, absolutely true. I mean, that's the thing is like you give slimes a card that's meant for slimes, and suddenly everyone else starts playing it. Kind of frustrating, but also kind of cool. I do like seeing people kind of puzzle their way with things that aren't meant to be used together and then just finding ways. Oh, but then I'm not sure if Mucus is the one who can solve this puzzle because he's just going to go QSG. I mean, what is that? That's got to be Covenant, right? The issue, though, is we're not leveling up, so he must have a second dungeon guide. If there's another Stifling Trap here, this is just so over. Dumpster Sludge, do you have it? Seems like a no. So we do
no.
get the level. But these two Cloud Strikers, still very scary. Oh my god, double Lustrous. Makes you
Do
wonder
you
why he
think
didn't decide to keep, though. Do you think as the third?
he might have also forgotten that Cloud Striker is only on champion? The bonus is only on champion because that is a very rough banishment if you know that the Cloud Strikers only count for champion. So hopefully he did keep at least one in his hand for his sake. Otherwise, it's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree with you there. Choosing not to go for the Windmill Engineer. Oh, just gonna storm. Do you think is he storming face or are we storming one of these Cloud Strikers? Seems like it's going face, but can't quite tell without hearing the comms.
Probably going for the kill, trying to go for the kill here. So going for face, which would be 5.
This would be 10 damage. Well, 11 with the cake. I mean, there's gotta be a veiling. Did we catch Mucus with no veiling?
Are all his defenses down?
I mean, there's just no way. One. I mean, what is
No,
it?
there
Yeah,
it is.
there it is. I mean, it definitely makes you think like this card veiling, is it okay for it to exist? I think as the game continues to exist, like having a card that is this strong defensively is it's definitely scary. The more and more you give Win tools, definitely. I mean, Mirror.
Right? But Mirror is
Definitely helps.
that's why Mirror was added to proxy as well before Abyssal Heaven came out. Because they did see that it's getting very prevalent, especially with Razorgale. So we need to give the players the card early. So it is a must play, but I feel like there are Regalia that will always be must play, right? Because in certain decks you must play Quicksilver Grail, in certain decks you must play GCR, and every deck you must play Backup Charger. So it's just another card that makes you think even less about your material deck. Just, alright, this is what I need. It goes in there. And there will always be things that you just need to answer the meta game. But, you know, it is what it is. It happens. At least you
Wow,
have an
well,
answer.
second Storm Slime. Second Storm Slime coming down. This is basically just has to go for Cloud Striker. That's all you can really do. Probably Cloud Striker and then kill the Windmill Engineer. Not not the best situation to be in for sure. But let's see if we can catch Dumpster with no veiling. You know what would be kind of tricky here? If that QSG has a nullifying lantern under it, tries to go for that cyclical breeze and then maybe gets caught out. Actually, I'm not sure if that works because it's a targeting situation, but I believe it should.
It's a
But you are
wonderful
at
question.
17, so you could just die right now if that's not Covenant. There is definitely a chance that you just explode here.
Yeah. The Tempest downfalls are scary. Because one Tempest downfall with your 14 damage with 4 damage, and then another one with another 4, and with this influence, he really doesn't even need to suppress an ally, but he could just suppress a dungeon guide with the Zephyr.
Oh, 3 visits right now would also be really good. 3 visits
True.
before materialization. Okay, so we're no 3 visits on end phase there. So we're gonna bring out got the fan. Interesting choice here. Wonder what Dumpster's planning on doing with that. Maybe he just wants to get extra draws, but I wonder if there's actually something he wants to do with the wind here. Oh, he was on west because of the Cloud Strikers, but now he probably wants to move north so he can get the Bagwas online. There's the cyclical breeze. I wonder what we're adding. Survey says it's Veiling Breeze. I think everyone knew that was coming. Veiling Breeze number 2.
There was no nullifying under that Quicksilver Grail, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if he had no other Veilings and then you catch him with that nullifying, this game could be in a very different position. Though, of course, the big thing is maybe he just kills you right here.
Yeah,
7 damage, not particularly hard to find. Only 1 Razor Gale, though, still.
Yeah.
Dream
Ooh.
Fairy on the Storm?
That
Most
would be
likely.
the big buff 6/4 Storm Slime. It's quite scary here. So that is
And we're
what you
just
would probably want to go for here.
yeah, we're just slowly walking Mucus down to that critical life threshold where it just becomes impossible to play around everything. And he's gonna pass, most likely, holding up cards to play that Veiling Breeze I added back. Definitely feeling that Dumpster has all the tools he needs right now to win this game. Just needs to survive probably 1 more turn. And if that is Covenant, then he needs to have a way around that. But other than that, I'm pretty sure he has a way of getting rid of a Covenant. Either he brings out Ventus and just puts a bunch of stacks on it, or a Zephyr. And that should be all she wrote. So let's see if Mucus has got something. Literally anything. I'm just saying, if he had Mirror, this would be such a different game.
Yeah. He could also just uh play something on the stack of Covenant in response to Covenant coming out. He could Tempest Downfall. The attack
That's
with
true. The
Dream
thing
Fairy, and it's enough.
about it is that because he's already so low, even like small amounts of incidental damage is. I mean, a Tempest Downfall right now would do 4. If he
Yeah.
just does some Bagwas and Recollection, and then maybe has to puts Mucus in a situation where he's basically just forced to use the Covenant, we could really see some cheeky plays to get around it, even without requiring a suppress. Around the horn here, trying to look for something. Obviously, can't play that storm anyway because it is Dream Fairied, unless of course we have an ethereal. Is
Possible.
there any solace, Mikas? Is there anything you can find that can win you this game?
As
Right now, I'm
wonderful as
really
an
not seeing
ethereal
it.
would be here, the Veiling Breeze still counters the Storm Slime that would come after it. Well, even though
Yeah.
he lost the Storm Slime, but if he had another one.
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
was.
he's just showing it.
Ooh,
I think he's
I
just
think
I
it's
think
a
he's just conceding.
concession.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he knows. I mean, if that Storm Slime didn't get banished, he could play Ethereal, kill the Dream Fairy, play the Storm Slime, then it gets Veiling. So it's
Yeah.
most likely not going to work out. Oh, and he did have the Vertiger's degree, so he did have a suppress if he needed something to get around. Oh, so it wasn't even Covenant. Yeah, it was Stone Scale banned too, so he could have actually just gone for it there. Actually, I don't think he has a
Yeah.
Tempest Downfall though.
No, but you are right. He does have the third Cloud Striker in hand there,
Yeah, I
which
was
would
pretty
have
sure I saw
also
3
been
of them. I was
plenty.
like, this. I was like seeing 3 brown Norma cards. I'm like, that's 3 Cloud Strikers. Kind of crazy, but yeah, I mean, it just goes to show this matchup is very hard for Sylvie. A lot of things have to go your way. You will ever want to have a chance. So I'm curious how Sylvie's seeing like the rise of these Razor Gale decks, how they plan to adapt to have a better shot. Because if hypothetically, let's say that Razor Gale is like the third most popular deck, like Sylvie, Nico, like Nico Mill decks plus Razor Gale. These are the 3 most popular decks. You're definitely going to need to have something to help against this matchup because it is really hard. And I think raccoons is a big one, just being able to get rid of things. Lantern, very good to stop the cyclical breeze. And of course, Twilight Slime, maybe.
Maybe.
Mirror,
I think yeah.
obviously as well.
Yeah. I think you're right. Generally, there isn't much else that they could do. You went through the whole list of possible answers.
I mean, of course, there's also
It's definitely gonna rough matchup. You know, it's gonna be hard for Sylvie because this deck is basically built against it. It just keep off any damage that you can have. Nico is the best deck into Razor Gale because she doesn't need to get too much damage through to have a large impact with all the mill. So it's rough for any like ally based deck to win against any Razor Gale matchups.
and actually the main thing also about Nico is that her Regalia is just like custom built to stop this. You have Vapor Jet Shield, which basically just completely nullifies all the damage that Razor Gale does, and then you have Beige Lash, which is the same. Actually, doesn't necessarily even nullify it. It actually heals off of it. So that's why that matchup is not the favorite of these Razor Gale decks. But even then, it still has game into it. I think that's why Razor Gale is such a good deck. It can kind of like run into everything, even its bad matchups. It can find ways. It has tools to get around it. And I wonder if we're gonna start seeing a lot of like hate. Maybe the Mystic Purifiers come back in. Perhaps if you're playing on Wind, you can bring back the Scatter Essence. A lot of the cards that people were playing when Vanitas was like the best deck, it's a lot of those like random hate cards. It's like the Purifiers, Vertigrisses, Scatter Essences. Usually it's like these Fantasia hate cards. I mean, even when everyone was rocking those, Vanitas still dominated that tournament. So just goes to show
Yeah.
that no matter how much hate you have, if the deck is good, it's good. And definitely looking forward to seeing how people adapt and find ways. I definitely think there's some decks that are good into Razor Gale, Nico being one of them. I think decks that have unconditional negates. I think Tristan also can work into it. You know, it doesn't matter if they have Veiling, if you have Incapacitate. I think Arisana can also run into it because you have a lot of fast speed damage. You Cosmic Bolt on 2 turns, and you have Astral Seal as well. So you have lots of ways of getting around everything. So there's definitely a lot of things to play around with. So let's not doom yet about Razor Gale being like the best deck still. And yeah, so
Yeah.
that's our penultimate round. We have one last left. We'll see if we can get something funky for the last round. Maybe we get something cool. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be Monking again. So definitely looking forward to that. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in probably about like 15-20 minutes for our last round. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the Yeti Online Regional number 2. So, we're not going to be showing you the people at the top tables because they're probably IDing, and as Andy K says, that is cringe. We are going to be showing you someone on one of the lower tables, people on the fringe, so we get some stakes here. So we're going to be showing you also a different matchup: Nico Sylvie, like a mill Nico Sylvie, and Wind Allies, Uniques, but Lorraine this time. So no, not to Norris, Lorraine. Clem, what do you think about this matchup? Because I've heard a lot of conflicting things about Nico into allies.
I think allies, especially on Lorraine, has a very good chance here into Nico, especially if they can put on the pressure early and just overwhelm Nico. It's easy for them to run away with the game. They do have the Delus, the new base, the purses, everything that you would want to see in a wind focused, like unique oath deck. The interesting thing is, I'm looking at this deck list, is that they only play one backstep, which is
the one
interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the introduction of like the Sylvie line, we definitely have more game because of things like Terrapin, just more allies and stuff to fight for board. So very curious to see how this matchup goes. I think it was Wind Allies used to be considered like one of Nico's worst matchups. It was like Sylvie and Wind Allies. At least that's what the Nico said. I'm not that experienced with Nico myself, so I can't really say. But they usually say those are like the two tougher matchups. So definitely curious to see how it has changed now in AMB. But before we get into that game, just want to give some shout outs. Obviously, shout outs to Serene Productions for putting on this whole show. Obviously, all the casters here who've been working hard, not counting me. And of course, I mean, we got Ones here who's been here for 7-8 hours running the stream, about to fall asleep like all of us. Thank you to Andy and Yeti for running this whole thing. I think this game would not be where it is right now if it wasn't for the efforts of many of the people in the community to run online tournaments and give people something to do when there's no big locals or like big tournaments and locals going on. Just having something that everyone can watch, especially that's streamed online, it's a huge service. And of course, thanks to Weebs for giving prizing for all of these tournaments. And thanks to Mitch, resident Merlin's Marketplace god, for giving us our beautiful graphics. We need stats, love stats, and stats need to be shown in graphical form. And of course, I forget to say this, but smash the like button and the subscribe button and the bell and all the other things. I'm not a YouTuber, so I never get to say these things. So it's a bit too much power, actually, I would say. Yeah, so
You've been
please do all that.
blessed.
I mean, the viewership on these streams has definitely been improving over time. So the more you give us your love, the more it reaches more people, so that we can show this beautiful game to the world. And definitely looking forward to more Grand Archive for years to come. So yeah, so we can go back and talk a little bit about this matchup. I've noticed that the Nikos have definitely been mixed. Some people are still stuck onto Norris, want to have those Guardian class bonus active early, while others are definitely on the Sylvie train. I think Sylvie has been more common. Which do you feel is better?
I think Sylvie has a lot more versatility. You can go a lot more ways with the Sylvie deck. However, it's also a lot easier to not see what you want in it, right? You can very easily lose out the value on Sylvie level 1, as we had earlier in the tournament. Of course, in that case, it wasn't too detrimental, but most of the time it can be very rough. And then later you have even on Sylvie you can still use the big ravishings and just deal as much damage as you can. and you still get like cards like the bovine, which mills and still gives floating when you are Sylvie. So it's usable in both places even after you've leveled up. And yeah, I genuinely I do think that the Sylvie version is better just because the all of the great ally cards we got this set.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna go just head straight into this game and see if you are correct. I definitely agree. I think the mixed class bonuses is a downside, but you get so much value from bovine, you get so much value from terrapins. Well, terrapin you can use in anything, but the spell shroud is actually quite relevant. And there's just a lot of value as seaside ringleaders as well. There's so many good things you get from playing Sylvie. And honestly, like, what did Tenoris really give you? Like, Storm of Thorns, which is obviously really strong, but you can still play Storm of Thorns. You just don't get the class bonus until later. Or I guess you can play Vapor Jet Shield earlier, which is actually I think one of the things that gives Tenoris advantage in allies is having Vapor Jet early is kind of hard to deal with if you don't have Zephyrs. So we're just gonna head straight into this game. Both players just doing their things. Everyone in the chat, if you can make some noise for this last game of the stream, please do so in the chat. Definitely seeing another classic start of the purse. It's a weird one because she can just die if they open well enough, but most assuredly they have like at least a skirting step or something in there to keep her protected. Wow. The double cow? Has anyone ever seen the double cow before?
Look how on level 1, level 0. So they're not even getting the full value off of it here.
I mean, the thing about the
No,
cow
no,
is
no.
the only thing is the class bonus is the float, but the mill still happens. So having two cows this early is kind of it's a pretty fast start, and we've already seeing some water card mills here. Gonna bring out that water resonance bauble. Of course, we're not on Serene in this particular game. Actually, I'm curious if he's on like the double spirit. Some of these Nikos are playing double, and Imez is playing double. I think it usually depends. Like if you go first, you would rather go Serene Spirit, and if you go second, you maybe choose to go the regular Spirit to try and spike an early Icebound Slam.
Definitely. I also feel like you could, if you've seen that your opponent opened with Wind Spirit into Purse, then you could be valuing your influence a lot more over the glimpse here. Just make sure to have allies on board, make sure to have those intercepts with the Frost Sword, and just have enough cards to protect yourself and survive long enough to be able to play those Icebound Slams and Ravishing Finales to close out the game, instead of slowly chipping away with your own allies, because they're not big enough to efficiently take care of the 3 health allies. So it's better to focus on your one big swing plan here.
And definitely, but we do have some pretty good allies in the form of Terrapin and Frostworn, who, especially with these buff counters that you can get from either Singside Revealers or Sylvie effects. Ooh, 4 down, that looks like a Terrapin to me. There it is, Turtle. Gonna use probably one of these floats, most likely this Bovine. Want to use the class bonus floats now before you end up going up to Nico. Gonna give it some buff counters. Should be getting 2 here, which makes it very hard to deal with, actually. Definitely curious to see if he's gonna try and aim for this Percy, though, because Percy, I mean, your opponent has 4 cards in hand. Do you think it's going to even get to that point? Percy actually can target the Terrapin because it has Spell Shroud, but that's not a spell. It's an effect of a unit on field. Ooh, and the answer is Deflecting Edge. I believe the Terrapin was, I mean, it had to be attacking the purse here.
Yeah. The Deflecting Edge is not a card you see often. And for a while it kind of disappeared. But now it's back, and I'm glad because it's such a wonderful card. Trading one another Deflecting Edge.
Wow.
It's crazy.
I mean, 2 Deflecting Edges. that does hurt your influence quite a bit here. And the thing about these two allies on board is they're big. So even if you got to maintain your board, you have to commit a lot just to kill one of these, which is gonna make your life a bit hard. Let's see if RNG's maybe got some Dream Fairies in there, bounce these guys back because they're gonna cause some havoc if they don't get removed from field right away.
Definitely, definitely. And if he can make Purse distant. Um, I'm not sure if you would you rather suppress the allies here or just kill them if you can give Purse distant here? Because that's exact damage to take care of the Frostform Paladin, but the Terrapin
I,
is.
I would definitely just try and kill them. The main thing about Nico is she doesn't have that many allies. It's like Terrapin, Frostmourne, Bovine, and that's kind of it. So if you once you run them out, or if they just don't draw into more of them, you can start to build up your board. And if you suppress it, it's gonna come back. And if they get another floating grave, that means they can draw another card. So you're actually kind of giving them a +1. So generally not preferred unless the buff counters are getting so out of control that you just have to remove them.
I think you're right. The unenters are so powerful. Oh, finally a Dilu.
Wow, RNG just being the better player by drawing his Delus. Let's see if he can chip away. So currently there is 5 damage on board, which means we can't really kill the Terrapin unless we commit another ally. We have a way of getting distant, perhaps. We can at least kill Frostworn. Now if only this Dream Fairy was something else, but still, Oath is very strong here. This is if you're gonna have an opportunity to take over the game, it's clearing a board and getting a bunch of buff counters on all your guys. Dilu here can swing for 4, kills Frostworn on its own, but I think the Terrapin is unfortunately gonna live. Or we just gonna dump everything on the Terrapin. Seems like that was the decision here from RNG. And not choosing not to attack with Percy is interesting.
Especially with no cards in
Wonder,
hand.
yeah, that's
Can't.
I mean, no threat of like a potential distance into suppress. So I'm not sure why that was the choice. Maybe just hoping to get retaliate damage to make things a bit hard.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. But it could also just
Ooh,
be a
Icebound.
reflex. Just ooh.
I mean, this has got to be an Icebound Slam.
It's an amount. It's an icebound amount of
Unless
cards.
it's stratagem. Nope. Yeah, it's an Icebound Slam. Okay, so what are we hitting here? Is this the face? All right, well, we milled
Oh, there's
another
another icebound
Icebound.
gone.
But we
It's a
did
bit
hit a fair
unfortunate.
amount of float here. Okay, it's all to face here. That's scary because if when you're hitting face, that means these 3 allies get to stick on board. Not sure how to feel about that one. At least we do have the tariff. The main thing is RNG's low. Probably has to level up next turn just to get some extra health buffer.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's
he is
kind
very
of
close to
hint, of
that. If
course.
there's a second Icebound, this could be very scary.
Yeah, or even even a potential ravishing next turn could be coupled with the Frostborn. It can be very dangerous. And I'm not sure
Absolutely,
if he
for
has
sure.
enough floating to level up. Unless the one card in hand is a ravishing, and he can safely level up from the cards in memory to not risk, to have enough to pay for the additional cost for ravishing finale, the floating from his grave.
I'm fairly certain that he has milled enough float to be able to level and play Ravishing. He should have, especially, yeah. I think he has at least like 3. So if he has maybe a Lost in Thoughts, can easily set that one up. But let's see if RNG has anything to say about this, because definitely not looking good in this position. Another Icebound just kills you. Ravishing kills you. A lot of things just kill you here. Maybe is there a taunt or intercept that he can bring out? Yeah, like no ASINs or anything. So definitely we're getting close to dead here. And RNG's gotta kinda hope that EMS just doesn't have the big attack cards at this point.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a scary position, especially not having, like as you mentioned, any intercept or taunt available, or cry for help for that matter. So he's really has no real protection here because can't really do anything against an attack card, and even if he has a even if RNG has a mortal ambition here, it's not enough to kill Emis on the retaliation. So
Well, speaking of that, this Dilu should actually be awake because it has vigor. Unless we are
yes,
still in phase. Maybe we are still in phase.
it's
Oh, there we go. We caught
it
it.
seems we're not, and the dealer was woken up.
All right.
We're
So what's the plan here? I mean, if Mess just goes Nico, we could just end the game right here.
Yeah, this is very possible. Just
It's also possible that the hand is just full of some kind of like reactive cards. Maybe, maybe RNG lives. Ooh, quick
it seems
silver rail.
there is
Interesting choice.
one more turn here. Yeah.
What do you think is under this Quicksilver Grail?
So it's a wonderful question because smoke bombs is not very useful in this matchup, but Emes could be thinking that maybe there is something that could be there. And I always forget that Blinding Orb is such an impactful card that you have to time because of the cost.
Yeah, I usually default that it's probably Blinding Orb. It's either
Yeah.
Blinding Orb or Scepter. It's usually one of those two. But you never know. Sometimes people pull out some nasty out of nowhere mind games with that. Definitely have to be concerned about that Blinding Orb here though, because you're very low. If you can't kill Imez next turn, you're probably gonna die. I mean, a
Yeah.
Singside
Yeah.
Ringleader coming out here and just swinging. Not often you see this unit actually played on field. But what can I say? I mean, we just need to get a little bit of damage through. I mean, you could bring out like a bulwark sword even. Swing with that. Oh, just ravishing on Sylvie. Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, there's no reason for you to really care. The mill is not important. You're actually just going off the damage axis at this point. So that's
Yeah.
gonna be.
Mm.
I mean, that's gonna be lethal if he has nothing. And there's just nothing. Wow, that was a fast
That is
one.
yeah. This is speedy game one. The Ravishing just for straight damage. That's not something you see often, but it is exactly what was needed here to push for that lethal because Ravishing on its own attacking for 6 as well.
I didn't, unfortunately, didn't get to see if he revealed what was under the QSG, which you actually have to do, by the way. When you end your game,
Yes,
you have to show what's under the QSG to make sure you're not cheating and put in like champions under there or something. So didn't
indeed.
get a. Maybe he did, and I just didn't see. But I'm gonna assume it was probably Blinding Orb.
It
So which,
is the
if
most likely
you were
candidate.
using Blinding Orb though, would you not have activated it before using the Ravishing just to guarantee that it's like if
That
your
there's
opponent has like a
no
deflecting edge or something? So I'm not sure. Maybe a
fair.
Scepter. It could have been a Scepter, so he's gonna use the Ravishing here. If it gets blocked a little bit, he just goes Scepter and then levels up next turn. That's also definitely a possibility.
Yeah, yeah. I think if it were Blinding Orb, then the best play would have been to just go safe and guarantee the kill. Uh, it's Yeah,
Yes, why
I
don't we
think
talk
you're
about
absolutely right about that. Sideboard.
why don't we talk about the sideboard? Yeah, so on Ymesa's side, I mean, Tithe not really doing much. Viridian Protective, not really doing much. Incapacitate, not really doing much. Maybe Glacial Guidance? Actually, I take that back. Incap does stop Oath. It's just very expensive because obviously we are not on Assassin. Though Nico is the kind of deck that kind of just sits there and can draw pass and have a massive hand. It's possible. Glacial Guidance could work as well. Very annoying card because it ends the combat phase. Uncommon effect, which can maybe catch your opponent off guard because it's not the most common card. Like Song of Frost, you see, but Glacial Guidance is it's kind of niche. Definitely been played across a few events, but kind of out of the pocket. Snow Fairy most likely coming in. Obviously, permanent,
Yeah.
not technically permanent, but kind of semi-permanent resting is very strong. How about on RNG side? What do you think
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
will? Do you think there's anything here he could put in?
If he's expecting the ink caps, he could yeah bring in his own ink caps to counter to ink cap the ink cap. And then he could also bring in Veiling Breeze because it could be that tiny bit of extra push he needs. Also, possibly Stifling Traps to stop uh Imes from drawing cards off of the unenters here, right? That could also be very impactful, just keeping them from the buff counter and retaining their influence as well as can be pretty important, especially in the late game. And then, well, especially in the early game, just keeping that up, and then it makes the allies a lot easier to deal with as well.
Yeah, all good points here. So RNG chose to go first in this game and is just gonna throw out the Lube and pass. And let's see if she lives. Okay, Imez with a much better start here. I mean, okay, double cow is kind of crazy, but Fractal of Rain, the value over time is very hard to beat. Just gonna go Fractal Pass. I mean, have you seen plays more classic than Fractal into Backup Charger into Icebound Slam?
That has to be the most perfect and most iconic Nico play. Nico first 2 turns out there. I think you're right. There is
Wow, RNG.
the nullifying. All
Bringing out
right,
the
going
instant
aggressive.
nullifying lantern. He does not want to mess around with those icebound slams for 8. We're gonna go straight for null and hope that that's enough. Of course, nullifying is kind of weird just because it's mainly there to stop icebound slam. But sometimes that's good enough, right?
Yeah,
Gildas is good.
it is
We're
balanced as
definitely
well.
we're definitely pumping out damage. Ooh, Cerulean Decree. Are
Oh,
we
forcing him,
paying?
forcing RNG to lose the balance or lose the Gildas. It's a tough decision, but
If you were in this situation, which would you choose?
I would pay the extra to keep the Gildas because there isn't like if I pay the 2 because RNG has no other way to draw a card this turn, so he doesn't really have another ally to play, and having a protective card in hand is if they still try and take care of the Gildas after this, that means they use 2 cards on it already, which means you're already up, so you don't have to worry about the protective card. And
All
if you can balance the Gildas next turn, which most likely you can because his influence is 6 currently, it's definitely better to keep the Gildas alive than let it go.
Yeah, all very true things, but it's going to be very hard to bounce that Gildas when there is a Tariff Ring on field. Unfortunately, that first mill we have, it's a float, but it's a class bonus float. So not going to be particularly useful in this situation, especially because we're on Sylvie. If you're on Tenoris, at least you get it immediately level 1. Here, you're going to have to wait all the way to level 2 before you can actually use this. I think
Yeah.
Nico games are definitely kind of won and lost on what you mill. Sometimes you're just unlucky. You hit all of your non-float, non-graveyard effects, and that's when that's just Nico giveth and she taketh.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I think you're right about the terraforming, except RNG hasn't used any the GCR or any card draw yet, so he could go up to 8 influence, which with the terraforming would still be enough to balance the Gildas if he attacks with the Gildas second. So
Yeah.
it's definitely not impossible here to balance her, even with the terraforming on board. And then after that, he can still play another ally if he wants to build his board for a possible Oath next turn. Or turn
Yeah, all
after
very
that.
true. Definitely, you could just like swing with Lube and then swing with Gildas. That balances. You're gonna do a nice 6 damage. Yimez is still on Spirit, so not much health to work with yet. But let's see what the plan is. 4 is telling me that's probably a Terrapin. Terrapin,
There it is.
no float. Hmm, that's a bit of an
Interesting.
awkward position. No buff counter because you're not in Sylvie. No float. Can't give it a buff counter either. So yeah, this is, I think Yimez kind of had a bad start here. Seems like it, even with the Frackle of Rain. Okay, gonna go immediately for that Water Resonance
Yeah.
Bauble. I imagine he's probably gonna go for that play that you were talking about. Ooh, Gate maybe? Okay, no negates. Of course, Yimez has a huge hand, so I mean, this situation, you could go 2 to face with Lube and then 4 into the Terrapin with Gildas. Though, if your opponent is holding this many cards, you definitely have to expect something to come. Ooh, the Veiling Breeze did seem to come in, like you said.
Yeah. I'm
I mean,
not sure how scary the Terrapin is here as it's a 1/4, yes, but it's and that 1 damage does add up, but I think if you're the allies player here, you have a good chance of just racing down Nico, especially with the lack of float, the lack of influence, and the lack of like boost they had early game. They're a bit slow currently.
ooh. So, choosing to Dream Fairy to hit this Terrapin, but instead we are able to respond with that Primordial Ritual. Trying to get some good meals here. Now let's go gambling. Would we hit? No. Ooh, whiff. Okay, one hit, one hit. So we have currently only have one active float, and the other float is Guardian, which is going to not a great start. Oh no, we have 2 active float because we have the Primordial Ritual as
Ordeal, yep.
well. So let's see if I mean this means damage can go up to face. Okay, choosing not to attack further to maintain cards in hand. Doesn't want to pay into that tariff ring. See what Imes tries to do here. I wonder if we're gonna just go for the level up. Definitely, you would go for that if you've got some animals, maybe a second Terrapin. Obviously, the Terrapin is not on the Dream Fairy because it got Primordial Ritualed.
Yeah. Even a bovine would probably even
A
be even better
Bovine.
with the lack of cards in the graveyard currently. And
Bovine
then
would be good.
we shouldn't forget about the nullifying lantern. So it kind of shuts off Icebound Slam. However, Icebound Slam still hits for 3 and still mills you, regardless of the nullifying lantern being there or not.
Very true. That's why Icebound Slam, like on allies, is really not that bad.
Ooh. Yeah. There is
Ooh,
the
we're whiffing a
ravishing as
lot.
well.
Yeah, the Frackle of Rain mills have not been good in this game.
It's
Yeah,
been
it's
quite
just the
unfortunate.
RNG. True. I mean, if you're playing against RNG, maybe he's using his powers to affect yours. And there we go, Bovine coming out here. Gonna get a buff counter for its trouble. Hard working cow we've got.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if the
Fortunately, can't really kill anything here.
yeah.
Oh, the
Ooh,
skirting step comes out.
skirting step with the Veiling Breeze revealed from before and another skirting step. Show that he
That's a
does
lot of
have,
ranged.
yeah, and a lot of prevention. He is not we're not worried about damage currently.
Seems like that was
See
going
what
for face. Wow, another whiff. Okay, and then at least we hit this time. So we could level up the Nico next turn if we'd like, but I feel like probably not quite ready for that unless we already have the Ravishing.
But even then, with 2 damage counters on RNG, it's
Yeah,
not
it's too
even
early.
close to enough. Too little, too early. Not even too late. It's way too early for that right now.
I feel like a reclaim is about to come out. Okay, never mind. I was expecting him to reclaim the Dream Fairy and then play Dilu into Oath, but no, we can dream.
That would have been perfect. That would have been insane. It's exactly what he needs right now to just close out the game quick.
I mean, it would just pretty much end the game right there.
Yeah.
Do we kill the bovine? I mean, you probably do. Do you really want to let it mill 2 every turn? Kind of annoying. I mean, you of course obviously give the float, which sucks, but I mean, mill 2 versus 1 float. Ooh, or that works
Or
too.
just have another Dream Fairy. You know, that works.
But do we have the second primordial ritual?
Ooh.
I'm kind of expecting it. I feel on the way Ymes is moving that he's got another one. I mean,
Looks
bovine is
to.
pretty good to hit. It's already afloat.
Yeah, this floating away right now. Yeah, there it
And there it
is.
is.
There's the second primordial.
So we've got a lot of float, but just no board presence is the main issue.
Oh, 2 float was milled as well though, which is great. So he just really has to start materializing everything here. He needs to go up to Nico and then just get all the lash counters. I feel like because he's in quite a rough spot right now.
And that's all very true. Could also try and go up to Nico and then bring out a Vapor Jet Shield. Maybe
Yeah.
insulate yourself a little bit from some of this damage. It's just a tough spot though, because obviously when there's a lot of allies on board, it's very difficult for you to deal with them unless you draw into yours. Let's see what the plan is. See, 2 down, so it's probably gonna be going
Ooh.
for Nico here.
Yeah. I was just about to say he's using his float willy-nilly, even though he had a bovine there, which is the float on which is only active while you're a tamer. It has class bonus. It would have been unfortunate
Luckily
if he
caught
missed
that.
that. Yeah.
Just gonna go up to Nico here. How much full do we even have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Okay, so 5 definitely a lot to work with here. So we're definitely still a bit a ways from being able to go for the mill, but I think usually this matchup isn't the type to go to mill. It's usually just a damage thing. Ooh, and a 6th float. Definitely expecting that Vapor Jet Shield to come out next turn to greatly stifle RNG's plan here to just kind of rush. These Dream Fairies basically don't do anything. It's still damage with Gildy and with Lube, but significantly less. Just drastically lowers the clock overall. Gives you less time to find these Frostwarns, these Terrapins. Ooh, a Snow Fairy.
Oh, love you love to see that here as Emes. And if I see correctly, RNG's influence is 8 as well right now, so it's getting harder to balance as well. So if Emes does get the Vapor Jet Shield out next turn, the guild does one deal too much damage either.
Seems like it targeted the Lube here, which makes sense. She is kind of the cornerstone unique ally of the deck. Get her now before she keeps getting distant and hitting you for 3 and 4 every turn. Backup charger. Just gonna get some more cards. We're gonna dig deeper through the deck to try and find something to help us get through this Nico. I mean, ideally, you just want to try and kill this turn if possible.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the hand. How are we balancing?
That is quite tough to do so. Probably there are ways to do it, but it's definitely not easy. Not something that you just look at and immediately see.
I'm gonna bring out the purse here. I mean, nothing to hit because obviously this Snow Fairy has that stealth, but we're actually just hitting face. So, I mean, we're getting lower and lower and lower. Maz definitely has to do something here. That Vapor Jet Shield, kind of important, but remember, Percy she can she can suppress anything. She's essentially actually she's even more versatile than Zephyr because Zephyr has
Yeah.
some more restrictions. Percy can really just target anything here. So definitely curious to see if she has any plans of maybe suppressing Mage Bane not the best just because it'll come back and give you an extra lash counter. But I mean, if you have to do it, you have to do it. I'm kind of feeling like Yamez going for this Mage Bane instead of the Vapor Jet is signaling a potential lethal.
Yeah, you're most likely counting and trying to do the maths on how to win this turn or next turn as soon as
I
possible.
mean, actually, let's not forget that RNG is still on Spirit.
That's true.
Ravishing,
12
ravishing
damages.
here. Yeah, ravishing here would do four. It would be four lash counters, which would mean that it's ravishing for 10, which is just slightly off. If he has another ally, he can actually just end it right here, assuming no deflecting edges or skirting steps.
Would be 8 because there's if I see it correctly because Mage Bane Lash has 4 durability and Nico herself has the lash counters, and if I see it correctly it's 2
But when you use
on
the
her.
ravishing, you would banish 2, which would increase it to
Oh
4.
yeah, you're right. I completely forgot about that for a second.
I wonder if
That
we're
would
hitting
get
face
her
here,
up.
if we're trying to like clear some of these allies. Seems like it's targeting allies here.
Oh, going
Okay,
for the
letting the
Gildas.
Gildas go.
Yeah.
Oh, we really need to find like a Terrapin or a Frost Warrior here. We have so much float and just nothing to really use them on. But if he Mez makes it the next turn, it's most assuredly going to be that Vapor Jet Shield. So I think we really have to try and go for the kill now. Seeing that Oath's a bit sad, considering there's 2 Dream Fairies on field. Very hard to get rid of. Ooh, Percy suppressing what? Most likely the Snow Fairy, trying to get our Lube back, at least for just this turn. Try and go for the kill. Assume this is all
Yeah.
happening in end phase.
It's with
I
both
see
of them
another
being
Primordial
distant. That
Ritual.
would be. Hmm. I wonder if you go. I don't think you go for that here because when Snow Fairy comes back, you can still rest an ally, and then you still get the effect of it. You can rest the purse, and then she becomes useless, or at least for her abilities.
But that's assuming we even make it to the next turn. Viridian Protective Trinket coming out is definitely signaling, hey, I'm going to try and do something big right now, and I'm not going to let you stop me. I mean, currently, Lube is ranged, or distant, and so is Percy, so that's a lot. That's 4, 7, 8, 9 damage on field already. We just need a little bit more, and we can get there.
Yeah, the 3 damage is not that difficult.
And
Yeah,
there's
okay,
the
there's the
oath.
oath.
So if
Unless
we don't... Storm of Thorns could definitely come in here.
the incap would also be
In cap as
nice.
well.
It not being a water card means that it is Viridian Trinket does not apply to it.
Ooh, looking like 4. Might be. Well, it's not revitalizing cleanse. You must taking some time
I
to
feel for
rethink
Vitalizing
this.
Cleanse, you would want to put every card that like you would want to play
Yeah, you wouldn't
only
want to
from
use the
hand.
fractal at that point. Oh, so he's letting it go, so it's not incap. He probably. I imagine it's maybe a Storm of Thorns.
For 4?
Yeah, because the Viridian Protective Trinket actually makes it cost more, so you would have to
True.
pay more for that. So it definitely feeling like a Storm of Thorns.
Yeah,
There we
there it
go.
is.
So
Yeah, you're right.
so if this is
And there's the ink cap
the
for it. Oh my
incapacitate, the
god.
incapacitate comes down. So that's
And game
yeah,
of...
that's more than enough.
Yeah. It is over.
And here comes Dream Fairy for the finish. Oh yeah, we're not on Serene either. We were on normal
Yeah, he
spirit,
touched
and
for a
that's just it.
second, hoping to find the Serene
Yes.
Spirit. Oh.
Yeah, well, what a crazy ending that gave. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna try and defend, but guess what? I put the incaps in. Nobody ever expects the incaps in the non-assassin deck. I mean, especially because the deck lists are not open either, so you would really not know if they're playing stuff like this or not. Definitely a big surprise, but let's see if EMS can use that in game 3, knowing that his opponent does have the capacity to get a basically unconditional negate on any of these big ticket actions. Seems like RNG is not really thinking about adding anything to the sideboard.
You were satisfied with their deck after this game?
It seems like Imez might be changing some things though, so maybe wants to maybe add his own incaps. What say you?
Possibly. If he forgot to before, then he's definitely going to put them in now. The does only play 2 in the sideboard, so it would definitely add up in numbers.
For sure. I mean, Incap is a very expensive card. You know, it's not free to play, but when you do get a good opportunity to use it, it absolutely changes the game as we just saw right there. I mean, that game was probably going to last another turn, and at that point, Yimez gets to bring out Vapor Jet Shield, maybe finds a revitalizing cleanse, gets into a position where it's like very hard to die. So much left to play. But you know, incaps, unconditional. I don't care. You can't pay for it. The only thing is it has to be an action, which obviously makes it much weaker into ally-based decks or decks that don't really play actions that you not need to negate. But unfortunately, a lot of decks are pretty action heavy. So, and even this deck with the oaths, as well as with the skirting steps, backstabs, things like that. Even those are quite worth negating at times.
Yeah, yeah. Like the if Emes had the incap for the oath, that would not have been lethal. But
That's
then
right. I mean,
RNG also had the incap for the incap, so it was
either
kind of
way,
over.
it would have been the same thing.
Yeah.
Imez choosing to go first here, but is choosing to still stick on regular spirit. Interesting
Yeah.
choice. Usually I see if people go first, I usually see them prefer to go Serene because they can't play Icebound Sam on their first turn anyway. But have you seen this before? Percy Pass?
Yeah. Percy Pass is a standard play, I feel like, on unique allies because you can keep a backstep, skirting step, either of those to give her distant if in case your opponent comes down with anything you don't want to see on board.
Very true. I mean, obviously, you can also just suppress herself if they try and get around her in a way where you can't suppress your opponent's thing. Just suppress this person, she'll come back. I mean, obviously, you lose the ranged, or the distant, which is unfortunate, but you know, we make do with what we have. Oh, Icebound Slam incoming.
There it is.
Big Icebound. All right, let's go gambling. How many hits do we have in the deck? I'm gonna say
It's Only the
3
two
floats.
incapacitate.
I'm gonna
Unless
say
you
3
can
floats.
wait for the thing. 3 floats? That would be wonderful. I would be so sad if he hit either of the incapacitates here. That would be so rough.
1 float. 2.
Ah,
Wow.
it is a lot more.
4.
It is four, 3
4
unconditional
floats.
and 1
Yeah,
conditional
1
float.
class bonus and 3 generic floats. Very good mills here. Unlike last game where
Yep.
Mess kind of had like some crummy mills, these are some fantastic ones.
Yeah.
Also forcing
yeah.
out that skirting step now just to like block 1 piece of damage doesn't feel great. You don't
Yeah.
have the loot
However,
base,
that
you're also not
one,
getting value on purse.
yeah, but that one damage just still puts RNG in danger of another Icebound Slam taking the game next turn, unless he has another skirting stem, in which case
Very true.
that's 2 skirting steps gone already, but he would survive still. Oh, leveling up does
Choosing to level.
make it, does get him out of the double Icebound range.
Could have also brought out Nullifying Lantern. But rather going for
True.
level, maybe he's got some class bonuses that he wants to activate. Definitely a tough spot when your opponent just drops the Icebound on you. Only 6 cards influence, not a lot. Just gonna swing with the sword and pass?
Oh,
Or at least got something.
seems not.
It's definitely not Tactful Sergeant, even though that's... When you swing with a sword and then play an ally, I always think it's gonna be Tactful Sergeant. But no one's really playing her anymore. Windmill kind of just overtook that.
The
Ooh,
relic of the
Lube coming
past.
down. Absolutely a relic of the past. I remember the days when Tactful Sergeant was a like $10 card for some reason.
Yeah, it was very good. You could displace it to draw 2 cards. That's wonderful.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of tricks you can do. Also, just a good stat line. Imesh is gonna level up here. Let's see. Do you think Imesh has an animal to take advantage? I'm expecting a turtle. He does have the second skirting step. Wow, I'm gonna assume that's
Preemptively?
on. Yeah, wow. I think just worried about the negate
Oh, for
most
the
likely.
distance.
I think I was worried
Yeah,
about the negate, so he's trying to do it now when Imes doesn't have cards in hand to play a negate. So just
that
to
is true.
guarantee that it gets off. I'm feeling an oath is coming. I see a Parsonet, which means that next turn we could just go like water res bobble, Parsonet oath. Very
That would.
real possibility. Dilu, if there's a Dilu hiding in there as well.
Instead of a Parsonet, go for the Dilu. Go for the Oath. It's so much
For sure. That's a,
damage.
especially with the double distant on field as well. I mean, that would have been. I mean, these two alone are 7. If you add an oath
13.
to that, that would be
Yeah,
an
13
extra 6
plus.
damage.
Yeah, plus then the.
And then you
If
add
you
the
have a
Dilu. If
Dilu,
it's
that's
Dilu,
another 6. That would be 19
yeah.
damage.
I mean,
Would be
that's just it.
enough. If it's the Parsonet, then it's a
It would be 2
bit.
less. It would be 2 less, but I think it's still enough because the mess is
That
already at
is.
3. So
Yeah. Already at 3
definitely,
is such a wild statement. Because 3 is not
I
that much. But then
I
out
mean
of
oath
nowhere,
with
Oath.
oath. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it was gonna be a second ice bounce land. This is a scary Terrapin. He does have 2 buff counters, which I'm expecting either the Terrapin to get Zephyr or suppressed by the Purse, or Purse will just suppress whatever he's trying to hit, which works too. We lose the range though if we do that. So maybe just suppress the Terrapin, let them get the extra draw, and you just go for the
Then
oath
lose the
next turn.
counter. Yeah.
It does lose the counter, but it will get an extra draw because you'll be able to eat another float and then draw another card. But if you can kill, then you can kill. You could just go Viridian Protective Trinket, play your guys, and then just end the game.
Yeah. That is.
Feel like definitely going towards Lube here. Let's see. Percy gonna
Oh,
do her
suppressing
thing.
the Liu Bei.
Choosing to
Valuing
suppress.
valuing
choosing to
that
suppress
more.
Louis.
Oh, then well, valuing the one card that Imes would get about from the on enter again,
Could
more
definitely
than
let him
the
draw
distant
into
damage.
something.
Yeah. So
I
that
mean, in the
means
end, the
I s-
the
I-
the
he loses a lot of damage by suppressing the Liu Bei there. I would could possibly put him off lethal for next turn and then delay it by another turn here.
also not going for Viridian Protective, which definitely makes me feel like he's not gonna go all in right now. Wonder if we try
It's
and
also
kill the
true.
Terrapin here. 6 HP is kind of a lot. Ooh, Dream Fairy is nice. Do we have anything? Maybe like a refracting. Won't stop the Terrapin from returning a memory though. I mean, RNG is definitely
Yeah.
in a good spot. Unfortunately, we've turned our oath off, or at least we've turned off the fancy effect of the oath by playing this Dream Fairy, unless we've
Extra
got
damage.
Reclaim. I'm just gonna let it go. I mean,
Go
currently in
back.
this position, who do you feel is at the advantage here?
I think it's still anybody's game. Like Nico can turn around so quickly, especially with RNG being on 7 damage already. Imes can just win without much trouble. Out of basically nowhere with enough enough attack cards and strategy here. Definitely don't think it's impossible.
And for sure, attacking with the Percy here is interesting. Maybe doesn't have a way of distancing her. I also was expecting perhaps the Parsonet to come down, considering the fact that obviously a lot of allies
Yeah,
on
I
board,
do agree
and
with you.
Nico not particularly good at dealing with stealth. I mean, she has refracting, but she has no fractals. Well, she has one now, but before this she had no fractals, so guys are pretty safe. So definitely a Parsonet could have come down and basically just kind of locked all these guys under the safe walls of her stealth. That's definitely
Yeah,
having a
again. But that also signals to Imes that RNG does not have Oath in hand because he did show both, like 2 Parsonets there, which would have been perfectly enough for him to play one of them. And even if he doesn't go for it this turn, he could definitely set himself up for an Oath turn later. So I think it was definitely an interesting choice to go for the Dream Fairy, but it was very important that he goes for it there and takes care of the Terrapin.
yeah,
But
Terrapin's very scary.
it does put up a sign of, hey, I don't have Oath right now to Imes.
You know what's really scary though? A second Icebound Slam. I'm gonna put him,
Yo.
assuming this hits, which it's pretty much guaranteed to, is gonna put him up to 15. Not a great place to be in if you're a RNG here. Nico obviously also having very high health pool, makes her quite hard to kill without being able to hit an oath. RNG does have a lot of cards. If he has a reclaim, could definitely try and set up this oath right here. Maybe even like suppress your own Dream Fairy just to try and get more guys off the field so you can hit the big oath, which can end the game right there. Bring out Viridian Protective. Mez doesn't have many cards in hand.
It's true. With he could play one card possibly because he has the fractal, but
This is true.
that is then might not be enough. Uh, especially if RNG has an ink cap in hand, you can just ink cap the ink cap or whatever Ames decides to play.
Hey, so RNG here gonna take some time to think about what he'd like to do. I'm feeling like he might be thinking about trying to remove this Dream Fairy to set up an oath. Shuffle up. He's thinking 4 cards in hand for EMS, but has the fractal, so it does have 5. Just gonna pass it back. What are we bringing out? I think Viridian's a pretty safe choice, but if you're not going for the kill, maybe you don't mind. Maybe a Tariff Ring could work.
It would not be, wouldn't be out of line here.
I mean, you could just get hit by Ravishing like right here, right now, and just be done with. So definitely gotta think about that.
Yeah, he
This is just a
does
struggle when
play
you
level 2
don't have
Lorraine as
intercepts.
well.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're correct.
so
Level
he
2
could
Lorraine.
just increase health pool,
I think you actually
but
just
he
die
went
from
for
the mill
TCR.
though.
That's
'Cause
true.
you would have to mill like 40. So I think at that point you probably just lose.
That is very true. However, the attack bonus, the +2 attack from Lorraine 2 could also be the damage that pushes you through to that 25 total damage threshold.
For sure.
But he went for
Has
the
to do
GCR.
another 19 damage here. Kind of a tall order without Oath, really. Definitely feel like things are kind of slipping away from RNG. Mess has much more life. Has a pretty set up grave. Really just needs to hit. Oh, sorry, he's at 9. Sorry, I read that backwards. So he's at 9. So definitely not as much, but still, this probably requires an. Oh, wow. Blanche coming down? That
Hmm.
is. That's an interesting choice. I wonder. So we're gonna swing with the Dream. Are we going to just like? We need to get rid of this Dream Fairy because it definitely feels like we're setting up for an oath. Because there's no reason we would play the Blanche otherwise. Oh, but he's just swinging.
But then the swinging with the Blanche for the
Okay.
damage.
Wow. Okay.
That's
So Blanche.
hmm.
I mean, it'll keep you safe from refracting missiles, for all that's worth.
But this
But
is that fractal missiles is definitely not the scary thing here with one total fractal on the field.
and
I don't
also,
think.
you're at 50. You could just hit face and just you could even. I mean, you just have to bring out Mage Bane, swing with it, bring out a Frostworn. You can really do some serious damage here. So
Yeah,
15 to 14, pretty close, but I definitely feel like Imez is kind of got the tempo and the advantage in this current situation. RNG's got a lot of cards in hand though, so let's see what he can find. Player is definitely deep in thought here. I mean, they are playing for their tournament life. It's very important. They consider all the possibilities. There's the Parson net. So now we are very safe. At least all our allies are safe. But our champion is incredibly. Oh, wow. You're just swinging.
just
Okay, now this
this
is
is
very terrifying.
3 cards left in hand. Just
Yeah, there's 3 cards.
pushed
I mean,
all the
you
tiny
could really just
bits
go
of
for it.
damage here. Yeah.
Fury Mez, you could go like Blinding Orb here, just force it out, and then just go for the Ravishing, and they just die. Oh, I think he's actually doing. Yup, he's doing
He
exactly
does
that.
going for the blinding orb, yeah.
He can actually he can play the Incap here. I think no, he actually yeah he cannot play Incap here in right now, but oh the
Oh,
Veiling
it goes for the
Breeze.
Veiling
No, but
Breeze.
the Veiling Breeze is not gonna be the Tidal Lock. The
Hey,
Tidal Lock doing huge work here. He can't pay for it.
doing
And
the
here's the thing:
heavier
the
thing.
Veiling Priest actually wouldn't have even mattered because he can still hit over Veiling unless it's 6 win cards. He could probably still hit over it. But yeah, this is just gonna be game. He's gonna Ravishing. There's nothing you can do about it. All his cards down. And that's just a pure damage kill. And that's
Yeah.
gonna be Imez here with the win, going 5-1-1 on Sylvie Nico. I mean, we were talking about it's like who do you think was favored in this matchup? And I think based on that game, you can really see that it can really go either way, depending on a lot of
Yeah.
luck situations. Like, what do you mill? What allies do you find? It can really, I mean, if you get an oath off, like if you got oath off there in one of those games, like it would have been devastating. So yeah, I mean, big ups to Mez for very well played game, and I mean both also RNG played quite well. I mean, things just didn't line up, and then that's just what happens when you play allies. I think sometimes the agency is taken away from you because you just don't draw the things you need, and your late game and your grind game is just not as good. So overall, yeah. But once again, I just want to thank everyone for watching the stream. I want to thank once again Serene Balance Productions and Ones for being here to give us this content that everyone really wants to have. I really think it's important to have a lot of tournaments, right? Especially for new players, having lots of footage and lots of gameplay to analyze and study for your own to improve your own game or just to have fun. Maybe you just want to vibe and say some funny things in the chat. That's cool too. Definitely thank you to Weebs for giving the prizing. Thank you to Yeti for running this event. And thank you to Mitch for the stats. Maybe we can throw in the stats like one more time just so everyone can see what the final distribution of everything was. Obviously, we can see here Sylvie's still number one. Actually, I think Sylvie being so high might also have something to do with the fact that it's also being played in Nico. Now that I think about it.
True.
Yeah, so there's that to consider as well. So, but yeah, I mean, thank you so much for watching Yeti. I think I had a great time casting with you, Clem. And one last time, subscribe, smash the like, smash the subscribe, click the bell, comment. Also, thank you to Cam for taking time out of his busy day to come cast with us. Thank you to you, Clem, for also taking time out of your day. I'm sure it is midnight or even past midnight over there in Hungary.
It's
so
1 a.m. But thank you as well,
yeah.
Flonne, for coming here after your long day and being here at 3 a.m. casting until the early hours of the morning.
Yeah, my throat is messed up, so we're gonna quickly end it off here. Thanks again for everyone for coming to watch, and we'll see you on the next Yeti Weekly or maybe the next like regional. I mean, Stream Balance does a lot of work. We'll see you soon. Bye.